control over pure damage, working to keep his opponent corralled away from the others. Nevertheless, old and rusted though it might be, the durability and strength this automaton displayed were factors to take note of, especially when one would soon have to deal with the threat of hundreds more, all in better condition. That was concern for later. They still had a swarm of potential plague carriers to wipe out. Casting protection from disease might be a relatively simple spell, but curing someone once they were infected was supposed to be a much harder process. Some illnesses responded to simple healing magic. Others required specialized treatment by those with high-level divine spells. And if Calzador was going through all this trouble, he'd certainly sprung for something exotic.
"Eric, you're warded now. Not much to do except give Gabrielle a hand if more rats slip past,"
Julia announced. "Thank you, but I actually think I've got a fix for those." From the alley where he'd been hidden, as was his role, Eric emerged. Only he wasn't holding his short sword or crossbow. Instead, he was carrying 3 bottles and a torch. Walking over calmly, Eric cut a brisk pace, trusting Brock to handle the automaton. With only corpses to step over in terms of rats, each step came down with grace and surety. Whether he knew it or not, his movements were improving at a steady rate. Between the training from Alora and the lessons here in Notch, Eric was fast becoming a proper rogue. "I was watching what happened, so I ducked back into the tavern and grabbed some quick supplies. Grumpf had a good idea, but not every problem requires magic to solve." Casually, Eric set his load down, keeping only a single bottle in his left hand. With his right, he took his crossbow and readied to fire a bolt. The first bottle arced up neatly, hanging in the air for several seconds before being shattered by Eric's shot. As soon as the glass broke, liquid rained down inside the circle of flames. Even from a small distance back, Gabrielle could catch the familiar scent of lamp oil. Immediately, the whole plan fell into place, although calling it a plan felt a tad too grand. It was, in practice, a very simple idea, yet one nobody else had considered thus far. Instead of using magic, Eric was just dousing the rats in fuel before he lit them on fire. Magic and might were falling short, which was exactly the time when rogues shone best. 2 more bottles, 2 more easy shots. For the torch, Eric didn't bother with flint or steel. Instead, he merely touched the edge to the already burning circle of flames. It caught instantly, and seconds later, he chucked it over the wall and onto the oil-soaked rats. Whatever aspect of the magical wall that had kept the vermin safe unless they were directly against the flames didn't apply to this new mundane fire. Squeaks, squeals, and smoke began to rise in roughly commensurate amounts, increasing rapidly as the blaze spread. Everyone, save for the skeletons, backed away from the thick, dark smoke rising off the rats. Many rats tried to push through the wall, taking their chances on a quicker death. Thanks to the utter crush of bodies, a few even slipped past, albeit all who did were on fire and quickly picked off. Nearby, Brock rose to his feet. The automaton was little more than scrap now, and even that appeared to be almost melting. Something was certainly happening to the remains. They were softening on the edges, warping at every angle. For a moment, Gabrielle feared it would reform and cause some more trouble. But after a few seconds, the change halted, and there was nothing more than a pile of half-melted junk on the ground. All in all, the battle had gone fairly smoothly. Rats were contained, no disease had escaped, and the automaton was defeated before it could seriously injure or kill anyone. None of which changed the fact that if Calzador was really summoning an army of those metallic soldiers, they would be in for one hell of a fight. Brock might be capable of defeating an automaton with his bare hands, but how many others in Notch could? Strong though the citizens were said to be, an enemy who was resistant to magic created all manner of potential problems. It was something to consider when the dust settled from this bout, yet Gabrielle also felt a momentary thrill at winning today's fight. As she looked around, she noticed the expression was mirrored on the faces around her, with one notable exception. Thistle wasn't happy. He didn't look especially angry either, more annoyed than anything, frustration radiating off him as he surveyed the battlefield. Without drawing attention, Gabrielle made her way over to the gnome.
"You don't look like a man whose party just won a skirmish without any loss or injury."
"Because I'm not sure I am."
Thistle didn't even look at her. He only had eyes for the slowly settling scene before them.
"A warning? Even if Calzador didn't want to fight the people of Notch, I can't believe he'd really come in like this with threats and demands. Kelzadar is the type to gather forces in secret, make preparations, and then strike when an enemy is most vulnerable. Direct confrontation is a needless risk, one that he doesn't tend to take. Maybe he's trying to trick us into running, into taking a route we think is safe but will really be an ambush. Even that might have been more likely if we didn't just get confirmation that there was an enemy at our gates.
A long sigh left Thistle's lips as he finally looked away. His fingers pressed against the bridge of his nose, rubbing gently.
I don't see it. I don't know what kind of move Kelzadar is making, and, well, on a personal level, I recognize that there's no shame in being outmaneuvered by a god. It still bothers me. Mostly because, if Kelzadar is indeed bluffing about the automaton army, then that means that whatever he's truly sending will be that much worse.
31. With the finished potion, thanks to the costly ashes from a phoenix rebirth, joining the eye of a lyranx and the feathers of a goldenrock safely tucked away in their magical bags, the party of Shalara, Wimberley, Gelthorn, and Timanuel said their final goodbyes to the kingdom of Elcatham. There was only a single component left, one they could hunt for on their way to Lamal. Rather than take the roads, the party had decided to spend some of their hard-won gold on magical transportation. It wasn't an option available in every town. Few cities had enough mages or demand to offer it. But Camnerail was a kingdom's capital, and therefore an exception to the rule. For a sum of gold that seemed borderline exorbitant until one factored in the time and cost of making the journey on foot, they could be teleported to an outpost town on a far northern border of Elcatham. If the information they'd gathered along their quest was right, an entrance to Lamal would be only a day or two's journey from that spot, hence why some enterprising wizards had bothered offering the magical transport option. It wouldn't just be a simple trek, however. In those lands, a dangerous type of monster was said to lurk. The potion, ashes, eye, and feathers were pieces of a spell that opened the door to Lamal. However, the final component was more variable. Whispers and rumors all lent themselves to the idea that the last piece of the spell was to demonstrate an act for the sake of Lamal. They had to do something for the kingdom before they would be permitted entrance. Some went the route of finding rare items or magics, offering to strengthen Lamal by direct donation. Others undertook tasks, fulfilling some of the few quests from Lamal that had slipped into the world. Then there was the more direct option: killing. The strange monsters that stood between Elcatham's outpost and the Lamal entrance had supposedly not always been there. They were a recent infestation, and Lamal considered each one killed as a service done for the kingdom. It was the most straightforward way to get into the city, and also among the most dangerous. Plenty of people were willing to trade rumors about these roaming monsters, but there were few tales of success to go around. Whatever these beasts were, they wouldn't go down easily. Even knowing the risks, the party had agreed that it was their best shot. The other methods were too cumbersome and complex, with ample opportunities for things to go wrong. This was better suited to their straightforward style. Kill a dangerous monster and be done with it. Only so many ways for that to go wrong, and in none of them would it be a problem for long. Triumph or death. Such was the danger of life as an adventurer. Together, they gathered at the teleportation point and set out, ready for a brief stopover before heading off on their hunt. That plan fell apart in moments, as instead of a peaceful countryside hamlet, they found themselves surrounded by people screaming and the unmistakable stink of fresh blood. The outpost was under attack, and they just teleported in without any way of getting out. Exchanging a brief glance, each member of the party drew their weapons and began to scout the area, hunting for an enemy. If they were going to be stuck in a fight anyway, then they'd damn sure try to win it. Cleanup was a straightforward matter, although not quite a simple one. Everything rat-related was burned on the spot, until even their blood was nothing more than smoking ash. For those who'd been at the front lines, their armor and weapons needed to be scrubbed as well. For good measure, baths were drawn and sprinkled with purifying herbs, along with a few spells of cleansing to eradicate any residual bits and blood that clung still to their bodies. Magical disease protection wasn't permanent, and if even one infected chunk lingered past the spell's duration, it could turn the day's triumph into tragedy. That was how Timiskor found himself in a large metal tub that magically kept the water contained inside warm, letting the heat soothe his various aches and pains. The scrubbing part was long since done. He'd made sure that not so much as a lone rat hair was left anywhere on him. But it wasn't often he got to relax in such a manner. Since he had time to spare while the street was being decontaminated, Timiskor treated himself to a luxurious soak. His hand dangled over the side of the tub, idly scratching Mr. Peppers, who was standing patiently at the tub's side. Between the heat, the early wake-up, and the post-battle exhaustion, it was hardly surprising that Timiskor fell into the gentle clutches of sleep. What was surprising, on the other hand, was that he found himself somewhere else. At a glance, it didn't seem familiar, just a landscape punctuated by fog, except he knew this place. Not well, certainly, but Timiskor had been here before. Once, briefly, when his shield, armor, and internal organs were punctured by a projectile and he was bleeding out as death loomed. He wasn't on the brink of death now, though, he hoped, which made the sudden return all the more confusing.
"Hello?"
Timiskor took several steps in a random direction, yet the scenery didn't change. Just emptiness and rolling fog as far as the eye could see.
"I know there's someone there. The memory is fuzzy, but that voice still echoes clear as a bell throughout my mind."
No response came to Timiskor, momentarily confusing him until he thought back on his previous time here more carefully. The voice wasn't flippant. It didn't waste words. And Timiskor hadn't actually asked it anything yet. Maybe some mysterious beings deigned to bother with polite greetings, but this probably wasn't one of them. He needed to consider what was happening, why he might be here, and then use his chance wisely.
"Have you brought me here to offer counsel once more? Everyone here who follows a god has been unable to speak to them. Yet you've managed to pull me to this place, so I must assume you wish to help."
Many gods rely on divine channels. Not all. Some prefer a herald. If there was any doubt in Timiskor's mind, and really there hadn't been more than a sliver, that Mr. Peppers was connected to this voice, those words put the final scoop of dirt on the coffin. He'd even fallen asleep with his hand directly pressed against the boar's head, and after seeing Mr. Peppers grow and shrink in a matter of moments, it was plain that he was still no ordinary pet. Much as he wanted to ponder that idea more thoroughly, the voice continued to speak. "I am here for counsel, but not for your friends. The games of gods grow wearying over time. I no longer indulge them. My counsel is for you, Timiskor, the aspiring paladin."
"Your herald has been a dear companion to me on my travels. He represents you well. Any counsel you have, I will gladly hear."
Wiser than we last spoke. Healthier, too. Despite facing peril, you have not stood at the doorstep of death since our prior meeting. You heard and understood, yet you've still not told my herald the price of being a paladin.
"I have been grappling with much lately,"
Timiskor admitted. It wasn't something he was sure he could say even to the others in his party, but here, speaking only to darkness, the truth flowed forth.
"I know now that seeking a meaningful death is not the path of a paladin. It is a consequence they must bear. However, my mind is not like Thistle's. I do not come upon things quickly. I must work my way through the slower paths, and at present, I confess, I have been more lost in wondering who I truly am, now that I know more about my kind, about the echoes."
You are not an echo, Timiskor. You are awake, in a world of those trapped beneath a spell of slumber. The ones who existed before, they were the echoes, the precursors of what was still to come. And you are wrong about one more thing. It is not two answers you are seeking. It is one. That is how you will know it to be true. Timiskor had no response for that. His prior words were honest. Understanding was slower for him than for the others. He would need to consider the advice carefully to glean its true meaning. Thankfully, the voice didn't force him to respond. Until then, work with my herald and gain mastery over his new power. Because that gift did not come from me. It manifested because of you, Timiskor. After all, what would an aspiring paladin be without his... Timiskor! The word shook Timiskor from his sleep. He jerked forward so fast that water came splashing over the side of the tub. Standing in the doorway was Kieran, staring at him with confusion that was slowly giving way to worry.
Are you all right? I've been calling for you for a while now.
That couldn't be, except that Timiskor's skin had grown substantially more wrinkled in what should have been the span of mere minutes. Time, it seemed, did not always flow at the same rate for gods, even lost and buried ones, as it did for mortals. Looking down, Timiskor found that Mr. Peppers was staring at him. Carefully, Timiskor reached over and scratched the boar once more, assuring him he'd gotten the message.
My apologies. After the battle in the early morning, I must have dozed while in the bath.
You might want to work on not being such a deep sleeper. That's a liability on the road. Kieran didn't seem entirely sure he bought the excuse, but after a few seconds he continued. Anyway, I was coming to let you know that this afternoon we're going to have a meeting with the trader. Given what's happened this morning, there's a lot to discuss on top of that. Timiskor nodded, finally looking away from the boar.
Of course. How long do we have?
A few hours. We decided to deal with lunch and daily chores first. Plenty of time to dry off and get a meal.
I appreciate that, but I fear I'll need to spend my time elsewhere.
From a nearby stool, Timiskor plucked a towel and began to dry his torso.
It's high time I see Notch's blacksmith about some replacement equipment. It wouldn't be proper to have Mr. Peppers go into combat unarmored.
Accepting the odd statement, Kieran tried to keep the confusion off his face as he shut the door and gave Timiskor some much-needed privacy.
Fuck!
Jolia's curse came moments before the sound of glass smashing to the ground. While not a mage himself, Thistle had served enough of them to know some of their tools. As this was the third smashed piece of the morning, however, it was hard to discern what had newly been broken amidst the pile of twinkling glass.
How are they doing this? How are they blocking off all communication between us and the outside world? I can't get any sending spells through. Can't touch people in the realm of dreams. I've tried everything short of animating a letter and telling it to go fly and find someone.
Powerful as Jolia was, it had also become clear that she'd gotten out of practice dealing with true obstacles. Life as a citizen, rather than an adventurer, inherently came with fewer challenges. They were all hoping she'd eventually figure out a solution to the new development, pressure that was only compounding her stress. For his part, Thistle was making use of Jolia's extensive library to research everything he could about automatons and the helm of Ignosa. So far, nothing he'd found was good. While there were no official numbers on how large the automaton army had become before their capture, it was said to be capable of wiping out even a kingdom's capital city in a single day. Their greatest weakness was the helm of Ignosa itself, a magical tool that acted as a universal control gem. Supposedly, the one who wore it could control the entire army with no more than a few careful thoughts. A tremendous amount of power, but if one took down the leader, then the entire army would halt. While that should have been encouraging, Thistle had yet to find any limitations on distance for the helm. In theory, one could give the order from half a continent away, meaning that they might be facing down an automaton army with no readily exploitable weaknesses. Even for the people of Notch, that was a fight they may not win. Then again, all of that was conditional on the idea that Kalzadar's emissary had been telling the truth, a concept Thistle wasn't quite ready to embrace just yet. The trouble was that with no way to contact the outside world, they didn't really know if the army had really marched out of Lumal yet. Keeping them cut off ensured they couldn't warn Lumal of the upcoming potential threat or gain useful information of their own.
Oh, come on! I can't even take control of small animals and send them through.
There was no glass breaking this time, although Jolia did slam her head heavily down on the work table.
This is ridiculous. Not even gods have infinite power. And unless Kalzadar is always giving us his full attention, he shouldn't be able to block us this well. Not against me. It can't be a spell someone else is working, though. It's much too comprehensive. Honestly, whatever this ward is, it's unlike any magic I've ever dealt with.
What if it isn't magic?
Thistle sat up bolt straight, the idea slamming through his mind like a runaway carriage.
This blockade, keeping us cut off from the outside world, it's working too well, right? almost as if it doesn't obey the laws and limitations of magic.
From her desk, Jolia swiveled in place, fresh interest in her eyes.
That's exactly how I would describe it.
Credit to the wizard. It took only a few seconds for her to solve the puzzle as well, now that the missing piece was in place.
Which is impossible, unless you have one of the only artifacts in the world that isn't bound by those laws. Still, there aren't many of those out there, and even fewer in circulation. It's more likely that there's another explanation.
More likely or not. Using a magical item to skirt the very rules of our world is exactly the kind of thing Khazad-dûr would do, Thistle declared. Even if we end up ultimately being wrong, at this point, I think we have no choice but to assume that one of Khazad-dûr's minions is using a piece of the bridge.
Hopping down from her chair, Jolia made a quick motion, summoning her staff to her hand.
In that case, it seems fortune is both with and against us. Well, the idea of facing down such an artifact is indeed worrying. At least we have a piece of our own.
I must confess, my friends and I have never wielded the artifact for more than a few minutes at a time, and even in our limited experience, we've had things go wildly wrong. For them to pull off constant magic like this, it would seem undeniable that Khazad-dûr's pawn has a better grasp on using the bridge than we do.
To Thistle's surprise, the admittance was greeted by a smile on Jolia's face. She beamed as she hustled him toward the exit.
Aye, you make many a good point, but our luck hasn't run out just yet. Whether it was pride or folly, they let someone slip into Notch. Someone who happens to be an expert on dealing with that artifact and how to use it.
It was Thistle's turn to smile, as he followed Jolia at a brisk pace. This felt like their first break in quite some time. It was nice to feel like the gods were still looking down on them, even if Thistle couldn't actually hear Grumble's voice. The good mood stayed until roughly the instant he saw who the expert was, but it was still a pleasant 30 minutes while it lasted. 32. Finding the enemy was easy. No sooner had Timanuel popped his head into the street than he'd spotted 5 of them, most either attacking or chasing citizens. They were strange creatures, with 6 arched legs ending in sharp claws spread out equidistant around the main body, which appeared to be little more than a large head with 3 beaks. Some sort of dark, oily scales covered most of the head, with the exception of a few skin patches, 3 sets of beady eyes, and the beaks. Like the legs, the faces were spread out at equal intervals around the body, meaning each creature was looking in nearly all directions at once.
I suppose that means we don't need to bother worrying about stealth,
Timanuel muttered. Reaching back, he waved the others forward to his position. He didn't have much of a plan yet, or even a grasp on the situation at hand, but people were being attacked in front of him. For a paladin, there was only one response to that sort of sight. Timanuel charged from his position in the alley, slamming a sword into one of the beaked monsters that was trying to tear the flesh off a woman pinned beneath an overturned stall. His blade caught it just below the eyes, but rather than cleaving it in 2, the attack sent it sailing backward, much farther than should have been possible, before it floated lightly to the ground, and its sharp legs clicked against the stone. There was a wound on it, thankfully, a modest slice across one of its faces. Knitting his eyes together, Timanuel tried to grasp what had just happened, and failed. It didn't make sense. His mind couldn't align the factors properly. Elsewhere, in another world, someone else managed a substantially higher roll.
They're naturally light and buoyant,
Wimberly yelled from the rear.
Hit them too hard without bracing them against something, and they'll just get knocked back. That's also how they're managing to move around with those shitty legs.
On the heels of her words came a bolt of green light that struck the creature Timanuel had wounded. Instantly, sizzling rose from its flesh as an ooze the same color as the bolt spread across its skin.
Good news. Looks like they're vulnerable to magic. Acid is confirmed. I'll cycle through the other elements as we go.
Shalara put her hands together, already preparing to weave a new spell. As she did, the wounded monster stumbled forward, its slight nature meaning that every step covered a substantial spread of ground. The advance lasted all of 2 steps, before a single arrow appeared in the left eye of the acid-burned face. There was a sound like someone in the distance whistling, as the head partially collapsed in on itself. Then, the monster fell over in the street, unmoving. Knocking another arrow, Gelthorn did a quick sweep around them, barely suppressing a shudder at their surroundings. Much as she hated cities, this didn't quite feel like one at the moment. The chaos and bloodshed made it wilder, more tolerable.
Seems arrows work too.
It had been a lot to take in at once, but Emmanuel finally felt like he was starting to get a sense of things.
Okay, new formation. We'll focus on shielding and knocking them back if they get too close. Shalara and Gelthorn, you pick them off as we move. Wimberly, I presume you've got some useful tools to cover our rear?
We'll start with this and see how things go.
From her magical bag, the gnome had produced what looked like a crossbow, only one that had been tweaked and added onto to the point of near uselessness. Hefting it up to her shoulder, Wimberly took aim at one of the other beaked beasts on the street before them.
Calibrating shot number 1.
She fired, a crossbow bolt slamming into one of her target's legs, sending it spinning backward through the air. As it groped at the ground for control, Wimberly calmly adjusted a few knobs and dials, while also hitting a lever that dropped a new bolt in place.
Calibrating shot number 2.
This time, her bolt nailed one of the target's faces. Unfortunately, she hit a scale-armored section, sending the creature spinning backward before it landed against a wall. The attack had left a substantial wound, and from the way it was eyeing Wimberly, she definitely succeeded in drawing its attention.
Calibrating shot number 3.
More twists of dials and knobs, although fewer than the last time. On her third shot, the bolt sailed true, slamming into an unarmored section of the face and bursting out the other side of the monster's head. It slumped over, more sounds like whistling as its skull was pierced.
I think the sights are as aligned as they'll get.
About time, Shalara grumbled. While Wimberly had been dealing with her own target, the rest of the team was picking off the others, getting the street cleared out and the people in it safely away. There were no more enemies for now, but how long that would hold true was up to the gods. Emmanuel was moving, now that the direct threat was neutralized. He crouched, taking a good grip on the overturned stall, and hefting it off the pinned woman underneath by means of his substantial paladin strength. She was pale and sweating, yet overall appeared unharmed. No sooner was she free than her arms were around Emmanuel, hugging him close as small tears fell down her face.
Thank you so much. When they came, there was no warning. 1 minute, everything was normal, and then the Balians came surging through the streets. I don't know how they breached the defenses or slipped inside. It's meant to be impossible. Something's wrong. Our guards were supposed to have found the Helsk and killed it by now. This is madness. None of it should be happening.
But it is.
Gently, Emmanuel took the woman by the shoulders and pulled her back, looking directly into her eyes.
And as much as my friends and I would like to help, we are unfamiliar with these monsters. We came here via teleportation, and have not yet acclimated to this land. You seem familiar with these things, so I beg you, tell us what you know, so that we might be of aid.
Her eyes went wide, but only briefly. Whether it was his straightforward nature or the odd specificity of such a situation, she didn't bother to question the validity of his statement. Instead, she began to offer up that sweet, treasured resource: information.
Balians are what you just fought. They're little more than moving mouths, mostly hollow heads that devour until they're holding as much as possible, when they then return to the Helsk to feed it. A Helsk is a far larger creature that births the Balians. Helsks appeared within the last few weeks. They've become a problem for the people trying to cross between here and Lumal. The one upside is that Balians are really just a part of the Helsk. So, if you can find and kill the Helsk, then the Balians will lose their agency. You can kill them, or just leave them. They'll eventually die standing there.
Useful information. It seemed that, bizarre as these creatures were, they functioned much like common bees, where a queen birthed and sent out drones to do her bidding and bring back food. For a fleeting second, Emmanuel almost reflected on how strange it was that this woman knew so much and was willing to provide such information so readily. That thought died before it fully manifested, crushed down by the powerful force flowing in from an unseen world. Instead, Emmanuel focused purely on the information, not on the manner in which he'd received it.
Sounds like our only real option here is to hunt the Helsk. We kill that, and the battle is won. Anyone else see another way?
He paused, looking over at the others. Just because he was looked toward as the leader didn't mean Emmanuel would always have the best plan. He'd long ago accepted such an obvious truth. On this occasion, however, there was no dissent as the others shook their collective heads.
Then let's move forward. Any Balians attacking us or nearby citizens we deal with. Any that look like they're heading somewhere specific, especially ones who move a little slower, as though laden down with food, we follow. Eventually, one has to lead us to the Helsk. Then, all we have to do is kill it.
From behind him, the townswoman stepped slightly forward.
I should mention, a Helsk is taller than a cottage, often has big around, and always keeps a personal guard of especially vicious Balians nearby.
How did she... Another thought that died before it was fully formed. Emmanuel felt what seemed like a half-headache, something he attributed to the new information they'd just received. With a shrug, Emmanuel glanced over to the others.
New plan. It's exactly the same as the old plan, except we try very hard not to die when we finally find the Helsk.
You should flee,
the townswoman insisted.
You are all strong. You may escape before our home is nothing more than ashes.
Wordlessly, Emmanuel stepped past her, sword and shield raised once more as he moved toward a turn in the street, their first step toward new territory. The rest of his party followed, save only for Gelthorn, who paused next to the woman they'd saved.
Do not feel responsible. None may deter a paladin when there are innocents to protect and evil to foil. It is their greatest liability and truest strength.
With that, Gelthorn advanced, easily catching up to the rest of her party. They moved through the streets carefully, methodically, all too aware they were on unfamiliar terrain, facing off against new enemies. Keeping in tight formation, they were able to fend off the clusters of Balians they ran across, Emmanuel swatting them back while Shalara and Gelthorn whittled them down. Occasionally, a Balian would leave itself open, and he could manage a thrust through their heads, but it was rare that Emmanuel was presented with such opportunities. Nevertheless, he made a point never to waste them, the weight of their limited resources heavy on his mind. Eventually, Shalara would run dry on mana. The other two only had so much ammunition. Every arrow and bolt they used was one less in their arsenal, a situation made more dangerous by their having no idea how many enemies they would face. It was impossible to ration the resources. They simply had to fight as smartly as possible at every turn. Finally, after a half hour of making their way achingly slowly through the settlement, Gelthorn's eyes caught a Balian moving sluggishly through the shadows, working to avoid detection. They tracked it, relying heavily on Gelthorn and keeping a fair distance back to avoid spooking it off course. If it noticed them, there was no telling when they might get another shot at finding the Helsk. Thankfully, Gelthorn was functioning well on the battlefield, far better than she would if it were a normal city, and she managed to keep on its trail, even with the winding route it took. To the party's surprise, the Balian didn't lead them out of the city, or to a building large enough to house something of a Helsk's supposed size. It instead descended a set of stairs near a set of normal-looking, if run-down, shops. They watched and waited, scouting the area to see if there were other entrances and exits it might flee through. What they found was that there were indeed other sets of stairs, all of them spaced out around this section of the city, and a few upon which Balians were coming and going.
I guess I'll be the asshole who says it. The Helsk is underground, isn't it? Shalara asked. Probably why no one has found it yet. I'm sure more people are looking for big, unoccupied chunks of city or searching from the sky. I mean, how did it even get down here if it's as big as that woman said? Could be magic, Gelthorn suggested.
Always in the mix,
Wimberly agreed.
But there is another possibility. Presumably, these Helsks are born like any other creature, smaller than in their fully grown form. If someone brought a Helsk into that basement as a baby, it would eventually turn into a powerful weapon of destruction and chaos. Keep it bound in there using magic or restraints, alive but hungry, and then turn it loose at the hour of your choosing.
Shalara gave Wimberly a long stare.
That seems like a fairly involved plan.
Maybe, but unless these Helsks can use magic, someone must have helped it get in there,
Emmanuel pointed out.
Look around. Doesn't this whole thing feel like a surprise attack?
His words rang true. The speed and ferocity of the strike certainly lent an air of forethought to the endeavor. A truly random monster attack was unlikely to have been so prepared, or to have kept the source so hidden and fortified. Gelthorn was the one who gave voice to the question in all their heads.
Does that change anything for us?
Slowly, Timmanuel shook his head.
No, it doesn't matter how this happened. People are being hurt, and we have the opportunity to put an end to it. When it's over, maybe we can look into how it all happened and be of assistance to those who hunt the mastermind. For right now, there's a monster in the city, preying on innocent people. You know what I have to do.
We do, and we'll be right there with you. Well, maybe a few steps back, in my case, Shallara added. You know, for safety. It took some doing, but Timmanuel suppressed a laugh. It wouldn't do to give away their positions over a bit of mirth.
Of course. Everyone, chug a potion if you need one, and make any preparations you can. When we're ready, we find one of the entrances not being used and head in. We'll try to sneak around for as long as possible, then switch to offense once that fails. If the gods are with us, we might get a little ways in before the fighting starts.
Although he didn't say it out loud, Timmanuel doubted that such would be the case. Whatever else could be said about today, it certainly seemed the gods were anywhere but with him and his party. 33. It was nice to see Fritz again. When she'd walked in the front door of the tavern, moments after the rest of the party had gathered along with Brock, Jolia, and Kieran, the elf trader was nearly bowled over by an embrace from Gabrielle, with more subdued ones following from Eric, Grumpf, and finally, Thistle. The gnome was the most reserved in their greeting, as he was the only one who'd been warned she wasn't simply here in her capacity as a traveling merchant. Since their last parting, Thistle had known there was more to Fritz than reached the eye. He hadn't suspected her secrets to be centered around the bridge, though. As greetings concluded, Kieran stepped in, before the warm sentiment could turn to earnest conversation. Glad as I am to see that we can skip the introductions, there's a lot to discuss tonight, and I think it will go faster if we give Fritz the floor to start. That earned him a few uncertain glances, but everyone complied, taking seats around a table while Fritz ordered a mug of ale from the bar. She took a long sip before setting the mug back on the counter. There's something to be said for the purity of ale made with love. I've got magical devices that produce all manner of food and drink, and yet they always feel hollow when compared to something crafted by hand. Perhaps that's my personal bias, but I don't think so. One more drink from the mug, and Fritz turned to address the room as a whole. Aside from Brock, who was at his usual station behind the bar, everyone was in the dining area, staring at her with assorted expressions of hope, confusion, worry, and distrust. This was a tricky situation. The people of Notch knew most of her story, while the adventurers were still used to seeing her as a simple trader. Lying risked severe consequences down the line, and as this was the second time she'd stumbled upon the group, Fritz was starting to have a hunch that might be a bad idea. When one had been around for as long as she, especially in her old job, which had prized forethought and wisdom, one got used to seeing the patterns in things. Small group, oddly stumbling into artifact after artifact. Maybe it was a chance, maybe it was fate. But whatever it might be, Fritz was too smart to assume it was done with them. To begin, most of what you know about me is true. My name is Fritz, and I make my living as a traveling merchant. However, that is not the job I have always done, nor the role I have always played in this world. I'm going to keep telling you truth. I just may omit details about how I came upon said truth. Who I was before is irrelevant to this discussion, and I prefer to keep my past where it is, behind me. Can any of you not accept that, or do you need to know who I was before? It was a risky move. They might very well make such a demand, and she'd implied that it was at least on the table. On the other hand, she'd framed the discussion in such a way where she was already going to give over all the necessary information. Digging into her past would be seen purely as prying. She waited, ready for someone to object. No, not someone. Thistle. He was staring at her, and there was much going on behind those eyes. He'd known she was more than she presented to the world already. This might push his curiosity past the limits of his self-control. They locked stares for several seconds before Thistle gave a small nod of his head, motioning for her to continue. I appreciate your willingness to let the past be the past.
It's something we're all dealing with, in one form or another.
To Fritz's surprise, this came from the usually stoic Timiskor. He'd grown up a bit since she last saw him, physically much the same, but there was a sense of self that hadn't been as pronounced before. His travels were doing him well.
"The longer you live, the truer you'll find that to be,"
Fritz replied.
"But such musings can wait. Tonight, we're here to talk about the collective artifacts you lot have been calling the Bridge."
She paused, hesitating for a sliver of a moment.
"May I ask you where you heard that name?"
The room filled with hushed discussion as Thistle, Gabrielle, Grumpf, and Eric pieced together their recollections. It had been a good while since that first dungeon where they snuck through the minion passageways, with travel and adventure in between, so they were careful to double-check each detail with one another. When dealing with the Bridge, any detail might be crucial. At last, Eric looked back to Fritz.
"We know we heard it from Aldrin, back when we found him with that first piece. None of us can remember him telling us where he got the name, but we do recall he mentioned communing with his chunk of the Bridge. Maybe he made up the term. It's also possible he got it from the artifact. We really can't say with certainty." "He didn't make it up."
The usual cheer on Fritz's face was absent, an intensely focused expression stealing in to replace it.
"That's an old term for these artifacts, one we try not to circulate around too much. While it is possible this Aldrin fellow heard it elsewhere, if he was truly communing with his piece, then the most likely explanation is that he heard it from the Bridge itself. That's impressive. Not many can establish such a connection without their minds breaking first. You four may very well have neutralized a substantial threat to our world before it ever started to gain any real traction."
The compliment was sincere, yet it was also a lure for them to focus on, something to keep the party from getting too hung up on just how Fritz knew all this. They would wonder, of course. There was no avoiding that. Fritz's main goal was to keep that curiosity tamped down until the meeting was done. Time was not their ally, and they needed a plan.
"Right then, let's back up," Fritz continued. "The Bridge is a series of artifacts. I think everyone in the room knows that much. Despite looking like misshapen hunks of crystal, the lore I've found says that they are meant to fit together. They were originally one artifact that was shattered and spread across the kingdoms. Supposedly, the power of the individual pieces is nothing compared to the power of the true Bridge. With that said, even a single chunk of the Bridge can warp our world in ways that not even magic seems capable of. The only saving grace is that very few people can actually handle interacting with the Bridge for very long. Most go mad, and eventually forget to eat or self-destruct in a more spectacular fashion. We're all set on the basics, right?"
From the back, Gabrielle raised her voice.
"I didn't know they fit together. Makes sense when you consider the shapes, though. What makes some people able to use the Bridge while most can't? Eric's the only one of us who can manage to wield it, and even he started to fray when he held two of them at once."
It was one of the few times any of them had seen genuine shock on Fritz's face.
"Eric, is that true? Did you hold a piece of the Bridge in each hand?"
For his part, Eric squirmed, visibly uncomfortable with his past actions. "Sort of. I mostly lost it once I had the second one in my grip. Thankfully, Gabby brought me back around so I could set one down. I don't think I'd have lasted much longer if I'd tried to keep hanging on." "The mere fact that you aren't in the corner making dolls out of feces right now borders on miraculous," Fritz informed him. "In my travels, I've only ever known of 2 people who could withstand direct contact with multiple pieces of the Bridge at once. And one of those people is me." That revelation stunned the room. Even some of the Notch citizens seemed mildly taken aback. Before this fact could knock the meeting off course, Fritz barreled ahead with the next point.
"However, there are more ways to interact with the Bridge than just the direct method of grabbing it. Despite not being bound by the laws of magic, the pieces are still connected to the mana that flows through the world. In fact, never mind, that part is mere speculation. My point is, direct handling is probably the least efficient way to use a piece of the Bridge. It's sloppy and imprecise, which is why you'll often find strange, lingering effects whenever a piece of the Bridge is used in that manner. Weakened barriers that allow extraplanar creatures to slip through, awakened minds in those meant to sleep, even unexpected magical conditions."
Fritz paused, her gaze lingering on Gabrielle. There was no way to be sure whether it was the storm of chaotic magic that had caused her condition or Eric's use of the bridge. She hadn't gotten up until after he was wielding both pieces, and the reason he grabbed them was to bring her back. If so, he clearly didn't regret it. Undead Gabrielle beat no Gabrielle, but it was a thought that probably weighed him down nevertheless.
Thankfully, we don't have to solely use the direct method.
Fritz had resumed her usual cheer, even taking another sip from the mug.
With the right equipment, knowledge, and skill, it's possible to interact with a piece of the bridge through the flow of mana we all share. It does still require a physical touch to become active, but after that, everything is done via magic and ritual.
A wave of relief swept through the room. Even the uncertain gaze of Thistle softened. It almost hurt that she had to break the bad news to them. However, there was no sense in holding things back.
I should warn you, I had no idea I was walking into the situation, so I didn't actually bring the aforementioned equipment,
Fritz added, successfully deflating the room's joy like a forgotten air bladder.
Don't worry. I talked with Kieran and did a full run-through of Notch's supplies. We can put something together. I just don't want to overpromise. It won't be as precise or as controlled as a true version, but in life, we make do with what we can.
For a moment, Fritz wavered. Her original idea was merely to have the adventurers pitch in with helping to gather the materials and maybe some light assembly. She could still do that, without raising so much as a single eyebrow. Yet, Eric had held 2 pieces of the bridge and come out the other side with his faculties intact. Very few people ever got that opportunity, and only a fraction survived. His connection was strong. It might even be on the same level as hers. This was a prime opportunity to witness Eric interacting with the bridge firsthand, to see how well he could really handle it. The risk was that it meant giving over far more information than she'd planned, and potentially creating a powerful enemy down the road. If he turned to evil with that kind of knowledge in his mind, it could be truly devastating for untold kingdoms. Her eyes left Eric, tracing over Grumpf, Gabrielle, Timiskor, and Thistle. They were a good party and good for each other. So long as they adventured together, Eric's friends would never let him wander too far from the path of decency. If they died, on the other hand, well, that was another issue. Still, it seemed unlikely that Eric would go suddenly evil overnight, and it wasn't as though he'd be the first upstart she'd had to crush. Given that they were doing a simplified version of the ritual anyway, this was probably a risk worth taking.
There is one way to increase our odds of success,
Fritz said.
If I have someone else to help me commune with the bridge, to shape our desires, we have a better chance of pulling it off. Many hands make light work and all that. Most people can't handle the sustained interaction, even without direct contact. But then, you're not most people, are you, Eric?
To his credit, he didn't hesitate. The man was already moving his head in agreement before the first words made it out.
Assuming I can help, I will try my best. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear the answer to Gabby's question before we move on. Why is it that some of us can handle holding the bridge when most can't?
There had been any number of probing, problematic questions that Fritz was prepared to rebuff, yet thankfully, his request turned out to be one she was happy to answer, both because it was relatively harmless information in the grand scheme of things, and thanks to the fact that it would take at least some of their attention off of her.
My apologies, I didn't mean to avoid it. I can tell you what the prevailing theory among the few of us who know about the bridge is. We don't have full confirmation, but so far, all tests have proven this to be true.
Fritz took one last sip from her mug, finishing it and waving off another. There was too much work to be done for her to be cloudy-minded.
By this point, we all know that the bridge connects us to another world, one whose influence permeates our own in countless untraceable ways. The bridge, in turn, allows us some influence in their world, along with a tremendous amount in ours. The reason we think so many people who touch the bridge go insane is that their minds aren't equipped to handle straddling 2 entirely different dimensions of existence. We aren't talking about another plane. This is a place with completely different systems of reality, and that puts strain on a mind. It breaks them, fractures their ability to tell real from false, erodes their sanity.
Moving forward, Fritz stepped away from the bar. This next part needed to be gentle, just in case. She didn't know Eric's family history, so there was no way to tell how he was going to react. Fritz settled down at the same table as Eric, carefully putting one of her slender elven hands on top of his.
The only ones who can bear it the way we do are those who are also touched by both worlds. Those whose blood, whose creation, is tinged with the very essence of that other place. Eric, were either of your parents adventurers, by chance?
My father, he was a paladin. Absent-mindedly, Eric put a hand on his short sword, the sword he'd inherited from a father that barely existed in his memories.
But it can't just be that. I mean, adventurers lay with people constantly. Some towns have entire brothels solely supported by their patronage.
Smart. Fritz hadn't expected him to catch that.
It's not just the making of a child that does it. There's more involved. The parent has to care, has to love you, has to truly give over a piece of themselves. I warned you. This is all theory at the moment, so you'll have to forgive the vagueness. Truthfully, we don't entirely know all the factors that contribute to our ability. The one thing I do know, for sure, is that when your father made you, he was still a true adventurer, connected to the other world. Which means, in a small way, you are as well. Enough to handle brief uses of the bridge.
Eric was staring at the table now, absorbing everything she laid on him. That was fine. They needed to do prep work for now. It would be mid-morning at the soonest before the ritual could start. She squeezed his hand, forcing him to look up at her.
I think that's enough for tonight. Why don't you rest? Come morning, you'll need your focus.
She started to rise. That was enough compassion to keep things moving along, yet stopped before she walked away entirely.
And, for what it's worth, as someone who's already had to grapple with the same questions you have, remember that how you got here doesn't really matter. Parents, magic, divine creation, none of it means a damn once you exist. We're not defined by where we come from. We're defined by what we make of the lives we have.
With that, Fritz walked back over to the bar and motioned for Brock to bring her another mug. One more wouldn't be the end of the world, and after the memories that last bit had dredged up, Fritz could damn sure go for a drink. 34. Common sense dictated that a paladin, clad in heavy armor, would never be capable of sneaking in silence for more than a few careful steps, and even that assumed a lot of good fortune or deaf opponents. However, those who adhered to this kind of sense didn't have someone like Shalara in the group. For as much as she might seem the type to learn spells of unchecked destruction, which she very much was, Shalara also had a curious amount of insight into the perils of adventuring, almost like she'd done it before in a previous life. She was incredibly easy to underestimate, a fact that she counted on and used to her advantage frequently. On this occasion, her expertise paid off in the form of a spell named Muffle, which cloaked the target in magic that made them significantly harder to hear and slightly harder to notice. Much as Shalara might have liked to cast it on everyone, the spell consumed a fair chunk of mana, and this wasn't the kind of fight where she could risk starting off drained. Only Timmanuel got the magical aid. The rest of them would have to manage to sneak in on their own. Gelthorn led the way. There was no discussion or question regarding it. Even outside the forest, she was the most adept at hiding and tracking. Following her, the others stayed close, but not so close they risked stepping on one another. Getting noticed was one thing. Drawing attention to themselves by tripping on an ally was more shameful. Plus, they really couldn't risk it. Not until they knew how strong this Helsk creature was. For what felt like the first time since they'd arrived, luck was with them. The staircase they chose to descend turned out to be empty, with no Balians clattering about. Although everyone kept their eyes peeled for traps, it turned out to be unnecessary. There were none, absent, along with something as seemingly indispensable as a door. Wimberly puzzled that over as they made their descent, going from the first narrow passage after the stairs to a wide hall leading them elsewhere underground. Why go to the trouble of bringing in a giant monster and setting it loose on the city without adding so much as a locked door for protection? Was the Helsk that powerful? No, it couldn't be raw strength. Even dragons laid traps in their lairs. Looking down, Wimberly noticed a few claw marks on the ground. In another world, dice landed roughly across the table, and suddenly, it all clicked into place. It was about efficiency. The Balians fed the Helsk. They were equipped to fight and eat, but nothing more. They didn't even have hands to pick a lock or turn a knob. Open tunnels meant that they could leave, eat, and return with as little hindrance as possible. Someone with allies might have been able to post sentries to open doors for the Balians, or at least help defend this place. Since there were neither, the perpetrator was probably working alone, although even that was speculation. Alone or not, the main goal seemed to be feeding the Helsk as fast as possible. Did it do something when it got full? Wimberly tried to scour her mind for all of the odd tales and strange rumors she'd heard, but this time she came up empty. Before she could whisper to her friends to share her concern and possible realization, Gelthorn took them around 3 sharp turns, navigating the increasing numbers of routes and hallways with unnatural surety. All these halls couldn't be necessary. They'd counted the number of staircases, and this was far too many. But if it was designed to be a labyrinth, now the situation made more sense. The defenses were set up in a labyrinth style, with false routes and dead ends, potential traps waiting to be sprung. The Balians must somehow know the right path, possibly guided by the Helsk itself. However, intruders could get lost before they knew such a thing was even possible. Only Gelthorn's keen tracking was keeping them on what they hoped was the safe route. As it turned out, Gelthorn did have the right trail, although how safe the route was could be debated. It led them into a vast, carefully constructed chamber. The room was so huge it must have been taking up space under several buildings, perhaps beneath their basements, to remain undetected. The space was certainly needed, given the room's occupant. Technically, occupants, Wimberly realized, noting the dozens or so Balians skulking about. It was forgivable that she'd missed them, given the behemoth that sat in the chamber's center. Unless another giant monster had coincidentally decided to invade, the party had successfully found the Helsk. Tremendous was the first word that leapt to mind, and it applied to scale rather than grandeur. The Helsk was not the largest monster in existence, far from it, but it was so misshapen and sprawling that the creature seemed to stretch beyond its natural space. Towering over the Balians, with the upper parts of its body only a few feet from scraping the ceiling, the Helsk was a splotchy purple mass with warped, unnatural faces spotted along its flesh. Thicker versions of the Balian legs kept it supported, while countless tentacles, sprouting from its surfaces in no discernible pattern, flicked through the air, almost as though they were tasting it. One by one, the tentacles would reach down, carefully picking up a Balian and raising it to one of the disturbing faces. A new mouth appeared on the top of the Balian's head, which then spewed the food it had eaten into the Helsk. When the process was done, the Balian was allowed to float back to the ground, at which point it scuttled away toward a nearby hall. No doubt, it was returning above ground to make another meal run for its boss. Tactically speaking, there was good and bad in the situation. Although surrounded by Balians, all of whom who would no doubt attack the instant their maker was in danger, the Helsk itself didn't appear especially tough. No natural armor, no fangs or weapons, only sharp legs and tentacles that seemed too thin to have much strength. They were probably designed for lifting Balians, meaning they didn't need to be powerful to get the job done. The flip side was that since they had no chance of sneaking closer to the target, they would have to fight their way through the Balians before they could even have a chance at nearing the Helsk. And thin though the tentacles were, there was still a ridiculous abundance of them. Weak or not, there were too many to ignore, and Helsks wouldn't be problematic if they had no defenses of their own. It was going to fight back. Not knowing how put them at a disadvantage.
"Ugly son of a bitch, isn't he?" Shalara whispered. "Almost looks familiar, though, like—"
Shalara paused, searching her memory for the tenuous thread it had uncovered. Worlds away, a dice hit a table and rolled twice before finally landing with the number 20 face up. That tenuous thread became a solid rope, hooked to something deep in her past, and, with impossible ease, Shalara hauled the memory to the surface of her mind.
"Fuck me. I've seen these before."
Her eyes had gone wide as information surged through her brain, ostensibly from a book she'd read during her training.
Not in person. The mage who taught me magic insisted we learn something about all aspects, including the planes. I've forgotten the name, but there was a picture of this thing, and I could never wipe that sight from my mind. They're a type of monster called unnaturals that hail from the plane of chaos. While not too tough physically, Helsks have a lot of magical resistance. Also, those tentacles are more dangerous than they might look. They secrete a toxin that slowly numbs and paralyzes. Helsks exist as walking tanks that make their own troops. The Balians protect them from physical danger. Resistance weakens most direct magical damage. And forget about trying to target its mind or body. The kind of magic we use was never deigned to deal with that sort of biology. The only exception I know about is magic tinged with order, spells from those especially dedicated to laws and maintaining peace. It's the opposite of chaos, so anything from the plane of chaos has an inherent weakness to it.
The rapid-fire facts had shot out of her mouth almost unbidden, like the knowledge existed to be shared. When it was done, Shalara took a second to compose herself before looking back at the others.
I hope you all can think of good shit to do with that, because to me, it sounds like we might be pretty fucked.
It felt like a lot to take in, but really, there were only a few key elements they needed to focus on. Wimberly was already looking over the battlefield, new information percolating in her mind as she reassessed the situation. It didn't sound like Helsks had much in the way of physical protection, assuming one could get close enough. That wasn't such an easy proposition, sadly, since the Balians would swarm anyone who appeared. The endless tentacles made getting close, or even shooting arrows from a distance, a difficult proposition too, since they surrounded the center mass like an undulating web. Magic might be able to pass through more easily, but as Shalara had just told them, it wouldn't work well against the Helsk. The Balians, based on what they'd seen so far, lacked such protections. It made sense. The stronger a body the Helsk needed to produce, the more effort it would take, and Balians were meant to be easily replaceable. Nearly on cue, there was a wet squishing sound as a gooey sack dropped from somewhere under the Helsk, landing with a disturbing symphony on the stone. In seconds, a beak pierced the thin membrane as 4 fully grown Balians made their way out of the excretion.
Unnatural seems a very fitting term for these beings,
Temanuel noted. He was waiting with them, patient and ready, as the more tactically inclined members of the team worked out a plan. With the start, Wimberly realized that, as a paladin, especially one of the god Longinus, it was entirely possible that Temanuel could use magic touched by order. That was the first good break they'd had in a while, as it meant that he could at least potentially injure the Helsk.
Temanuel, forgive me. It's been a while. Could you run through the spells you know so far?
Wimberly kept her voice low. They hadn't been spotted so far, but the more they talked, the likelier it became. This was going to be hard enough without being discovered before they were ready.
There aren't many, he warned her. I've got the paladin standards like Illumination, Healing, and Bless. Also, one from following Longinus specifically. Blade of the Righteous. I can enchant my sword with the power of my god, creating a slight glow and substantially increased damage.
Wimberly held an array of curses in her mind rather than loudly spitting them out, albeit not without effort. If there was one spell on that list that might have helped them, it was Blade of the Righteous. Bless was purely divine. Yet, if Blade of the Righteous really channeled the actual power of Longinus, god of heroics and valor, then there was no way it wouldn't come with a tinge of order. But they couldn't send Temanuel into that swarm alone. He'd be torn to shreds before he ever got close, and if they went along, then they'd die too. Her eyes ran across the others, taking in every element and feature. There had to be something they could do, something in her arsenal or theirs that would let them pull out a victory. There was no other option. Temanuel was being patient only because he understood the need for strategy. But they all knew that he was going to fight this creature. It was tormenting innocent people in town. No paladin could walk away from this and hope to keep that title. She had to think of something. Shalara was a powerful caster, but her magic would be wasted on anything other than the Balians. While Gelthorn had some magic, her arrows were her truest strength. She might be able to get some good shots in despite the tentacles, at least until the Balians rushed and overwhelmed her. Temanuel had already listed his spells. Aside from that, he was a man with a sword and a shield. Certainly useful, just limited in this situation. That left Wimberly herself. who had an abundance of gadgets and tools socked away, just nothing that might help bring down such a huge, well-defended creature. Considering the limits they were dealing with, the parameters of the situation, Wimberly couldn't see any path to victory. And yet something in her mind wriggled. This was a new kind of idea, one not born purely of analyzing the problems as presented. In her time traveling with these people, Wimberly had begun to realize that perhaps some rules weren't quite as immutable as she initially thought. There could be a way to win, if they could manage to shift things ever so slightly.
Timmanuel, the Blade of the Righteous spell. How many times can you cast it?
Wimberly asked.
And am I right in assuming that it's meant for swords?
Technically, I could use it on an axe or a dagger, any weapon that could be genuinely considered to have a blade.
Timmanuel paused for a brief second, eyes closing as he sensed the power still within him for the day.
If I pushed myself to the limit, I could at most cast it 3 times, but that would completely tap me out on magic. No healing, no blessing, nothing else.
That was a serious risk. Timmanuel was the only one of them who could heal. They had potions, of course, but they could end up unconscious or bound, at which point the vials would do them little good. It might be worth it, though, if Wimberly could get the results she needed.
One more question.
Picking the right approach for this was key. Wimberly didn't just have to make a case to Timmanuel. She needed to make it good enough for the god he served.
Longinus is a god of the people, right? Fight for the innocent, protect the weak, the standard that paladins aspire to?
Timmanuel beamed visibly as he nodded.
Without question. Longinus teaches that the highest calling of the powerful is to protect the weak.
Then I need you to pray for some wiggle room in that Blade of the Righteous spell,
Wimberly replied.
That Hellsk is hurting people, more than we can possibly know about. Innocent people, who want nothing more than to go about their days in peace. I think we can stop it, right here and now, although not without personal risk. I'll make that trade, and we both know everyone else here will too, but only if I think there's a real chance of victory. So pray, Timmanuel. Pray, and ask Longinus if just this once, in the name of the innocents who are counting on us, he's willing to be especially open about the idea of what constitutes a blade.
He didn't appear especially sure about this plan, but Timmanuel did as he was told. Quietly, he kneeled and clasped his hands before him. Admittedly, this stance wasn't strictly necessary. Timmanuel just liked to show his god the respect of praying on a bended knee, especially when asking for a favor. To the surprise of everyone, it was a short process. Timmanuel had barely hit the ground and shut his eyes before they popped back open, his torso swaying slightly in the process.
I'm not the most adept at interpreting the will of the gods, but that message is hard to misunderstand. We are on the side of right, and while rules cannot be broken, they can be interpreted in different ways. I think, so long as you aren't stretching the bounds too far, we've got permission to go outside the box.
With one last glance toward the Hellsk, Wimberly readied herself to dole out instructions. Once they started this, it would go much too fast. If they weren't prepared, they'd be dead before the battle even properly began.
Then prepare whatever you need to cast. Things are about to get downright hectic.
35. The priestess of Calzadar stood beneath the starry sky, a soft shiver running down her spine as she gazed at the lovely darkness between the hideous flecks of light. Soon, her god would extinguish them, one by one. First the kingdoms, then the world, then out to the stars, once he grew more powerful from every living being praying only to him. It wouldn't be easy, for nothing worth doing was. Calzadar was wise, and in his wisdom he was patient. Conquering a world, killing the other gods, these were not acts that happened on a whim. Such accomplishments required forethought, planning, and careful execution. Although the priestess did not know what role she played in the entirety of what was to come, she knew her task was special. There were many followers of Calzadar working to make his dream a reality, but only she had been granted the assignment of something personal to her god. These foolish tools bowing to a god of servants had committed the ultimate offense, had weakened her god, and delayed his ascension to the Lord of all existence. For that they would not merely die, for that they would suffer. Already the heavenly bodies overhead were shifting. Soon Khazad-dûr would be stronger. Not enough to conquer other gods, especially not so soon after losing a shard of his divinity. But he would have the necessary power to put his plan into action. The groundwork had started being laid mere days after these heretics wounded Khazad-dûr. The priestess was only the latest in the array of followers tasked with aiding in this goal. Khazad-dûr was many things, both great and terrible, but above all, he was a god who repaid those who struck against him with increased retribution. And this group had quite the retribution coming, indeed. Soon. One more day of waiting, of preparing. One more sunset, and then she would march. One last day, and then they would know the wrath of Khazad-dûr. It started with an arrow, one of the 3 blades Timanuel had managed to successfully enchant. Gelthorn fired the softly glowing projectile. There had never been any doubt or discussion on that front. The weapons they had were limited. Each one counted. None of them could approach her skill with a bow or her cool head in battle. In spite of the dire stakes, her hand was steady as she took aim. There was no signal to wait for. Gelthorn's attack would be the start of the battle. From there, everything flowed, which made the first shot vital. Her breathing was measured as she stared at her target, making careful note of the tentacles as they waved and wriggled through the air. Save for the ones lifting ballions, the tentacles appeared to move automatically, an involuntary function like a heartbeat. While that did mean that they never completely stopped, it also made their patterns predictable. That might not hold true once the Helsk was under attack, but for now it presented a window of genuine opportunity. All Gelthorn had to do was hit. That didn't mean that hitting well wouldn't make their job easier. A little longer, as Gelthorn made certain she knew the patterns, and zeroed in on one of the horrendous faces dotting the purple flesh. They might be no more vulnerable than any other part of its body, but it wouldn't hurt to try. If nothing else, they provided a more distinct target than a randomly selected patch of skin. The sharp twang of Gelthorn's bow echoed through the chamber, drawing the attention of the nearest Ballions. That was fine, expected even. Once the first blow was struck, the time for stealth came to an end. Every adventurer's eye was on the arrow as it soared on a direct course with the Helsk. As it passed into the shifting web of tentacles, it went by undisturbed, proving that Gelthorn's assessment held true. Some tentacles did break pattern, moving toward the arrow, but they were too slow. More interestingly, the few that drew close suddenly stopped, as if scared away. Evidently, that weakness to order meant more than mere elevated damage. Her arrow drilled into the forehead of the face, piercing what would have been the brain in an actual person. The face's mouth opened, contorted into a scream of pain. They'd been hoping for that, counting on it, in fact. What they hadn't expected was all of the other faces to join its sudden a cappella performance of suffering. The noise hit like a blow, making Gelthorn wish she hadn't been gifted with half-elf hearing. Sound drilled into her head, her mind trying to make her body turn against her. It wouldn't work. She was stronger than that. Through sheer force of will, she fought off the urge to shake and vomit. Not far off, Shalara was doing the same. Timanuel had put a hand on her shoulder for encouragement. He might lack spells, but the presence of a paladin always seemed to help fend off such attacks. Unfortunately, Timanuel would have no such effect on the herd of Ballions that were suddenly clacking loudly across the stone, racing toward them. Hurrying, they rushed into their new position, trading a place to hide for a defendable position. Nearby was a small alcove, probably used for storage at some point. It wasn't much, a few feet across and slightly higher than it was wide. Just enough for one person to stand in comfortably, or two, if neither person minded an occasional elbow in the ribs. Gelthorn took her spot in the alcove, followed by Shalara and Timanuel. The paladin positioned himself in the very front, barely in the recession at all, pitting himself between the Ballions and his friends. Shalara took a spot slightly to the side, giving Gelthorn more room to work in at the cost of leaving herself slightly more exposed. The core of this plan, their part of it anyway, revolved around Gelthorn making the right shots at the right time. Timanuel and Shalara were there purely to keep her safe so she could take careful aim. A surge of magic came from Gelthorn's side, as Shalara laid down a blast of fire centered on a mass of charging Balians. She might not be able to fight like Timanuel, but Shalara could still make their enemies regret bunching in a clump. Another blast lit up more Balians, and they finally took the hint to spread apart. Although this wouldn't actually reduce the number of enemies they had to face, it would, ideally, lower the number Timanuel had to deal with at any one time. If they started to swarm him, Shalara would remind them of the dangers of grouping up. She only had so much mana, however, which meant the use of big spells like that was limited. Shalara could only make them afraid of swarming until her mana ran out. They had to hope the lesson stuck before then. The first Balian crashed against Timanuel's shield, only to be hurled away when the paladin pushed back. With no time to brace, the Balian went flying, its own buoyancy working against it. Another ran up on Timanuel's side, only to catch a blade in the face that sent it tumbling back into a nearby group of its kin, bowling them over in the process. These creatures were designed to be resilient more than menacing. They didn't need to successfully kill their prey to feed the Helsk, only get enough bites and survive the encounter. Against someone prepared, someone they couldn't swarm over with their advantage of numbers, they were ill-suited to be on the offensive. It was why the party had been willing to bet on this plan, once Wimberly explained the situation. With coordination and care, they could theoretically hold out, at least until Timanuel tired and the others ran out of magic or arrows. Of course, none of that meant Gelthorn didn't have to fight against distraction, as she saw bounding swaths of Balians moving toward their location. She put them from her mind as best she could. The other two would deal with the drones. Gelthorn's task was their monstrous creator. Another arrow was readied, and seconds later, Timanuel heard a whistle as it sailed past his ear on a direct course with the Helsk. The tentacles were faster this time, and Gelthorn's shot not quite so precise. It slammed into the wall of tentacles, snapping in half as the appendages crushed it. With the break, however, there was a flash of green light. Vines burst out, ensnaring the very tentacles that had stopped the arrow. Soon, it was a tangled mess, a knot of green vines and purple tentacles all bound together. A small sigh of relief slipped from Gelthorn's lips, unnoticed in the boisterous noise of Shalara lighting up another cluster of Balians. No one had been sure whether or not her vine arrow spell would work on the tentacles. The whole thing had been a gamble. They weren't exactly counting on it, but it did make Gelthorn's job easier. With a section of the defensive tentacles tethered, there were now much larger windows of opportunity to utilize. She wasted no time, firing mundane arrows into more of the faces. While none produced a sound quite as revolting as the first blow, thick blood still oozed from the wounds, and the Helsk did let out groans of pain. The more damage Gelthorn could do, the better their chances that their big move would work. Checking her quiver, Gelthorn noted that she was starting to run low. They'd been planning to resupply in this town, but getting hurled into a sudden battle with unknown monsters for hours hadn't left much time for shopping. That wasn't their only dwindling resource either. Shalara was looking worse for the wear, cuts and bruises on her arms where a few Balians' beaks poked through, and a telltale sway in her stance that betrayed her mana was running low. Still, she was the picture of health compared to Timanuel. Their paladin was panting, scratches and missing bits of flesh dotting nearly every exposed part of his body. He'd managed to drive back the horde at the expense of his own health, taking swipes and pecks from the Balians as he sent them flying. Despite being visibly tired, he caught another charge without missing a beat, stabbing a Balian through the head when it foolishly left itself open. Kill when possible, rebuff when not. That was the strategy they'd been given by Wimberly. Across the chamber, in a direction only she was looking, Gelthorn caught a small flicker of movement. At last, Wimberly was nearing her proper position. Everything they'd done so far, the enchanted arrows, baiting the Balians, harassing the Helsk, all of it had been for Wimberly's sake. When their gnome had produced a set of oddly spiked boots and gloves, claimed that they would allow her to move along the wall similar to a spell's effects, it was hard to swallow. Then again, after she detailed the rest of her plan, the wall-climbing part seemed downright reasonable. It was a crazy strategy. They'd accepted that from the start. The problem was, no sane strategy gave them a shot at victory, which meant crazy was the best they were going to get. While Gelthorn, Shalara, and Timanuel were holed up, drawing the attention of every monster in the room, Wimberly had snuck as close as possible to the behemoth in the center and started ascending the wall. Like most of the Gadgeteer tools, Gelthorn didn't entirely understand how the creations were able to manage such feats, but she imagined that was likely how outsiders felt about magic. Understanding wasn't necessary, only trust, and they all trusted Wimberly with their lives. She wasn't quite there yet, unfortunately, so Gelthorn shot another arrow into the Helsk, striking it on the side opposite from Wimberly's approach. Temanuel's breathing was growing louder, his body running largely on pure determination by this point. A half-hearted blast of fire erupted some ways off, singeing a few Balians without managing to fling them more than a few feet.
Fuck me, I'm tapped.
Reaching into her robes, Shalara produced a dagger, stabbing it into the head of a Balian that had decided to only pay attention to Temanuel.
Out of magic, anyway. Still got my stabbing hand, so I'm not done yet. A little longer,
Gelthorn told them, firing once more. This time, the arrow didn't make contact. It had been a tad too rushed and ended up swept aside by a defending tentacle. Only 2 more arrows left, and one of those couldn't be used until Wimberly was in position. Carefully, all too aware of the increasing numbers of Balians around them, Gelthorn readied her final mundane arrow. Slowly, Wimberly was making her way up the wall, nearing the top of the ceiling. Those hooked gloves and boots with the strange mechanisms were proving their worth despite the shoddy appearance. That was comforting, especially given that their survival now rested on the functionality of another Wimberly gadget. While she was scanning, Gelthorn noticed a Balian near the back that was breaking from the crowd. It wavered. One of its sides appeared to be facing Wimberly's direction. Without hesitation, Gelthorn fired her last regular arrow through one of the Balian's eyes, sending a deflated mass to the ground. Much as she might have liked to do one more attack on the Helsk, she couldn't risk a Balian raising alarm. Not when they were this close. Wimberly stopped soon after, flashing Gelthorn a signal that only her half-elven eyes could make out from such a distance. At last, they were ready to continue. Unfortunately, Gelthorn wasn't the only one to notice the gnome's new position. Their luck had seemingly run out. The Helsk began making a new set of noises, drawing the attention of the Balians. Tentacles began to rise from its body, heading toward the intruder lodged on the ceiling. They would reach Wimberly easily, and the instant they did, this fight was as good as over. No time to worry. No time for fear or doubt or uncertainty. No time to notice the way Temanuel was barely standing, or the blood running down Shalara's body, or the increasing number of Balians swarming their position. The world fell away as her hand clutched the softly glowing arrow, light in her hand as she pulled both it and the bowstring back. A face. She had to hit a face, had to make the Helsk hurt as much as possible. For an instant, all of existence was gone, leaving only Gelthorn, her bow, and her target. It felt like everything happened the second she let go, time stumbling back into flow at an extra brisk pace to make up for how long she'd lingered in a moment. Her aim was true, the arrow drilling deeply into the center of another face. The howl came again, and Gelthorn barely bothered to fight it. Her attention was entirely on Wimberly. It was only now, with her task finished, that she registered what the gnome had done. Wimberly was falling before the arrow had landed. She'd let go as soon as she saw Gelthorn fire. Too trusting, that one, although in this case it paid off. Dropping through the air, Wimberly was ignored by the tentacles. She'd targeted the section knotted together with vines. Landing heavily atop the purple flesh, she dug her hooked boots and left hand in, leaving her right one free. Her impact came seconds after the arrows, meaning that she was at the epicenter of the howl as the screaming faces opened. The breath in Gelthorn's chest refused to leave as she watched, every part of her aware that if Wimberly lost control, then everything would have been in vain. It was a prudent fear, albeit a wasted one. Despite the auditory assault, Wimberly refused to yield. From her side, she produced an orb with a glow just like the enchanted arrows had borne. With a few flicks of her thumb, Wimberly activated the device and jammed it down the nearest open howling mouth she could reach. Unlike with some of her previous devices, there was no explosion or visible effect when this one triggered. Of course, that might have been because it was hidden inside the body of the Helsk. Learning how the Balians fed the Helsk had actually been quite the useful revelation. The fact that they spat it into those faces meant the food went somewhere. The Helsk had internal organs of some manner, so that meant it had parts it needed. Having Temanuel use the last enchantment on Wimberly's blade grenade gave them a way to seriously injure the Helsk internally, the only way they might actually manage to kill it. That wasn't to say there was no show at all, however. In place of the usual explosion effects, the Helsk began to shake as purple goo-coated chunks of what might generously be described as food began to fire out from its various mouths. The tentacles whipped about wildly, no longer displaying any discernible pattern. Likewise, the Balians were losing their focus, all but those directly in front of Temanuel wobbling on their legs, halting the push forward. Drawing her own blade, Gelthorn stabbed the nearest Balian she could reach over Temanuel's shoulder. With her now able to pitch in, they managed to cut down the few Balians still attacking. Gelthorn traded positions with Timanuel, guarding him and Shalara, while they each downed a potion. The wailing from the Helsk was getting worse. Some of its legs had already collapsed, yet it wasn't dead quite yet. The moment Shalara and Timanuel were ready, they dashed forward, knocking aside the unfocused Balians. Racing at a sprint, revitalized by their potions, the trio reached the Helsk in no time. Dodging the wild tentacles wasn't easy, but it was a far sight simpler than if the appendages had been targeting them. Together, they stabbed the Helsk over and over, coating the ground in its vicious purple blood. There was no more strategy or tactics. It had taken all they had to reach this point. Either the Helsk would recover and kill them all, or they would slay it first. There was no middle ground. At long last, the Helsk gave a shudder and collapsed to the ground, its body deflating like the dead Balians. Gelthorn didn't stop, though. She kept hacking, slicing away tentacles, until she at last found a small pair of legs poking out from a nearby section of legs. Carefully, being sure not to touch the toxic defenses, she dragged Wimberly out. Aside from being paralyzed, their gnome didn't look much worse for the wear. Just to be safe, Gelthorn poured a potion down her friend's throat. It didn't manage to free her completely, but by the end of the vial, Wimberly was moving her head once more.
Please tell me we got it.
Shalara would have joked about failure, but that was not Gelthorn's way.
The Helsk appears to have been slain. If this is a trick or a defensive measure, then it is a highly effective one.
Seems doubtful. Nothing about these monsters is subtle.
Wimberly paused, using visible effort to turn her eyes toward the Balians, who had all collapsed into a heap when the Helsk died.
How about that? It actually worked. Honestly, I was not giving us great odds.
She looked away from the Balians and back toward her team.
Hey, Timanuel, when you pray to Longinus next, tell him I said thanks for playing along. We couldn't have done it without his help.
My pleasure,
Timanuel replied.
Although you're welcome to send the prayer yourself. The god listens to all, not just their paladins, especially those who rush into danger to protect those that can't protect themselves.
Pass. Mythingau is a jealous one.
Wimberly tried to move her arm and found it sluggish, but responsive. Glancing over at the Helsk, it seemed crazy to think that the four of them had managed to bring down something so huge.
And I'm pretty sure I just used up all the good luck I had allocated for the week. Or month. Or maybe year. Point is, I'm not going to push it.
Shalara wandered over, offering her wineskin to the group.
I'm with Wimberly. You have to enjoy the winds while you can. They don't last forever.
36. When Timiskor had been referred to Notch's blacksmith, he hadn't been quite sure what to expect. Eric, having spent some time assisting the smith, assured Timiskor that she was cordial, but also admitted that they'd spoken little. The people of the town were nice, yet undeniably eccentric, as was often the case with those of such power. Shandor, somewhat conversely, as it turned out, was the quiet type. She was also 8 feet tall, with thick muscles and a pronounced jaw with matching forehead. If not for a few faded memories of his prior incarnation, the time from whoever had come before him, Timiskor might not have recognized her for what she was, a half-ogre. Unlike half-orcs, such as Grumpf, half-ogres were much rarer. Ogre-human interbreeding was difficult for a multitude of reasons, but a few half-ogre tribes had managed to spring up through the years. They were renowned as warriors. Mixing the raw strength of an ogre with the tactical capacity of a human often created dangerous foes. Given that Shandor had made it to Notch, she must have been such a case, although whatever deadly arts she knew weren't exactly on display. If not for the location and the oversized furniture, Timiskor could have been visiting any blacksmith shop throughout the kingdoms.
Good morning.
Timiskor's greeting was met with a gentle grunt of acknowledgment from Shandor, who was sharpening a longsword that was as much a piece of art as it was a weapon. Trotting in at his side, Mr. Peppers stayed quiet.
I wanted to see if there was any progress on the order I placed yesterday. Obviously, I don't expect it all to be done, but given the threats on the horizon, I'll take as many pieces as I can get.
With care, Shandor set her current project down, then rose from her reinforced chair and walked over to her counter, where she cracked open her leather-bound ledger. A thick hand moved down the surprisingly well-written entries, settling on one of the most recent orders. You ordered boar armor, yes? With magic. Shandor tapped the entry heavily, eyes moving between it and Timiskor, then down to Mr. Peppers.
You seem strong enough. Is it necessary to drag your pet into battle?
That was a fair question, one Timiskor had asked himself more than once. Lacking a better answer, he decided to respond with the same truth he'd ultimately settled upon.
I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Peppers is my pet. Maybe he's my friend. Maybe he's my partner. Maybe he's something else. All I know is that every time I'm in a fight, he gets in it with me. I could buy a pen or a cage, but that doesn't feel right. I'm not going to tell another creature what choices it can or can't make. That hits a little too close to what everyone in this town has lived through. But at the same time, I care about Mr. Peppers. So, if he's following me into battle, the least I can do is give him the best protection I've got the gold to afford.
From his side there came an audible snort from the boar's snout, though what it meant was lost on Timiskor. Shandor, on the other hand, looked between the two once more before nodding.
Good. I don't make armor for tools, only for people and partners. You have truth in your eyes, and your partner has loyalty in his.
It was more words in one go than Timiskor had gotten in the entirety of placing his order, a process that mostly consisted of nods, sighs, and annoyed grunts. From behind the counter, Shandor produced a small wooden chest that appeared light, until she set it down, and it produced a sonorous thud.
Armor shifts in size as requested. Also had one more enchantment added. The metal will be as strong as the bond between you. More you trust each other, the better defended he'll be.
That was beyond anything Timiskor could have asked for or envisioned. It wasn't just a boon, not purely. Shandor evidently meant what she said about not making armor for tools. If he didn't treat Mr. Peppers like a friend, or at least with respect, then the armor would weaken, potentially becoming worthless. A blessing or a curse, depending on the kind of partner Timiskor chose to be.
Thank you very much. Anything that makes him safer, I'm happy to pay for. And an enchantment like that might prove life-saving in the battle ahead. I will not forget the kindness you have shown.
Timiskor lowered his head in a respectful nod to Shandor. When he looked up, he saw the first visible expression on Shandor's face. Surprise. She hadn't expected that reaction, but unless Timiskor was getting the wrong message, she looked pleased by it. It faded after several seconds, just before Shandor reached out, holding her enormous hand open in front of Timiskor.
Show me your sword.
Timiskor had already trusted this blacksmith with Mr. Pepper's safety. A blade was well below that in terms of importance, so he handed the weapon over readily. It wasn't as if anyone in Notch needed to take his weapon to kill him. Shandor examined it closely, turning the long sword around in her hands.
A good sword. Strong, simple, sharp. Not for you. Durability was traded for speed in the design, meant for attackers. Paladins defend above all else. Need a sword made to last.
Setting it on her counter, Shandor made no motion to return the weapon.
But I will do my best to sharpen and repair it before sunset. Can't offer to make you a new one. Shandor weapons are distinct, famous, even after this long.
I understand. Notch isn't part of the rest of the world. That includes its crafts. Sending new weapons by a renowned smith out into the kingdom at large would eventually tip someone off that you were still around.
Timiskor was tempted to point out that, in theory, she could forge him one solely for use in the coming battle, but held his tongue. Shandor probably had ample duties on her plate before this evening, and that was assuming it was even possible to make one of her weapons in a day. While she'd gotten the armor done fast, it was obvious from the gentle enthusiasm and expertise in Shandor's voice that weapons were her true passion. His response earned him a grunt that didn't seem as annoyed as some of the others.
Glad you understand. You still need a better sword. A sword for a paladin.
Much as I appreciate the compliment, and can understand the confusion given my choice of weapons and armor, I'm actually not a paladin.
The words pained Timiskor to speak, as they had every time they'd left his mouth.
It is my dream, but I've yet to find a god who would allow me into their service without also gaining my allegiance and devotion.
To his surprise, Shandor leaned forward, grabbing his chin in her dense fingers and tilting it upward so they were staring into each other's eyes. Missed the doubt before. There it is. Strong, deep, holding you back. With unexpected care, she released her grip on Timiskor. Except for the doubt, you have a paladin's eyes.
Did that mean something?
Timiskor was mentally stumbling, trying to keep up with all the sudden turns in the conversation. It means you are almost paladin, which is the same as not being close to paladin at all, in effect. Shandor shook her head as she picked up Timiskor's sword. More paladins these days, but I like the old way better. Oaths and truth, the will of one who refuses to yield. More isn't always better. Come get the sword this afternoon, before dinner. With that, she retreated to the rear of the shop, leaving Timiskor with Mr. Pepper's new armor and a sudden burst of unanswered questions. The room was simple: stone walls, floor, and ceiling. Only a single door to break up the monotony. That door was something, however, made from a gleaming metal unlike anything Eric could place, with different minerals racing through it like veins of ore in a mine. Except these veins glowed with a shifting array of colors. Just touching the door had nearly bowled Eric over from the ambient power. Whatever intention Jolia had intended for this room, she clearly didn't want anyone getting in or out. That worked well for their purposes. Fritz had specifically requested somewhere heavily fortified, so anyone who discovered them couldn't make an easy kill while also stealing the artifact. Apparently, they would be virtually helpless while controlling the bridge. How long she'd been working was anyone's guess. Eric had been led to the room by Kieran, only to discover Fritz covering the entire space in arcane signs and symbols, using a softly glowing chunk of purple chalk. Every surface, ceiling included, had some degree of drawing on it. Lines and circles, plus shapes Eric didn't recognize, and that hurt his brain to look at for too long. All of it naturally leading to a single area on the floor. In that space were two circles, directly across from one another, with a small circle between them. Blinking away the unnatural shapes, Eric focused on the circles, one of the few places in the room he could look at comfortably. For a traitor, you sure do know a lot about magic rituals, Eric said. For a rogue, you sure do announce your presence when walking into a room, Fritz shot back. You here to learn about me, or controlling the bridge? Eric wasn't completely sure those subjects were as different as Fritz wanted him to think, but this was absolutely not the time to go down that particular rabbit hole. They had hours, until an entity claiming to represent Khazad-dûr was supposedly going to overrun the town with an army of automatons. Dealing with that took clear precedence over his curiosity. The bridge. Am I supposed to sit on one of those? Eric pointed to the trio of circles, earning a nod from Fritz. Either of the big ones is fine. Bridge goes in the small one in the middle. I'm almost done, so we can start soon. Based on my conversations with Kieran, I think the first task everyone wants is to find out how true the line about an automaton army coming here is. If we can punch through the barrier blocking our communication, we can find out what the situation actually is. That work for you as a starter project? Breaking through a barrier didn't seem too tough, given what Eric could recall about holding the bridge. Those memories were choppy and hard to string together, but he could never forget the daunting sense of power that came with touching this artifact. What it could do wasn't the question. The bridge was capable of feats beyond their dreaming. They, as the wielders, were the ones who might be lacking. Seeing Fritz's handiwork throughout the room put Eric at ease, however. She knew what she was up to. Under her guidance, they could break through. After everything Notch has done for us, re-establishing their links to the outside is the very least we can offer. Tell me what to do, and I'll comply, Eric said. Well, for now, go sit in the circle out of my way and wait. I need a few more minutes to finish up before we get started. Fritz turned her attention back to drawing her odd patterns through the room. As he waited, Eric forced himself to stare at the unnatural parts that hurt his head. Pain be damned. One day, he might need this knowledge. A mere inkling of it could make the difference. Adventuring had taught him that every tidbit and tool could mean survival. Even if it did eventually feel like someone was slowly pushing a dagger through his head, Eric continued. Pain he could bear. Losing one of his friends because he came up short? That would be too much. It had almost happened once. Eric wouldn't permit it to happen again. While the adventurers prepared, each attending to their various tasks, Kieran stood before almost the entire remainder of the town. Only those who had work to do, such as Shandor and Simone, or the few like Agrimore who never left their domains, were missing. The rest had gathered in the only location large enough to house all the citizens of Notch at once, the hall under the hill. It was massive. 3 giant tables ran the length of the room up to the back of the hall, where a stage was present. On holidays, Notch would gather here, a room originally designed as a shelter in case of attack. In the beginning, when Notch was new, old habits and paranoias were hard to shake. Fallback areas and escape plans were established in case war ever made it past their safeguards. Being strong didn't turn them into idiots who were careless with their lives. The people of Notch had been on guard and safety-conscious enough to survive a lifetime of adventuring. Those traits came with them as they settled down, helping make Notch the hidden safe haven it had become. Over time, necessity had shifted the use of this massive area. They added the tables and benches first. This spot predated Brock's Tavern, so it had originally been used for meetings and needed places to sit. Then they had a festival here and wanted entertainment, so the stage was added. Then came a kitchen, then chairs with cushions, and so on. This hideaway had softened on the inside, but they never allowed a single element of its outer defenses to rot or break. Nice as comfort was, in Notch, survival always came first. Kieran looked out from the stage onto dozens of faces he knew by name. These were his people, part of his town. They'd put their trust in him, and now, because of choices he'd helped to make, their village was in danger. When it was over, he would take responsibility for that as best he could. Stepping down wasn't an option. No one else wanted to do his job. They'd been leaders, champions, great politicians, and had left it all behind to have a simpler life, the life Kieran was supposed to be protecting. From the beginning, I knew this day would come. Probably not the way Jolia or Brock would have started things, but Kieran needed to do things to his own satisfaction. Always had. When one takes an endless view of things, which we all did when we began regularly eating from that tree, it becomes inevitable that we'd be discovered eventually. In many ways, we're fortunate this is how it's happening. Our enemy has no desire to spread our secret to the world, or to force us to vanish and find a new location. They merely want to kill us, to wipe us from the map. For most towns, that would be scarier. But Notch isn't most towns now, is it? That got a stir. Some of the half-orcs near the back lifted their heads higher. In a city of people who'd reached incredible heights, pride was always a strong button to push, reminding them that they were not some measly peasants fearing an invasion of bandits. They were legends. Any one of them could step onto a battlefield and change the momentum of a fight. I can't ask anyone here to fight, Kieran continued. When you came to this town, I promised each and every one of you that a life of killing was in the past. Jolia, Simone, Brock, and I undertook the responsibility of protecting this place when we agreed to be the town council, calling on you for your respective talents only when sincerely needed. We intend to honor that. Whatever comes tonight, we'll try to drive it back. The adventurers who lure the evil here will do their best to help, weak though they are. But as things stand, we don't know what we'll be facing. If they really have the helm of Ignosa and an army of automatons, our force may not be enough. It's very possible that we'll lose. Elsewhere, such words might have caused a commotion. Not here. Not in this town. Living life as an adventurer often meant victory or ultimate defeat, and one couldn't survive such a lifestyle without accepting that death was a very possible outcome. Legends died too, and the citizens of Notch had each looked into the face of the Reaper, even if they'd escaped the scythe. Kieran was right. He could lose. In any fight he could lose, which was why he fought smart enough to survive. If that happens, if we fall, then you'll have to make a choice. Run or fight. I won't tell you which to choose in that scenario. You'll probably know for yourself based on how easily we were killed. Should you decide to run, however, it is imperative that you do so without using magic. With the power our enemy has shown, we can't trust any of the magic that involves connecting Notch to the outside world. Julia tried to teleport to Frog last night and ended up with a green and red mess on the floor. That's why we're meeting here, instead of in a pocket dimension. Even those doorways are currently suspect. Unlike Kieran's prior announcement, this did summon a few whispers from the throats of the crowd. Most had dealt with some form of counter-magic before, but losing access to a tool so many depended on was never an ideal situation. Kieran let the murmurings continue for half a minute before moving on. This was a call that needed to be made in response to the attack. Discussing it here was a waste of their limited time. I would like to ask some of the citizens here to volunteer for a task, if they're willing. With magic in question, we need a way to signal everyone regarding the fight. Ideally, you'll all scry the whole thing and be perfectly aware of the situation. However, we can take nothing for granted right now. This incident was making Kieran keenly aware how much of their planning and defenses centered on magic, something he'd have to address, assuming they survived. Losing certainty in its effectiveness made magic virtually useless, and compromised countless defenses. Little about this situation is ideal, so it feels presumptuous to imagine that plan will be, Kieran added. As a backup, I would like to have some citizens come witness the fight. You'll be on the fringes, and while there is some danger in that, it's far less than anything you faced before. Our watchers will each be given horns. When the battle is done, one way or another, they can signal the rest of Notch. A single horn means victory. 2 means that we've been bested, but the remaining enemies can be easily routed. 3 means run. All hope is lost. They who make this call should be some with battle experience. Ones you all would trust to make that judgment, if you can't make it for yourself. To Kieran's relief, several hands went up, including those of people he would absolutely trust to make such a decision. Beyond that, he could see the eyes of many a Notch citizen hardening. They'd come here to leave a life of violence and bloodshed behind. But none would have made it to this place if they were the type to run from a challenge. Whatever happened to him and the adventurers, Kieran had a feeling that Notch wouldn't fall. Even if no one was currently jumping up to join the fray, their pacifism wouldn't survive intruders coming for their homes and families. There was enough power in this room to conquer a kingdom, and if Kalzadar's minions weren't careful, they'd bring every bit of it crashing down atop their god's head. 37.
And that brings us to the gauntlet.
Julia held up the golden glove with red trim, showing it to Simone, who made an entry in the ledger at her feet. Sorting through the magical items brought in by the raiders was a cumbersome task, one they'd been planning to handle bit by bit as time allowed. It wasn't as though the citizens needed these tools or the gold from selling them, so under normal circumstances it would have been a side project until completion. The threat looming over them had changed things significantly. With only a few people planning to fight, at least until they knew what the threat was, making sure the few combatants they had were well equipped became a top priority. It had called for a re-evaluation of all the equipment from the first battle, scanning thoroughly to see if there was anything that might be of use.
Let's see here.
Julia adjusted the pair of spectacles she'd donned, examining the gauntlet more thoroughly. Many of the items were warded powerfully enough to suggest that their prior owners hadn't wanted any random caster knowing their secrets. Fortunately, wards could be tricked or circumvented, presuming one had the mana and the skill. Jolia didn't expect this alone to work. Most items required at least a spell or two before they'd give up their secrets. But this time, she was treated to a nice surprise.
Oh, I actually know this one already. Kieran identified it the day of the fight, and I know the history, so we can skip getting past the wards. This is a gauntlet of the Fire Warden. Some wizard from a few centuries ago was trying to channel the power of the entire plane of fire through a single tool. He never fully succeeded, although he did manage to produce some powerful gauntlets in the process.
Simone took the glove away after finishing her ledger entry. The moment her hand touched the golden metal, her eyes widened.
I still can't believe Amir Rada was trying to wield something like this. No wonder he got warped into a fire elemental. You'd need to be nearing our skill level to handle this much fire magic. That's true for most of this stuff, Jolia agreed. Much too powerful for anyone without considerable skill and control. Not to mention that some of the items would put so much of a strain on a normal person's mana supply that it would outright kill them. Same problem as most of our equipment.
The trouble with helping the adventurers get gear wasn't a lack of equipment. Between pet projects and old keepsakes, Notch was littered with weapons and armor capable of giving even attacking dragons a second thought. Unfortunately, gear of that power usually demanded fuel and complexity, making it beyond that which weaker adventurers could handle. Most of the equipment in Notch could only be used by the powerful, those who had ascertained a certain level of capabilities. Good-hearted as the adventurers were, it didn't make them suddenly stronger. With time, the town could have forged new equipment for them all, but sunset drew closer with every passing moment. Their rushed sorting through the raiders' gear had largely been a bust, though there were a few bright spots. A ring that helped protect the wearer, a necklace that sharpened the eyes and ears even in darkness, a pair of boots that heightened the owner's speed. They were tools that the adventurers would be able to use, even with their limited capabilities. Hopefully they would find more as they inspected the goods with greater care. Jolia reached into the wooden box where the to sort pile was being stored. She rummaged around before finally clasping a hilt firmly in her hand.
Looks like we're doing a sword next. Big one, too. Larger than a normal longsword, although it must have some kind of enchantment on it to make it more wieldy. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to do this.
On cue, Jolia stopped gently tugging and hefted the blade out of the box with one mighty yank. It came free, briefly wavering overhead before slamming into the floor. Thankfully, they'd taken the scabbard off the owner's corpse, so it merely made a clatter, rather than cutting a shortcut between Jolia's home's first and second story.
Mind giving me a hand with this?
Jolia offered the hilt, still clutched in her hands, to Simone. They needed to examine it, and while she could manipulate the weapon using magic, the less they used during examinations, the better. More spells tended to cloud the environment, making their job harder. Without paying attention, mind still clearly on the gauntlet, Simone strolled over and accepted the weapon. An instant later, there was another clatter as the sword crashed to the ground, accompanied by a hiss from Simone as she leapt back and held her hand close to her chest. For a moment, there was wild violence in her eyes, a small peek at the kind of attitude life had demanded from her to survive this long. It passed as she uncurled her fingers, revealing a dark burn in the same shape as the hilt across her palm.
Again! The damn thing got me again!
It was hard to tell if Simone was madder at herself, the sword, or Jolia, but she was definitely miffed overall.
Kieran checked this one. Hints of divine magic, some complexity, that was about it. The idea was to give it to Thistle if we can change the size. Timiskor otherwise. Divine magic? Now that's curious.
Jolia hopped off her stool, walking over to a large chest behind a shelf of ancient tomes and next to a bowl of bubbling green liquid near the rear of the laboratory. She rummaged around for nearly a full minute before emerging with a stopped bottle filled with a dark purple substance. On her way back over, she paused and picked up a few pieces of parchment. That done, she got back atop her stool and set the bottle down on the edge of the table.
The salve is for your burn. I'm undead. Healing is one of the many benefits, Simone reminded her. Yes, but you heal slowly from divine injury. and you're a grump the entire time. Use the damn salve while I find our entry for this sword."
Although she wore a haughty expression while doing so, Simone took the salve and rubbed it onto her burned palm. There was a slight tingling as a soft purple glow moved across the charred flesh, leaving behind perfectly unmarred skin in its place.
"When did you make this?" "I was tooling around with some reagents a few years ago and discovered it by accident. Thought it might come in handy, but the undead of Notch are smart enough to avoid divine magic, so it hasn't been needed yet."
Julia's hand moved briskly to the document, finally stopping at an entry on the second page.
"Here we go. Looks like this sword was wielded by a raider against Gabrielle. Kieran's notes are here too. Let's see what the barbarian remembered about it. Sharp, sturdy, but no mention of special powers, especially not divine ones."
Leaning a little closer, Julia double-checked one section.
"Except that there was a resonance effect when the blade hit her axe. Gabrielle certainly didn't know that. But from what I'm reading, the conclusion is inevitable."
A resonance with Gabrielle's axe? Simone looked at the sword once more, inadvertently taking a step back.
"You're sure about that? For a resonance to happen, the weapons both need to be of near equal power, with diametrically opposed magical elements." "It's a divine-powered sword. The burn on your hand proves that. And since Gabrielle's axe made her a demi-lich, it feels safe to say there's a strong amount of what some might call unholy magic in there,"
Julia rebutted. On reflex, Simone bristled at the words unholy magic the instant they struck her ears. Necromantic magic isn't unholy or evil. True, it does harm the living the same way that divine magic heals them, but that doesn't mean it can't have constructive purposes. Divine power just has a better image than mine. It's the magic of life. Death is a part of that too, however, and the magic of death is equally as important in the balance of things.
"Just trying to make the point of why they were probably opposed."
Julia muttered a short incantation, and the sword rose off the ground. Much as she was trying to avoid extraneous spells, there was no helping it this time. Simone couldn't touch the thing without hurting herself, and Julia was a gnome. The simplest solution was to use magic and hope it was worth the risk. The sheath slid off the sword with a motion of Julia's hands, permitting her to draw close and examine the actual blade. She put on her enchanted spectacles, then cast a few more identification spells seconds later. A wrinkle of frustration formed on her forehead as she began casting more and more, slipping past the wards and enchantments piled atop one another. For a lesser caster, even some archmages, the task would have been impossible. But years of relaxation and drinking hadn't yet stolen away the brilliance and determination that had once earned Julia the title of Royal Mage, the most powerful caster in all of her kingdom, tasked with defending the capital and the king in the event of invasion. That life might be behind her now, but the lessons it taught weren't. Among them was the knowledge that any lock could be picked, no matter how difficult, if one was willing to put in the time and effort. Finally, Julia stepped away from the sword. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and Simone was watching with a concerned expression.
"How long was I at it?"
"Almost half an hour. A little longer, and I was going to make a run to the tavern for some ale to lure you out." Simone looked relieved, despite her flippant reply.
"Might still have you do that. Mythingau knows I could use a drink after this one. That thing is strong, which makes me wonder just how powerful Gabrielle's axe is."
A hint of curiosity more than suspicion flicked through Julia's eyes as she looked at Simone.
"If it's on par with that blade, then it's no ordinary enchanted weapon."
Simone nodded. "Hers is a unique piece. Under different circumstances, I'd have offered to buy it for later study. Sadly, that's not viable given her condition and attachment. Makes me even more curious to know about this one, especially since a raider had no trouble using it." Snickering slipped from Julia's lips.
"The raider swung a sword around. That's not the same thing as saying he used it. It took me a while to crack through all the protections and see this find for what it is. We're looking at a divine blade, Simone. Been a long while since I've even heard of one of these turning up."
There had been an abundance of possible explanations for the weapon, and the longer Julia took to unravel the mystery, the more Simone had entertained this as an explanation. Even with that preparation, she still didn't entirely believe it at first.
"You're sure?"
With a wave of her hand, Jolia made the sword slowly rotate, showing off all its angles.
"Fits the bill, doesn't it? In most hands, it seems like a normal, well-made sword. Even a bit of visible enchantment to make it more tempting to new wielders. But, when wielded properly by a paladin, it becomes an instrument of holy fury, unlocking the true power hidden away inside."
"If you're right, then you know what that means." Simone gestured to the spinning sword, unable to keep a slightly sour look from her face when looking at it. "That thing can't stay here. Divine blades are meant to be lost and found over and over, until they discover a new paladin to wield them. If it stays here, it's going to draw in more outsiders, regardless of the precautions we take. Not even Notch can stand against the direct will of the gods, and they're the ones who made the rules for divine blades."
"I'm aware,"
Jolia assured her.
"but for all the magic this one has, shape-changing isn't among them. Trying to add another enchantment to this would be unlikely to succeed at best, catastrophe at worst. With time to study and work, I could make it happen, just not on the fly. Regardless, Thistle isn't going to be capable of wielding this."
"Then he wasn't meant to," Simone shot back. "That's how these work. Maybe it's for the best. Fully activated, there's a chance this thing could overwhelm someone of his level, just like our own advanced equipment." Jolia's reply didn't come quickly. She paused the conversation to look over the floating sword once more.
"Possibly. But this isn't some mindless enchantment that sucks down mana. It's meant to be a tool that grows with the wielder. So I have to imagine there are controls in place. Perhaps you're right, though. Guess that means we'll go with giving it to Timiskor. It's still a fine blade, and in the hands of a knight it will be a useful weapon, even if its true potential lays dormant. Assuming they survive, that also gets it out of Notch."
With no time to try altering the size and the knowledge that it would only cause trouble if it remained, Simone couldn't see a better option. It was something of a waste, handling over such a powerful tool to one who couldn't fully utilize it. But it wasn't as though knights didn't need sturdy swords. In Timiskor's hands, it would move through the world until it found a true wielder.
"I suppose that's our best option,"
Simone agreed.
"Now, sheathe that thing and put it aside already. We've got a lot to get through before this afternoon."
Jolia did as requested, sliding the sword back into its scabbard and moving it over to the small pile of identified items they'd be giving to the adventurers. Minimal as it would have to be enough if war came to Notch. Hopefully, that wouldn't happen. But Jolia had lived for a long time as an adventurer. She knew the taste of the air before a storm, the heaviness of the wind, the looming shadow of death, although whose had yet to be determined. Every instinct she had told her this day would end in bloodshed. Not for the first time in her life, Jolia deeply hoped to be wrong, all while knowing, deep down, that she wasn't. 38.
"I really, truly, from the bottom of my heart, despise dealing with gods."
Fritz was panting as she leaned back, brushing sweat from her forehead and pointed ears.
"We can break for a while. Probably need to, and at this point, it seems undeniable that we require a new strategy."
Eric blinked slowly, pulling himself back to the real world. Working with the bridge in this new way had been almost intoxicating. It was so easy to get lost in the drifting place between worlds that working with the bridge opened up. Especially this time, using Fritz's ritual. Unlike when he just grabbed the bridge, this didn't come with a crushing pressure in his mind, threatening to overwhelm his very sanity. Conversely, the technique also lacked the sudden rush of understanding that came from a bare-handed grip. It meant they had to go slower to make things happen, be more deliberate, but it also allowed them to retain a greater sense of control. Did we not break the barrier?
Yes and no.
Fritz held a dangerous gleam in her eye as she stared at the still softly glowing artifact between them.
The good news is that we've confirmed the enemy definitely has a piece of the bridge. I know what it feels like when two pieces are set against each other, and that's what just happened. Using the full power of this piece against theirs, we can punch through the bridge-based communication barrier they've got around this place. Unfortunately, it looks like Calzadar also erected a divine barrier fulfilling the same function. And since we have to use our piece of the bridge to counteract theirs, there's not enough power to punch through both.
Eric understood. Powerful as the bridge was, sheer force didn't help when it was pitted against itself. Two pieces could cancel one another out. However, that would make them functionally useless for anything else. Calzadar was taking 0 chances. Can one god really stop all the others from reaching their followers in here? Eric asked. They should be as strong as he is. Fritz gave a shake of her head, sending a few drops of perspiration winging through the air.
Not all gods are of equal power, and Calzadar is an old one. Don't ever underestimate him. You are right, however, in that one god couldn't block communication between all the others and their followers. That's probably why he's worked to keep you penned in. Blocking off a specific area is a much more manageable task. Plus, don't forget that, based on what you all discovered in those scrolls, Calzadar's power is temporarily increased.
Kieran told you about that? Eric asked.
Kieran told me everything, because he wants me to succeed. And the more I know, the better the chances of that happening.
Fritz's fingers tapped against her knees in a seemingly random order as she continued staring at the bridge.
This wasn't a total bust, at least. We confirmed they have a piece of the bridge. We discovered that us not contacting the outside world is a high priority for Calzadar, and we know where all of their piece's energy is being devoted, because it took the full power of this piece to counter it. Do you realize what that means?
Initially, Eric almost said no, but he held his tongue to properly consider the situation. At a glance, all of the news they'd uncovered seemed bad. Their enemy had an artifact as powerful as their own, plus the support of a god who was even stronger than normal. Communication with the outside world was cut off. Or was it? Something tickled in Eric's mind, a thought worth considering, but not relevant to the question at hand. What was the upside to all that they'd seen? Most of what Eric took from the lecture was that they were doubly cut off from the world, both by the bridge and by divine magic. As the thought flickered through his head, it clicked. Eric saw the same vulnerability that Fritz had. It means that if they're spending all their energy to block us from reaching the outside world, then they don't have any left to block our piece of the bridge from doing anything else. We're stuck in here, but we've got free rein to do as we please in preparation.
Precisely.
There may have been a touch of impressed surprise in Fritz's tone, or perhaps Eric was deluding himself.
With this, we can reshape the land, lay traps and surprises, offer you the most advantageous battle you could hope for.
Given what's supposed to be coming, we're going to need it. Eric could still feel the tingle in his mind, a momentarily dismissed thought that refused to be ignored. Now that the bridge question was answered, Eric decided to voice his concern. I also realized something. I don't actually think Calzadar is trying to keep the outside world away from us. I think he's trying to keep us away from the outside world. Fritz raised an eyebrow and motioned for him to continue. This threat has been around for a while now, as has the blockade. Ever since we arrived, Thistle hasn't been able to talk with Grumble. Yet, despite all those precautions, you were able to stroll right in. I know you're more than what you seem. We all do at this point. But you just said you couldn't punch through a god's barrier, so I'm guessing you're not quite on Calzadar's level. If he really wanted us cut off, with no information getting in or out, then shouldn't he have at least tried to stop you? Silence fell as Fritz gave his words sincere consideration. There were explanations she could potentially offer, but all of them required more speculating than was strictly wise when seeking an existing truth. You're right. Maybe he wanted me here because I helped you all the last time we met, and that ended in him losing a chunk of his divinity. But that still means he wants me dead more than he cares about me bringing news from the outside world. For all he knew, I could have talked with people from Lumal the day before and brought you word about the automaton army. Only he's still doubling down on keeping us locked up. He's more worried about us getting information out of here than he is about information coming in, Eric surmised. But why? What do we know that would be useful out there?
Save yourself the time. Don't bother going down the rabbit hole. There are too many possibilities.
Could be he's bluffing somewhere else and threatening to crush them with the automaton army while actually marching it here.
Maybe there's a coalition hunting his forces that would gather here if they knew. Hell, maybe he hasn't even stolen the helm yet and doesn't want us to tip off Lumal by checking in. That's just off the top of my head. Besides which, even if you could puzzle it out, do you have any new ideas for reaching the outside world?
No, Eric admitted.
If the bridge can't do it, then I'm not sure what would.
Carefully, Fritz reached over and tapped the artifact once, causing a soft glow to reappear within its depths.
It's annoying, but a good lesson for you to learn early on. The bridge, when whole, is supposedly all-powerful, capable of changing the very nature of the world. But pieces of it are just that, pieces. They can't do everything. And if your enemy has one, then the advantage becomes functionally neutralized. Never forget that these are tools, not a substitute for power and skill of your own.
Eric nodded as he settled back into position, resting his hands on the circle like Fritz had taught him during their first attempt. Instantly, he felt the connection return, their stone room fading as he slipped into the alluring light of the bridge. The last words he heard before being completely swept up were from Fritz, identically positioned with Eric, palms pressed carefully into the chalk.
Of course, a tool is most useful when wielded by someone who understands it. So, let's make sure to give you a thorough education while we've got the opportunity.
After what felt like the worst possible twist of luck, things were looking up. None of the party would have chosen to teleport into the chaos of yesterday, but in the glow of a new day, there were benefits to the ill-omened start. For one thing, their killing of the Hellsk had vaulted them to the status of local heroes, word spreading like wildfire, as the Balians all dropped dead and other warriors rushed to find the cause. They'd emerged from the cavern, a few chopped-off Hellsk faces held as proof of their deed for Lumal, only to find a crowd nearby. The moment they were spotted, a cheer went up. From there, it had been a blur. Healing magic was cast on them right away, too much, honestly. They were all but dragged through town to the acting head of the city. Thank yous were given, promises made, and when they were in a tavern, being brought drinks by every person who could stuff into the building. The town was going to have a lot of hardship moving forward. Countless people were dead. Buildings needed fixing. They were going to have to find out who had helped get that Hellsk underground in the first place. But no one who lived in these monster-infested lands survived for long without learning to savor their victories. That was precisely what they all did. When the next morning came, they found a priest waiting to cure their hangovers, and were then led out to 4 horses that had been loaded with supplies, food, and modest bags of coin. The head of the town was there too, thanking them again, apologizing that he couldn't offer more, no matter how they waved him off. It was a relief when they were finally atop their horses and riding away from town. In some ways, the gratitude was harder to deal with than the Hellsk and Balians had been. On the upside, with no need to hunt down a Hellsk and the unexpected acquisition of strong horses, they would easily make Lumal before night. Gelthorn double-checked the map as they rode, glancing up from it every few seconds just to be safe. The plains were dangerous, with nowhere to hide if an enemy spotted them. Their only options were to flee or fight. The sooner they knew someone else was approaching, the easier that choice would be to make. And with Gelthorn's eyes, they should have a fair bit of warning, assuming she kept her guard up.
So what's the deal when we get there anyway? Shlara called from just behind Gelthorn.
They weren't riding hard. Being alerted and on track were more important. So conversation was possible with a little effort.
We burn all this stuff?
We conduct an entrance ceremony,
Emmanuel corrected, riding slightly closer. He had, of course, been the one to take careful notes when they first learned how to enter Lumal.
There's some kind of site near the entrance. We offer up our potion and trophies. The fire burns them down to their essence, and that creates the doorway we need to enter Lumal.
Wimberly sped up a tad so she could join in.
If it's this hard to get in, should we have loaded up on more feathers and Hellsk faces? Would make a return trip much easier.
No need.
Folding the map, Gelthorn gave most of her attention to the horizon and the unknown dangers that might lurk just beyond it.
Once inside, they will provide us with a rune to return, assuming we don't anger or insult them. I once knew a merchant who had such a rune. He could step through any doorway and vanish to Lumol, then return with new wares and items. It only worked once per week, however.
That got everyone's attention. It was rare that Gelthorn talked about anything in her past. All they knew of their companion was that she was a forest warrior, a half-elf, and unerringly loyal. The rest were minor details, interesting to be sure, but not essential. No one pressed the issue for more. Gelthorn would speak about her past when she was ready. If that day never came, then so be it. The future was far more important.
That's pretty handy,
Shalara said.
Much easier than all this shit. Yes, but the runes can be removed for any reason the officials of Lumol demand, if it's even granted in the first place. So, we must all be polite and deferential.
Gelthorn's glance at Shalara wasn't especially subtle, but neither was it meant to be. For her part, Shalara never missed a step.
I get it. Once we're in, I go into diplomatic Shalara mode. That's where I pretend I can't speak and just stay silent the whole time. I've tried being nicer, but I'm not great at that, so this is what I settled on.
Can we replace you with a diplomatic version all the time?
Wimberly asked.
Sure. Just remember that most of my best spells require verbal components,
Shalara shot back. Wimberly rubbed her chin as though in deep thought.
Honestly, it might be worth the trade.
Not until we're actually in Lumol, it isn't.
Emmanuel rode up closer to Gelthorn, helping her survey what lay ahead.
These lands are known for being plagued by monsters and raiders, so we all need to be ready and at our best. But only for a few more hours. As much of a pain as it is to get into Lumol, the silver lining is that it's virtually impossible for monsters to enter. Once we're there, we can take a day to fully rest and check out the city.
Until then, keep your eyes moving,
Gelthorn added.
Got a few more hours ahead of us, and that assumes we don't get slowed by another fight.
Silence soon settled over them once more as they pressed on, riding for Lumol, hoping that, just until the end of the day, their luck would hold out. After the night they'd had, the gods at least owed them that much. 39. Grumph sat in the warm grass, basking in the afternoon sun. To many it would seem like he was merely relaxing, but a seasoned mage would have guessed that Grumph was meditating, seeking to improve his control over mana in the few remaining hours before battle. As was often the case, the expert would have been wrong. The half-orc wizard was, in fact, merely relaxing in the afternoon sun. Fighting would come soon. Blood, death, loss, pain, fear, all swirled together in the concoction they referred to as a battle. A few hours spent frantically trying to better grasp a skill it took years to master wouldn't make any difference in what lay ahead. Taking time to properly center himself, however, to find a place of calm and peace within the storm, now that might actually make a difference. A cool head was always better when it came to making life and death decisions on the fly.
Knew I'd find you here, old friend.
Thistle hunkered down next to Grumph. Once it would have taken him a few minutes to lower his warped bones to the ground, but the blessings of a paladin had strengthened his body. Such a simple thing, getting up and down, yet so many took it for granted in a way that Thistle never would. Even so, in the old days, Thistle had also had his wife, Midroria, to help him with such tasks, and Grumph knew that given the choice, the gnome would have traded every spell and skill his title conferred, if it meant another day with his deceased love.
Have to prepare.
In truth, prepare might be a generous term. They were facing a battle with an enemy of unknown strength, one controlling a potentially unkillable army, and they had been cut off from the guidance of the gods. Grumph was doing the best he could with what he had, something that had been true, more or less, for his entire life.
Aye, prepare for the marching army of automatons, who are supposedly going to try and raise a town filled with former adventurers of legendary power.
Thistle let out a sigh and carefully rubbed his temples.
I know I'm getting on in years, but this might well be the first time I've truly felt old. Days now, I've been puzzling this over. and no matter what angle I come from, I can't see Calzadar's move. I'm losing my touch, it seems.
Grumph snorted loudly.
Or you're just not as wily as a god.
Dearly, truly, I wish that were an option, Thistle replied. Unfortunately, I can't afford to be a step behind anyone, not even a god. My mind is all I've ever had to offer. There are better fighters, truer paladins, more dependable friends. But when it comes to plans and scheming, I have a genuine shot to come out on top.
With some effort, Grumph repressed a shiver. None of the others had known Thistle before Maplebark. They'd never seen the wild-eyed gnome who would go to any lengths to win, to survive, cost be damned. Midroria had tempered him, and settling down into a life of peace hadn't hurt either. He preferred this version of Thistle to his younger, more hot-blooded counterpart. While it was true that Thistle may have lost some of his edge in the process, this version rarely ever scared Grumph. The old Thistle often had.
We've come far, Grumph said. Further than I hoped for.
It was true. When first setting out, Grumph had merely prayed that they would live long enough to get the Mad King's attention off of Maplebark. Not only had they escaped the lands of Solium, they'd even gotten through an entire second kingdom intact. It was an amazing feat, especially considering their humble origins. If this was where the journey took them, Grumph could find peace with that. He wished he could save the others, though. They were younger. They still had potential full lives ahead of them. Grumph and Thistle had journeyed together and seen much. Should they fall, it wasn't quite the same tragedy. Noticing that Thistle was still silent, Grumph decided to nudge him along. The gnome had a bad habit of getting too caught up in his own head when he grew fixated on a problem.
Tell me your best guesses.
The first is the most obvious, but does still have to be considered. The automaton was sending an honest message, and in a few hours we'll be overrun by more of them. Least likely, of course, since Calzadar doesn't seem the type to give us actual fair warning. But that's where we hit the problem. If it's not true, then why go to so much trouble to pen us in like this? That only makes sense if Calzadar wants us away from a different fight. Yet I cannot, for the life of me, think of a situation where a god would fear our party. Even destroying the heart was simply us completing the last step in a process that started centuries before we got involved. I don't have other guesses, because they're all too far-fetched. Until I can figure out what it is that Calzadar wants and how we're involved, I can't piece together his plan.
Then, what makes us unique? Grumph probed.
Thistle rarely needed actual help when pondering. He just did it better with a friend to keep him on the path of productive thought. Thistle took his time with the question, giving it proper consideration.
Gabrielle's condition is rare, but not unique. And given that we only just learned about it, I can't imagine that to be what is driving all of this. Eric has the ability to use the bridge. However, Fritz just told us that folks like him aren't impossible to find, so this would be a lot of hard work just to kidnap or kill him. While Timiskor is a good man and a fine warrior, at the end of the day he's a normal knight, putting all this echo business aside. Again, hardly common, but not unique. You, old friend, may well be the rarest among us all. A half-orc wizard is far from a common sight. Yet I can't seem to figure out why that would make you a target. Although you're learning and improving fast, there are stronger mages out there, which only leaves me. As the one who actually destroyed his piece of divinity, revenge makes sense. But there are countless other ways for a god to have me killed.
To his surprise, Grumph realized that Thistle had in fact missed something. Whether it was stress or his focus on the well-being of the others, he'd slipped over a rather key detail.
You didn't destroy Calzadar's divinity. The sunlight did.
A long stretch of silence ran between them, broken by a string of curses spat from Thistle's mouth before he moved on to more acceptable words.
You're right. And Grumble was the one who let that sunlight break through. Grumble was the one whose paladin betrayed Calzadar in the first place. Grumble is the one Calzadar would want revenge on. And if his power is truly heightened, then this is a perfect opportunity.
Looking down at the magical armor protecting his body, Thistle ran his hand across the cool metal.
Grumble only has a single paladin, one sole emissary to serve his will, a paladin who has now been caged and cut off from his god. I wouldn't expect that to matter, but based on our situation, I have to presume it does.
Standing from the grass, Thistle brushed aside a few blades.
Grumble being the target is the first theory I've hit on that at least makes some sort of sense, even if there are a lot of unknown factors to account for. I'm not sure how that knowledge will help, but I do feel more on solid ground with some idea to start from. Your help, as always, is indispensable, old friend.
Grumph merely responded with a nod as Thistle strode away, off to dig into some lead or thought that was buzzing around his brain. That was the way he readied himself, just as Grumph rested in the sun. Both of them could taste the blood on the wind. Something was coming. And once it arrived, it would find them waiting and ready, with weapons drawn. When the alert came, Russell almost didn't catch it. He was getting the house ready for their next session, when the party would finally reach Le Mans. After yesterday's surprise citywide fight, he hadn't been sure they'd make it. Only careful strategy, exceptional cunning, and several amazing rolls had delivered them from the den of the Helsk. Now, at last, they were nearing Le Mans, and Russell could hardly wait to see what came next. That section of the module was sealed, as were several others, meant to be opened only when the party arrived. Russell had never been the type to peek ahead, and that was before he knew there was magic wrapped up in all of this. He wouldn't dare break that seal before it was time. There was quite literally no telling what the consequences might be. As he was putting sodas in the fridge, his phone beeped. It happened just as he was finishing up with a pack of cans. Fortunate timing that allowed him to notice the noise. Initially, Russell thought he'd check it later, but he couldn't risk it being one of the players with a question. This would probably be a long session, and starting off by dealing with issues that could have been solved beforehand would only drag things out. Yanking the phone from his pocket, Russell saw that it wasn't a text he'd gotten. It was an email. Clicking on the icon revealed a message from an address he nearly didn't recognize. In his defense, he'd only seen it once before, when he sent the first missive reaching out. The message read,
Hi there, Russell. That was quite an interesting email you sent talking about artifacts that reach between worlds. Love the imagination. I'm not sure how you got my address, but we're always looking for creative types at Broken Bridge Publishing. I'll attach a link at the bottom to a temp agency we use. Drop them a line so you can be in the system, and we'll see what openings there are. Thanks so much for the interest. P.S. If you're interested in a more direct job, try speaking to Calcius in Venmore.
Russell nearly dropped the phone as he read that first sentence. He hadn't signed the last email, and he'd used a dummy account with no personal information tied to it, so how in the living hell did she know his name? Aside from that, the reply was almost aggressively normal, treating him like he'd been trying to pitch an idea for a job. Anyone he showed it to would get exactly that impression, which was no doubt the point. Except for that last line about Venmore. It didn't really fit with the rest of the email, and the name tickled at his memory. Digging through some of the older modules, Russell pulled up a map of the kingdoms. Sure enough, past the western border of Alcatham and Urthos, in the northern part of the Thatchshire kingdom, there was a city named Venmore. Was she fucking with him? Making a joke out of his supposed delusions? No. That's what it would read like to almost anyone else, but Russell knew that the magic was real. He'd fought against it for too long. Now that he'd finally accepted his new reality, he wouldn't be tricked into believing otherwise. Assuming that Mitch had told the truth, and if he was lying, Mitch would have made himself look better, then the woman on the other side of this conversation knew what was going on as well. Probably more than Russell. When looked at from that perspective, the final line made more sense. She was telling him to prove it. If he really was capable of interacting with a being from the world, then this was a path forward. If not, then she'd just dismissed someone fishing for information. The only people who could move past this point were ones capable of interacting with the other world, the people who had the modules. Sitting down at the breakfast table near the back door, Russell looked over the email several more times before putting his phone away. He would tell the others after they got to Le Mans, after tonight's game. They'd worked too hard to get here. They deserved to see the payoff, and if he told them about the message, the party might reorient to Thatchire right away. Russell was a GM first, an investigator second. With that done, he turned his attention back to getting things ready. The others would get here soon, and Sherry was bound to wake from her nap eventually. Everything needed to be ready. He put the email, the questions, and everything else out of his mind. It had taken a lot of work for them to reach Le Mans, and as GM, it was on him to properly present their payoff. Truth be told, he was probably more excited than the rest of them to break open the module seal. There was no telling what kind of magic and wonders the city of Le Mans might hold. 40. The tavern looked surprisingly busy, despite the relatively few people inside it. That appearance was all the more impressive, given that the building was meant to hold far more than the paltry 10 people and 1 boar currently present. The rest of the town was absent, the background faces that Gabrielle had grown accustomed to seeing on occasion having vanished, leaving only those who were preparing to fight. Notch's contribution included Brock, Simone, Julian, Jolia, and Kieran, who was pacing about. Gabrielle's party was present as well. Thistle and Grumph were whispering in the back. Eric had a sleepy stare she hoped he'd planned to lose soon, and Timiscore, with the newly armored Mr. Peppers, was at a table near the bar. As for Gabrielle, she was lounging in a chair, watching the whole thing. There was tension in the air, a tingle across her skin. Although it had been beyond her and Maplebark, Gabrielle had begun to grasp what people meant when they said they could feel a battle approaching.
"Everyone, I think we're ready to get started," Kieran announced.
Gabrielle noticed he was resting a hand on the hilt of his sword now, yet one more small sign of the approaching danger. "Let's start by having Jolia and Simone hand out any of the recovered radar gear they think will be useful. Hopefully, Fritz will be here by the time that's done, so we can go over the traps she and Eric laid." Gabrielle was tempted to ask where exactly Fritz had gone, but she tossed the idea aside with a lazy smile. Fritz was a whirlwind. She went where she wanted, and good luck to any who tried to keep up. It was one of the things Gabrielle liked most about the elf trader.
"Okay, you lot. Time for the goodies."
Jolia pulled a seemingly small bag from her side, dipping a hand in to pluck items out.
"For the most part, you can divvy these up as needed. 1 or 2 do have limits on who can use them, though. Speaking of, we've got a ring of shielding."
From the bag she produced a golden band with a line of white material woven through it.
"It helps protect the wearer from damage. But since we took it from a dead man, I wouldn't rely on it more than dodging and common sense. Unfortunately, the enchantment is based on divine magic, so Gabrielle won't be able to wear it. Don't fret. The amount isn't too strong. You can touch it without issue, or be near someone wearing it. But if you tried to use it, you'd feel like you came down with a sudden illness."
"Got it. No ring for me. My mother's greatest fear has finally come to life."
Gabrielle meant it as a joke, and it did get a few chuckles from her friends, but to her surprise, she felt an echo of pain in her heart. Overbearing as they could be at times, she missed her parents. Sometimes when the others slept and the stars were high overhead, Gabrielle would wonder how they were doing. They probably thought her dead after she vanished. That was for the best. They wouldn't possibly recognize the woman she'd become. Nevertheless, it might have been nice to give them the chance. Jolia set the ring on the counter, then went back into the bag, pulling out a black, knotted cord that ended in a small silver pendant.
"Next up is a necklace that sharpens the senses, allowing you to even see in the dark. No limits on that one."
The necklace joined the ring, and Jolia went back to rummaging. Her next pull from the bag was substantially larger than the prior 2.
"After that, a pair of boots that increase the wearer's speed. Again, no limits on those."
To Gabrielle's surprise, Jolia paused before reaching in again, muttering a short spell under her breath. The gnome's hand dug deep into the bag, emerging with the hilt of a sword. As it was drawn, Gabrielle's eyes widened. She knew that blade. It had been Elnif's, the one that had caused both their weapons to shake when they clashed. True, it hadn't shown any magic beyond that, and being exceptionally sharp, but something in her gut told her there was more. Still, if it was strong, better it be in their hands than their enemies'.
Here's our other limited option find,
Julia explained, somehow holding the blade with a single arm as she set it on the counter.
Good sword, strong and durable, but again, with a tinge of divine magic. So, a no-go for Gabrielle. Not that any of us imagined she'd trade out her axe. If you can bless it and find someone to shrink it, then it would be a fine fit for Thistle. As is, I'm fairly certain only Timiskor can use it.
But Shandor went to the trouble of sharpening my blade,
Timiskor protested. Julia shrugged.
Then keep this one as a backup. Shit happens. Weapons get lost or stolen. Never hurts to have a spare.
Her words were true, not that it mattered. Somebody was taking this sword out of Notch, be it as backup or cargo. Timiskor clearly didn't have a counter-argument for that, so he merely leaned back in his chair and nodded. With the sword finally deposited, Julia reached into the bag once more, coming out with a leather cuff that had been dyed white, or perhaps crafted from some kind of white flesh, now that Gabrielle looked a little closer.
Funnily enough, this one actually doesn't function on divine magic, despite what it does. It's a bracelet made from the hide of a mana beast. They're kinda rarely seen on our plane, and they're brought down even less frequently. They come in a variety of hues and abilities. This one's flesh was well suited to healing magic. Wear this, and any healing spell will have an increased effect.
All eyes went to Thistle. He was the only one among them who could even use healing magic, so it seemed a natural fit. The paladin had stopped talking to Grumph and was paying close attention as the items were laid out. Considering the information he had, Thistle tapped his fist on the table 3 times before turning to face the others.
Based on what we know, it seems the best uses for this gear are to give Timiskor the sword, and myself the bracelet. Gabrielle can't use the ring, and Eric already has a pair of speed-enchanted boots, so it makes the most sense to give our barbarians some added mobility. That leaves the sharpened senses necklace and the ring that shields. My inclination is to have Grump use the ring while Eric takes the necklace, but a case could be made for going the other way. Any objections to this allocation of items?
Everyone shook their head, save for Eric, who forced his eyes fully open and piped up. Necklace works for me. I've got good armor, but a rogue is only as useful as the dangers they can spot. Plus, Grumph can use all the extra protection he can get, since he's stuck with ropes.
Agreed, Grumph rumbled.
Julia headed back to the bar as Kieran stepped forward. She was, for a change, sticking to water. Evidently, the threat was serious enough to demand a clear head, at least for the night. Just as Kieran opened his mouth to speak, the tavern door slammed open and Fritz came bursting through.
Who needs energy? Because I've got potions hot from the cauldron, ready to be guzzled down. Eric, you first. We might have overdone it with the bridge today. You look like recooked hell.
From the softly clinking pouch in her hand, Fritz produced a vial with light red liquid inside. She handed it over to Eric, who glared down suspiciously. "You expect me to drink a strange potion you're handing me?" Eric asked.
Look at that! Someone has gotten better at being a rogue since our last adventure.
The grin on Fritz's face didn't dim. Her self-assurance was locked firmly in place.
But no need to worry. These are potions to recover from fatigue and temporarily remove the need for rest. Using them for more than 3 days in a row will cause you to pass out, or occasionally die. However, for one night, there's no real risk. Guards of the wealthy use these to stay vigilant.
He was still staring at it, uncertain, but eventually Eric tipped the potion back into his mouth. If she wanted them dead, there were much less obvious ways to make it happen. No sooner had he lowered the vial than Eric shivered. As the shiver ended, he stood up straighter, bloodshot eyes clearing in seconds. All of the weariness had been wiped away, leaving Eric looking as if he'd just finished a sound night's rest. That is dangerous. If not for the warning, I could see how adventurers might try to replace sleep with these. Eric gingerly set the empty vial down on the table, visibly surprised by how alert he'd become. Fritz snapped it up and tossed it back into the bag, then pulled out several full vials. She moved as she spoke, handing out the containers.
Everyone here who isn't a legendary former adventurer or undead, drink up. If this fight drags out, we could go late into the night, and these will make sure none of you gets drowsy.
Following Eric's lead, Grumph, Timiskor, and Thistle swigged down the contents of the vials Fritz gave them. The effect was less pronounced than it had been on Eric, but after everyone shivered, they did seem more alert. Getting sleepy while fighting through the night was a risk Gabrielle hadn't considered, though she should have. There was much more to a battle than merely swinging a blade, and just when Gabrielle felt like she was getting a handle on things, she realized there were yet more elements to account for. How long until she felt truly competent, the way everyone in Notch did? Despite knowing that she was a pebble comparing herself to a mountain, it was impossible not to. One day, she could be like them. That was the glory of being an adventurer. Her path was whatever she made of it. Of course, that was only true for as long as she kept surviving, so Gabrielle leaned in to pay close attention as the conversation turned to Fritz and Eric's traps. Notch was a fine town, but she wasn't ready to meet the end of her journey quite yet. Many ignorant fools in the world thought that when one followed Calzadar, they were required to sacrifice their name. Names were lost, that part was true, but sacrifices implied that the worshipper gained nothing as compensation, a fact that was obviously untrue. Calzadar's followers were not those who gave willingly. He was served by those who sought power, information, wealth, or any other means to fill the burning ambitions within their hearts. They would never have given away something so precious as their names just to worship a god. There were plenty of other gods who would hear their prayers for free. No, the loss of a name was no sacrifice. It was a trade. The first display of his power. Other gods offered boons and blessings, promises of favor for those who served them well. Calzadar dealt in no such uncertainties. He expected results from his followers, and in turn, he provided results when they succeeded. To serve Calzadar well was to be always gaining, growing, becoming more than what a person could ever have been on their own. The name was a demonstration he used on newcomers. Their names were not lost, not truly. Calzadar took the terms, simple words in concept, but the words that had been so thoroughly soaked in the essence of themselves that the two were inseparable. He burned everything superfluous away, hooking it down to a single skill or talent that defined who they had been, before he warped that feature into something of true power. They who served Calzadar lost their names, but in return, they gained a new magic born of their own past. Stories raged, even among Calzadar's own followers. No one was sure what dark magics were out there. The power to create swords of pure mana, to shatter stone with a whistle, to turn paper figurines into monsters, to pass unseen through any crowd or ward. These, and a dozen more hints of what might be, floated around at any time. There were even whispers of a former priest of Longinus who'd gained the power to summon devils, although that one seemed too far-fetched to believe with only rumor. Rumor, however, was all she had. To serve Calzadar was to live in secret, even from one another. Once, in another life, the priestess had been a woman who loved nature. She'd had a name then, a family. It was a simple life, working the farm during the day, spending her evenings in the nearby forests and fields. Looking back, it all seemed so serene and unreal, like she couldn't believe it had happened to her. In a way, it hadn't. That version of her had been mortally wounded the day she came home to find her farm and home in ashes. In the days that followed, she would learn that adventurers were seen near her home, speaking with her parents and siblings. They had apparently wanted something, food, shelter, gold, for no work. Adventurers always had an endless list of wants they expected fulfilled. Whatever it was they sought, her family had either lacked it or denied them. So, the adventurers had burned everything they had, including their bodies. It was impossible to know how long she'd been broken by her grief, only surviving in the glow of the endless fury she felt for those beasts who'd taken her whole life away. Those days were lost, a swirl of pain and numbness that persisted until she was at the altar. She could still remember that moment, feeling Calzadar's presence for the first time. There was no comfort in it, and that was refreshing. She didn't want comfort, didn't want to be told that the gods would see to things and it would be okay in the end. Calzadar knew that from the beginning. He never tried to offer her warmth or hollow promises. What he offered her was the truth. The world was cruel. Life may end in a moment. The only ones who could survive, who could protect what they cared for, were the powerful. Calzadar didn't present some religion where one might work their way into his grace through ill-defined acts of goodness. He showed a map to power, pure and simple. Those who served well were rewarded. Those who failed were cast aside. The world was cruel, and so were Calzadar's means. Unlike the world, however, he lived up to his end of the bargain. When he struck a deal, it was honored. The priestess had done several smaller tasks already, and felt her magic grow as consequence. If she pulled this off, the reward would be incredible. In the forest, shapes began to move, lumbering forth. What had once been a sincere love of nature, so deep it was rooted in her very name, had been altered, warped, and improved. The shape her magic took was something of a surprise, but it shouldn't have been. By that point, there was nothing in her more connected to who she was than her grief. The sun hung low. Time was drawing near. She checked her bag carefully, making sure she had everything she needed for what was still to come. Not every magic item they had taken was for those incompetent raiders to find. Several were held back specifically for tonight. They might not all be needed. Planning for contingencies meant getting gear for specific problems. But one item had to be ready before she started her march. From within the bag, the priestess produced a long staff made of a stone dark as midnight. At the top, it splintered into several claw-like appendages, as though the staff were reaching out to grab something. She stepped closer to the spot on the ground where Calzadar's treasure lay, slightly pulsing amidst the runes she'd painstakingly drawn. In truth, this ritual and the magic in it were a mystery to her. Only Calzadar's divine, precise guidance had allowed her to create this site properly. Once she removed the treasure, the barrier around Notch would vanish. All that would keep them barred was Calzadar's power, much of which would be needed elsewhere tonight. That was why she'd been instructed to wait until the last moment, when the adventurers would be busy preparing for her arrival, rather than trying to break through the communication barriers. Slowly, inch by inch, she moved the staff closer to the glowing artifact sitting atop the grass. When the first of its claw-like arms were near enough to touch the target, her staff suddenly sprang, seizing the chunk of a glowing crystal and clutching it tightly as every arm wrapped around it. Moments later, new runes lit up along the shaft of the weapon, quickly reaching her hand. It took all she had not to drop the staff right then and there. There was so much power contained within. The staff seemed like it would break from trying to control it. As she held on, the priestess realized something, though. The staff wasn't trying to contain or control the power. It was merely aiming it. This new tool lacked the versatility of an unfiltered connection with the treasure, but made up for the trade with simple usability. By wielding the staff, she could increase the effect of any spell or item she used, assuming she didn't completely overload her target by mistake. Unbidden, her eyes darted to the shapes in the trees before she shook loose the idea. They were too important. She couldn't afford to risk destroying them, especially not before she was ready. There were a few test items she'd experiment on in the brief time before she needed to move. Only one item would likely need this boost to work. For the rest, it would simply make things more interesting. An entire town of former adventurers against one priestess of Calzadar and the treasure he'd entrusted to her. Victory might seem impossible to an outsider, but there were many kinds of victory here. Not all required slaying every enemy, although, if the night did end with her razing their entire village, the priestess would consider that an unexpected bonus. After what they'd done to her family, she never tired of making adventurers suffer. 41. The site of the entrance ritual was easy to identify. Finding it, however, turned out to be an unexpected challenge. In a sea of open space, Gelthorn didn't anticipate much difficulty in locating a simple stone altar, Yet, despite following the map precisely, she saw no sign of it until they were, quite literally, nearly on top of the site. It turned out that whoever made this place had used a slight incline before a miniature crater to hide the location from riders unless they knew what they were looking for. Between the tall grass and the carefully constructed landscape, spotting this place without knowing it was there took exceptional vision and attention to detail. Once discovered, the site itself was unimpressive. A stone arch set in front of a stone bowl and built in the center of the crater, surrounded by 3 stone altars arranged in a triangle around it. Gelthorn and Shalara examined the altars carefully, searching for any concealed sign or rune that might hint at which trophy went where. Ultimately, they discovered nothing, which proved sensible after some consideration. There were several different options for what they could have hunted, so assigning specific items to specific altars would only make the whole endeavor needlessly more complicated. Nevertheless, they had to be thorough. After everything it had taken to get these components, the idea of starting over was untenable. More likely, they'd just move on to a new adventure. Carefully, they unpacked their hard-won prizes, the feather of a golden rock, the eye of a lyranx, and a face from a slain helsk. Each so seemingly small when held in a hand. It would be impossible for anyone else to feel the weight of the effort, fear, and blood that had gone into acquiring each one. But the spell would know. It wasn't just about the items. It was about the power it took to earn them. Some components, like material for their potions, could be purchased. Others, like the helsk face, could only be earned. When dealing with magic, details mattered. First came the potion, poured into the stone bowl. As it landed, the archway began to glow. Next came the golden rock feather, which dissolved within seconds of touching the potion. An instant later, one of the 3 altars glowed the same hue as the archway. The other altars lit up as they added the eyes and face respectively.
"Now, we wait," Shalara informed them. "When the magic finishes, the door will be ready. Going to take a while, based on what I've heard. And on that topic, our portal only stays open for a few minutes, so we need to be ready to move as soon as we can. Much as I love a silly risk, getting here was tough, and I'm not in the mood for a do-over."
All of her party took note of the fact that even she was being serious and readied themselves appropriately. There might be more than they knew about, one last test to pass before getting through, and they wouldn't be caught unprepared. They'd fought hard to gain entry to Lamol. They wouldn't lose their chance now. Not without putting up the best fight they could. With weapons ready and nerves tense, the party drew closer, kept their eyes on the door, and waited. They knew their enemy was coming. Agrimore had sent word the moment someone entered her forest. None of the adventurers had met the druid as of yet, but no one in Notch doubted her report once it was received, so she was evidently the trustworthy type. If Agrimore had sent more information than just the fact that someone was approaching, it would have been appreciated, although since concealing magic was in play, they could hardly blame her. Evidently, a dark sphere moving through the woods was all she could glean. No sights or sounds, not even smells, were drifting through that barrier. The one thing Agrimore seemed certain of was that there was no way it was big enough to hide an army. In theory, that should have been comforting, but in practice, it meant they had no idea where their enemy's forces were or how they'd arrive, assuming they were real. Once they gave up on that assumption, then there truly was no way to guess at what was coming. Even with an inkling of what he suspected was going on, Thistle hadn't been able to fully unravel the point of all this. So much effort, just to keep them here. It didn't make sense, which could only mean that he was missing something. Until he knew more, Thistle's nerves refused to settle down. He was anxious to have an enemy he could see, confront, and ideally dispatch before their true sinister intentions were laid bare.
"I see the dome. They just emerged from the woods and are heading this way."
Eric's necklace was already proving its worth, as the rest of the party squinted to try to make out a dark blob off in the distance. It took a full 10 minutes for the dome to properly come into view, and another 15 before it had drawn close enough to merit concern. Weapons were out, but not raised, as their wielders waited patiently to see where this was going. Just as the dome was nearing the town square, Kieran stepped forward. His own blade was still in its sheath. Given the speed with which they'd seen Kieran move, the The time it would take to draw was probably negligible, unlikely to make any difference unless he had an opponent who was equally as quick. Fun in entrance as that is, it's also as far as you go like that. I don't want to tarnish this town with blood, and since you don't have an automaton army with you, I'm sincerely hoping you've come to talk. If you don't show yourself, however, I'll have to assume the worst. And naturally, after that point, I'll have to do my worst. Let's not go down that road. Not unless it is unavoidable. At first, it seemed like the dark dome must be blocking sound from getting in as well. Kieran's speech was met with neither reply or reaction, like it hadn't been heard at all. Nearly a minute later, just as he was inching forward, a woman stepped out from inside the sphere. She wore simple, grey traveling clothes, and would have slipped past them in any street or village without drawing a second glance. That was, until one looked her in the eyes. There was something in there, a rage that had grown stronger with time, warping and twisting until it was all that remained of whoever she'd once been. Her hatred had bored her out from the inside, devouring or casting off everything else, until there was no more person at all, just a puppet held aloft by strings of anger.
In his infinite wisdom and mercy, my God sends me with a message of compassion.
She may as well have spat the words, for all the sincerity they held. Still, they listened. If there was a chance to end this peacefully, it was worth taking. On the other hand, if she was trying to distract them, then it still paid to keep an eye on her, even as they scanned for other potential threats.
Khazadar has decided that waging war on the town of Notch is not in anyone's best interest. You would lose your lives and homes, while he would acquire new enemies of considerable power. While you are less than a horse's shit on my God's shoe compared to his might, it is undeniable that you could make trouble for the mortal worshippers who serve his glory. Khazadar has no quarrel with Notch. He only seeks fair retribution for what these blasphemers stole from him. To that end, I have come with an offer.
Moving slowly, she produced a small item from a pocket at her side. Most of the adventurers looked at it with uncertainty, save for Thistle and Grumph. They, along with a few others from Notch, recognized the magical item, even if it had been a long time since either had laid eyes on one.
I'm sure seasoned warriors such as yourselves know a stone of challenge when you see one. But for the sake of the uneducated thieves, I will explain, the priestess continued. These are magical devices popular in the wealthier kingdoms, used when people wish for a battle to go uninterrupted. Traditionally used for duels, they will conjure a barrier around those fighting, preventing others from interrupting. It will also block spells, enchantments, and other kinds of magic from outside the sphere. Now, obviously, this simple charm couldn't hope to stop the powers of someone from Notch. But if they do give you aid, then the fractures will show in the barrier. It is not a tool to stop all outside cheating, merely to make it visible when such actions occur.
The speech was flat and clearly rehearsed. Even as she visibly tried to keep herself neutral during the explanation, her gaze kept flashing when it fell upon them. No matter what reasonable-sounding words Khazadar had told her to say, there was no hiding the hatred that coursed through her. Lowering the cube to her side, the priestess forced her eyes back to Kieran, not without some effort.
The great and powerful Khazadar has decided to permit your town to remain hidden away and untouched. In return, he asks only that you allow me to fight these adventurers uninterrupted. Win or lose, we leave this town as is. Unless you intervene, of course. At that point, you are no longer neutral parties, and Khazadar will have no choice but to send his army across this land and leave only dirt in its wake. You say you want to have a match, yet I can't help noticing you're still keeping that dome up. Got a few tricks hiding in there?
Jalea was squinting slightly, doing all she could to pierce the veil without openly casting a spell. Until they really understood the situation, changing its dynamic could be dangerous. For her part, the priestess was unbothered by the accusation.
I brought allies, of course. 4 of them, in fact. 5 on 1 isn't a fair fight, is it? As for the bubble, are you in the habit of openly giving out all your tools and magics before a duel? Perhaps you'll next talk to the rogue of the group and tell him not to sneak around a battlefield. The element of surprise is a standard part of combat. Don't pretend I'm somehow duplicitous for using it.
She had a point, not that it mattered. The whole situation was entirely too reasonable for Thistle's liking. This was how someone sensible might handle a grudge, not a god with Kalzadar's reputation. He was renowned for his vengeance. The brutality of it soaked his legends. Marching into town, demanding a duel. None of that was his style. But their options were limited at the moment. They either played along or didn't. Odd as the situation was, Thistle's instinct was to go with it. The magical barrier wouldn't be able to stop anyone from Notch, so if the priestess pulled something, they could easily jump in. There would, of course, be repercussions, but if they didn't indulge her plan, then that would be their situation anyway. Doing things her way, at least for a while, offered them an opportunity to finish this peacefully. That was an option worth hanging on to for as long as they could.
Us versus you. And no matter how it plays out, you'll leave this town in peace. That's the deal, right?
Thistle stepped forward, earning a lot of disgust from the priestess. As the one who actually held Kalzadar's divinity as it was destroyed, she must have hated him most of all. Nevertheless, she swallowed her feelings and gave him a curt nod.
As Kalzadar has ordered, so will I obey. That is the offer he instructed me to make, so it is the one I will uphold.
Pretty words, not that they could be trusted. Although swearing to follow her god's orders seemed like it meant they could trust her. Kalzadar was a fan of trickery, and had no compunction about his followers using it. There was nothing they could believe in her words, only what she did would show them the truth. Better to get every piece of information possible before starting a town-wide battle.
Then we will honor the request as well. So long as the duel is a fair one, we do not wish to drag Notch into our feud with Kalzadar.
Thistle glanced at the people of Notch, making sure that they would follow his lead. He needn't have worried. The seasoned citizens could all see where he was leading things. As for his team, they were already at his side. They either saw the same angles he did or trusted their paladin enough to follow him. For the time being, Thistle didn't care which. Once more, the priestess nodded.
Then let us move slightly away from town, and we can begin. As you had time to prepare traps, I'm sure you won't object to me choosing the location.
That part took Thistle by surprise, but he didn't fight her on it. She had a point, and given the approach she was using, it was hard to deny her. So long as she acted in the spirit of fairness, the priestess had the right to demand the same in return. That was one of the drawbacks of being a paladin. Even when he knew better, Thistle had to give his enemies the chance to be decent. Once she betrayed them, however, all bets would be off. Together, everyone walked to an empty patch of grass not too far from the town. The entire trip was tense. Every adventurer, current and former, waited for something to spring out and surprise them. Their only warning that the trip was over came when the dome suddenly halted, the priestess stopping right along with it. She faced everyone, first the people of Notch, then the adventurers.
Since I took off my own weapons and armor to face you peacefully, I trust there is no objection to permitting me a moment to prepare, seeing as all my enemies already have their own equipment at the ready.
Another request that seemed reasonable, yet still set Thistle's teeth on edge. The longer this drew on, the more he wondered if it was a mistake to let the priestess dictate so many seemingly minor terms. True, they could add the people of Notch to the fight at any time, yet some part of this still wasn't sitting right in Thistle's gut. They'd missed something. He knew they had. And until Thistle figured it out, he was fighting half-blind, unsure of which actions he could take without inadvertently playing into her hands.
Of course. We wouldn't attack someone who was defenseless. Not before the duel has even started, Thistle assured her.
Those who wish to fight should get within 50 feet of my dome. The rest of Notch, please stay farther out. I will activate the stone and give you fair warning before the bout begins. If I fail to do so, the people of Notch may attack me freely without fear of Calzadar's reprisal, for I will have disobeyed his orders.
With that, the priestess walked back into the dome. Much as he didn't trust her, Thistle nonetheless motioned for the others to spread out around the dome. If they were going to play along, they'd go all the way with it. Bunching up was too dangerous. It would make an easy target for one spell. So they needed to position themselves carefully. Thistle took the south of the dome, right where the priestess had entered. Timiskor and Grumph were both on the western side, defaulting to a duo to cover one another's weak points. Eric was opposite Thistle on the northern side of the dome, while Gabrielle was at the eastern point. As for Mr. Peppers, he was, as always, only a few feet from Timiskor, tusks at the ready.
On the count of 3, I will activate the cube and drop the dome. At that point, the duel will have commenced. The winners leave. The losers die here.
A brief pause while everyone shifted and adjusted their weapon grips.
1, 2, 3.
Barriers snapped into place, but something was off. Thistle had seen stones of challenge used before, and the surge of magic brought on by their activation was never this powerful. Whether it was the lessons of Notch or pure experience, Thistle could feel the mana surging through the air, reinforcing the magical wall between his party and the outside world. This was much, much stronger than anything he'd experienced in the past. How in the world was she doing this? That was the moment Thistle could finally focus through the rush of mana, and give his attention to the area that had previously been concealed by a dome of shadow. To her credit, the priestess hadn't lied. There were only 4 other beings around her, all of them dark green. Thistle might have paid them more attention, were his gaze not stolen by the priestess. She was surrounded by branches and thorns, a woodland castle forming around her. Aside from a few more trinkets, she looked much the same, save for the staff in her hand. It was horrendous, twisted and gnarled, like living rot. Yet worse by far was what lay at the top of the staff, a glowing chunk of crystal that Thistle often saw in his dreams and nightmares. The bridge. She'd brought her piece of the bridge onto the battlefield with her. And based on the way her stone of challenge was pulsing with the same unnatural light, she hadn't brought it along just for show. 42. Shocking as the sight of someone swinging around a piece of the bridge was, Timiskor didn't have time to indulge in staring. No sooner had the dome vanished than the opponent nearest to him and Grumph began to move. It was humanoid, in the sense that it had 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head. For a creature made of branches, thorns, and grass, the shape was impressively well sculpted. Timiskor almost thought he saw a face in the leaves coating its head. Just before the plant warrior slammed both its arms down onto Timiskor's shield. The blow was incredible, driving him back and nearly to his knees. If the shield he used wasn't enchanted, there was a real possibility it could have broken from that single hit. These monsters were strong and worse, relentless. Timiskor realized that his opponent wasn't letting up. It moved in closer, ready to pummel Timiskor while he was off balance. That endeavor failed when a blast of fire slammed into its face, courtesy of Grumph. Much as Timiskor might have liked to see it go up in flames, the monster slapped at its head, and seconds later, the fire was out. Worse, Timiskor noticed that the seared portions were slowly reforming, ash replaced with new growth.
These are not some animated topiaries to be trifled with,
the priestess called out. The reasonable facade was gone now, naked madness plain on her face as she cackled with joy. The snaps and shudders of her growing fortress tried to drown her out, but the woman would not be denied.
My allies are born of the power Calzadar gave me. His dark magic flows through them, and no simple spell will burn them away.
Hardly ideal, but not insurmountable either. If the dark magic of an evil god was what protected these things, then the power of a good one should negate it. Even if he couldn't talk to him, Thistle was still a servant of Grumble, and as such, he had the power to temporarily bless weapons. It would drain his mana, However, given the circumstances, there wasn't likely to be a better use for his magic anyway. Chancing a look across the battlefield, Timiskor saw Thistle dive out of the way of another, smaller plant person, coming up near him and Grumph a moment later. Moving quickly, Timiskor threw himself between the large foliage monster and the others, giving Thistle enough time to cast. Once Grumph's weapon was enchanted, they could hopefully trade off. Timiskor would be more effective once his sword was blessed as well, assuming he ever managed to get in a single attack.
Thank you, Paladin, for being so wonderfully predictable.
Just as Thistle finished the hurried mutterings under his breath, Timiskor could hear another sound follow on its heels. A snap like a lock being set, and a rush of mana. Slamming his shield into the plant monster, Timiskor drove it a few steps back and checked to see what had happened. Thistle and Grumph were looking at Grumph's staff, momentarily confused. In the priestess's free hand, there now rested a small box with runes atop it, a bright glow coming from beneath the lid. It made no sense to Timiskor, but Thistle's eyes narrowed as he saw the box.
A spell sealer. You waited for me to bless something so you could lock it away.
Did you think you were the only one who could plan and scheme before a fight?
The priestess moved as if to tuck the box away in her pocket, but it was impossible to be sure with the sizable fortifications blocking her from view.
These don't last long, and they can't snare every spell, so they've never become too popular. However, I've found that spell sealers do have the occasional use.
She was enjoying this, enjoying tormenting them, enjoying watching their attacks bounce off her allies, or strike without leaving significant marks. This woman would tear them all limb from limb, laughing while she did it. Rage tried to rise within Timiskor's breast, but he shoved the feeling away. Anger was well and good in the right situations, but this was not one of them. He needed a clear head to make calm, split-second decisions. As the others scrambled, it was on Timiskor to give all he had protecting them.
The priestess has sealed my spell of blessing.
Thistle raised his voice, making sure the others could hear him.
I can't add blessings to any of our weapons for some time, likely until the end of the battle.
To an outsider, it might have seemed like Thistle was warning the others that the fight had taken a bad turn, and there was some truth to that. Timiskor knew enough to listen for the choice of words, though, and he noticed that Thistle had only cautioned that no new weapons could be blessed, a firm reminder that they already had a couple in play. On cue, Eric darted forward, slashing at the legs of a more slender, faster plant monster harassing Gabrielle. While her own weapon, fearsome though it was, cut only small sections away, this had a far more pronounced effect. The moment his short sword, the blade inherited from his paladin father who had laid a permanent blessing upon it, struck, a flash of white-blue light tore across the living Flora's skin. Smoke rose from the wound, and when it cleared, there was a sizable chunk of roasted greens across the creature's leg. Not needing a verbal hint, Gabrielle fell into position behind him. There was a chance her axe's special abilities could have similar effects, slicing through the magic that gave these tree people form and movement. Unfortunately, that move came with risks, and it was a surprise they'd only get to play once. There was some chance, meager as it was, that Kelzadar didn't know precisely what her axe could do. None of them had even known until arriving here in Notch, so it was definitely possible. If so, then his priestess wouldn't be aware either. There was no way a woman who'd come so prepared had already sprung every trap in her arsenal. Better to hang on to their surprise card until it became essential. For now, she could defend Eric while he carved up the plants. Nearby, Thistle was doing much the same. With Timiskor and Grumph blocking for him, the gnome tossed his first two daggers into the larger monster's torso, creating flashes of light and sizable holes wherever he struck. Spells could be locked, but the primary weapons of a paladin were so frequently exposed to divine magic that they always had a blessing. Sadly, Timiskor realized that the wounds were healing, albeit at a much slower rate than the ones inflicted by normal weapons. That was okay. They could still win this by doing enough damage to destroy their opponents, assuming they got a chance, of course. It hadn't escaped Timiskor's notice that there were still two unutilized plant people, a near-matching set, a full foot shorter than the slender counterparts. They were in positions equidistant from the priestess, who was glaring angrily at Thistle and Eric. Her fortress had slowed its growth, but the work was largely done. She'd become sealed away within layers upon layers of enchanted thorns and branches, leaving only enough space to see the battlefield and potentially contribute. If that was not her intention, she likely wouldn't have bothered to leave any such vulnerabilities. One allowed holes in a fortress wall to fire arrows through, not to enjoy the view. Also curious was the fact that Mr. Peppers was hanging back, not far from Thistle. The boar usually charged right into battle on Timiscore's heels. It was unlikely he'd suddenly turned coward, which left Timiscore to assume that Mr. Peppers thought that was where he needed to be. The idea might seem ludicrous for a simple boar, but he'd long ago accepted that his partner was no mere beast. More than that, Timiscore realized he trusted Mr. Pepper's judgment to an extent. The instincts of a wily animal were often better developed than those of men. His presence at Thistle's side meant that there was still more danger to come.
I knew the paladin's blades would stink of his god's tainted divinity, but I didn't expect there to be another.
Radiating hatred boiled in her eyes, yet there was also a sincere joy in her smile as she produced another item, a glowing orb that fell from one of the holes in her fortress and rolled slowly across the grass.
Good. You'll make him quite happy. This one has been starved for weeks. I imagine he's quite ravenous by now.
A surprisingly soft tinkle reached Timiscore's ears, the only warning he'd received that the glass orb had cracked. He would have paid more attention to the process, but attacks from their plant monster demanded his shield and attention. Despite the holes Thistle was putting in it, the damn thing refused to slow down. By the time Timiscore had a chance to look back, a thin veneer of white smoke was fading, leaving something he'd never seen before shuddering to its feet. The creature was horrific. Mottled black and silver skin stretched across a long, wiry frame that would reach at least 7 feet when standing upright. Its hands and feet were disproportionately large, ending in sharp claws on every toe and finger. The face, or lack thereof, was the worst of it. No hair, no eyes, no ears, only more taut skin, a row of slits that could be a nose, and the mouth, wide, slobbering, with teeth that resembled obsidian stones. The being looked more like a monstrous life support system for a mouth than an actual creature. Behind him, Timiscore heard Thistle suck in a short gasp before letting it out as a single strained word.
Ravisher.
I'm impressed. You know you're denizens of the Chaos Plane.
She was grinning from ear to ear, completely lost in the thrill of her latest murderous surprise.
You wouldn't believe how many Helsks we had to let through before a pack of these finally crossed over. After that, it was just a matter of giving it the right appetite.
The ravisher whipped its head around, the slits above its mouth expanding and contracting. Timiscore shifted his footing. Thistle had just landed a blow on the plant monster, so it had momentarily retreated. If the ravisher came for his group, it would create the risk of them fighting on 2 fronts. Timiscore would intercept it, allowing Thistle and Grump to finish off the plant while he bought them time. If it went after the other 2, Gabrielle could do the same for Eric. After a few seconds, the slits stopped widening so frequently. That was the only warning they had before the ravisher leapt forward, careening directly toward Timiscore, Grumph, and Thistle. Reacting as he'd planned, Timiscore pivoted, setting himself firmly between the ravisher and his friends. It didn't slow down, perhaps couldn't, given its breakneck speed and considerable size. Rather than absorb the pounce on his shield, Timiscore took advantage of its cumbersome heft and slid to the side, letting the attack strike empty ground. Not one to waste an opportunity, Timiscore brought his freshly sharpened sword down onto the ravisher's back, intending to cut through its spine if it had one. To his shock, the blade bounced right off, sparking as though he'd struck an anvil. As it turned out, the ravisher also was not one to waste an opportunity. Moving unnaturally fast, it jerked forward, its huge mouth widening even larger. It was too close and too quick for Timiscore to dodge. There was barely even time to think. Acting purely on instinct, he angled his sword as best he could. The maneuver worked, in that the ravisher's open mouth came down directly on Timiscore's blade. Rather than carving through the back of its skull as he'd hoped, the weapon was suddenly stopped cold. Not by the back of the ravisher's head, either. No, it was the monster's teeth that halted the attack. It had bitten down on Timiscore's sword. For a fleeting second, he thought it was a defensive move. That idea lasted only until the harsh, shattering noise reached his ears. He was wrong. The ravisher hadn't bitten down on his weapon. The creature had bitten through it. It gulped once, then opened its mouth again. He could see the teeth marks at the edge of the blade, more than half his sword now gone, vanished into the beast's belly, or wherever it digested steel. Moving fast, Timiscore leapt clear, pulling what remained of his sword back, too.
Timiskor, throw away that sword!
Thistle yelled, hurling his daggers into the plant monster Grumph was holding off as fast as they would return.
Ravishers can eat anything, and they grow immune to it as a consequence. I once saw some living in a volcano, swimming through it like a lake, living off lava. She's given that one a taste for metal. That's why your attack didn't work. And once it starts a meal, it won't stop until it finishes.
So astute, just as I was warned.
The priestess was taunting them, her duo of guards still close to her side. Already, the pet ravisher was moving once more, thick tongue drooling on the grass as its head followed the movements of Timiskor's blade.
But will you figure out the true danger in time, wise gnome?
Timiskor paid her as little mind as he could afford. Whatever game of jibes and strategy they were playing was beyond him. He was trained as a knight, and combat was the only time he felt he genuinely added to the party. That was how he earned his keep, how he showed his friends how grateful he was to be a member of the group. Without hesitation, he reared back and hurled the sword across the battlefield. It landed heavily in the grass, only a few feet away from the priestess's protective shell.
Fetch!
Timiskor muttered, more in hope than command. Mercifully, Thistle was right. The ravisher instantly bounded after the blade to finish it off.
Maybe try some of her metal while you're at it.
Silly man, haven't you noticed? I wield no metal, and neither do my plants.
The priestess's eyes flashed joyfully as she watched the knight's weapon vanish into the ravisher's mouth.
Soon, none of you will either. After that, well, since all your blessed weapons are metal, I imagine my lovely plants will have a much easier time tearing you apart. And oh my, what a surprise your souls will find on the other side.
Her eyes narrowed, and the cascading hatred grew more focused, more dangerous.
You still don't understand the real punishment you're facing, Paladin. If you did, you would bash your skull against the barrier trying to break through. Don't worry, though. You'll find out quite soon.
43. From the instant Fritz saw the woman wielding the staff, she'd put it together. Even before Jolia inspected the barrier, only to find it was far, far stronger than what the item should have conjured, Fritz had expected as much. Wielding a piece of the bridge was no easy feat. Eric had only managed as much as he had thanks to a touch of talent and dire straits that helped him focus. Producing sustainable, useful effects on the fly would take someone years of practice to manage, especially in a combat setting. Building a tool, on the other hand, was far more achievable. It worked on the same premise as the ritual Fritz had used, but she refused to trade precision for convenience. Used as a tool, the effects the bridge would be able to produce were limited. Amplifying other items would be one of the simpler tasks to give it, and could be useful in virtually any situation, especially with preparation. Knowing the trick was the easy part. The harder conundrum was deciding what she should do. As things stood, the priestess hadn't technically broken the agreement. All she'd done was increase the power of the magical barrier, reinforcing the divide they'd already agreed to. The purpose was clear. She didn't want the Notch citizens to have a choice in helping, but that was in the spirit of the challenge. The priestess had yet to break her word. She'd laid out a challenge and was seeing it through. Granted, so far she had the upper hand. However, that was part of agreeing to a battle. There was a chance her friends might simply lose just because they weren't as strong. Whether Fritz should do something about that or not, she was still deciding.
I don't get it. Why go to all the trouble of threatening Notch, risking us fighting too, only to cut us all out at the end?
Simone shook her head as she watched the Ravager finish off Timiskor's sword.
I'm sure it's some sort of complicated trickery, but this type of strategy has never been my preference.
Kieran nodded.
The risk was minimal for someone with cunning. It's no secret that we like to avoid bloodshed when we can these days. The odds of Notch actually picking a fight were staggeringly low, and by pretending to include us in the attack, there was a strong chance those 5 would underprepare. Most adventurers, when surrounded by people of our skill level, would assume that we could handle whatever threat was presented. That group's questioning and paranoia of the situation worked out to their benefit. They always assumed they'd have to fight, and prepared for it appropriately.
They had been preparing. Fritz wouldn't argue that point. But how effective it might be was still up for debate. Theoretically, Fritz could use their piece of the bridge to work against the priestess, undoing whatever augmentations she commanded that staff to cast. Was that really the best use of her energy, though? Truth be told, this was a grudge match against a representative for a god who had a legitimate vendetta against the party. Calzadar wouldn't give up just because his priestess failed. He'd come again and again, until the fight was no longer worth it. If those 5 wanted to walk this path, then they had to be capable of doing so under their own power. Otherwise, she'd be risking Calzadar's wrath only to have the party die in a few weeks anyway. Fritz couldn't afford Calzadar's or any other god's attention to be placed too closely on her. She'd given up so much to gain anonymity. Losing it would make her goals thousands of times more difficult.
Until she does something that actually breaks the rules, we should stick to the agreement,
Fritz said at last.
Besides, with her piece of the bridge occupied, cracking through Calzadar's communication barrier just got a lot more manageable. Let's help them by figuring out what exactly is going on. That might turn out to be exactly what they need.
And if it isn't?
Brock asked. Fritz gave a somber shrug.
It's Calzadar, so figuring out his goals is bound to help someone stop them, even if it isn't pertinent to this particular group.
She's right. We have a window for information. We should use it, Kieran said. But the bridge is back in the safe room. By the time you arrive, it might be too late. Fritz met his eyes, and Kieran's world briefly spun. Whether it was the proximity of another bridge piece or merely his survival instinct kicking in, the mask of Fritz slipped for him, for a moment only, reminding Kieran just who it was he was talking to. Of course, you've made preparations for such a situation, haven't you?
Added a teleportation altar outside the room before we left.
Rummaging around in one of her pockets, she produced a small rock with a glowing rune on top.
Kept the keystone on hand, just in case. I'll get to work. Kieran, run over and meet me there. You're probably the only one fast enough for it to matter. Everyone else, keep an eye on the fight. If she breaks a rule, you decide what to do about it. Also, don't be shocked if a bird or a mound of dirt starts talking. I'm going to relay messages as easily as I can in the moment, which probably means using the bridge rather than a spell.
Giving a quick wave, Fritz vanished in a flash of the same green light that was glowing from the stone. An instant later, Kieran took off at a dead sprint, moving at speeds that were difficult for even the citizens of Notch to track.
You ever worry that we're all going to end up serving that woman one day?
Jolia asked.
I don't worry about the courses of storms, the desires of gods, or the schemes of mages. They're things I cannot affect, so it's a waste of focus, Brock replied. Besides, if she wanted to rule, she would still do so.
Jolia refused her gaze's attempts to waver from the battle back to where Fritz had vanished.
Maybe. Or maybe she just wants to rule everything, and this is how she's going about it.
The sky was growing dark as they waited. Gelthorn scanned the area every few minutes to be sure no one was sneaking up on their position. Even knowing that the ceremony would take some time, the wait was taking a toll on them. They were right here, after working so hard to get this far. But now was the time when things usually went wrong. A band of thieves or some hidden monster would probably charge in, pitting them in a life-or-death battle just as the window to enter Le Mall opened, forcing them to fight for both success and survival. Yet, as minute after minute passed, no such threat emerged. Meanwhile, the swirling magic of the archway was growing more substantial by the moment. Smoke and color twisted in its depths, giving the occasional flash of something beyond. It was never much, the shadow of some looming building, a burst of unexpected light from a new source. But the more intense it grew, the harder it was to look away from. Even Gelthorn had trouble keeping her head on a swivel. Then, without ado or warning, it changed. The colors vanished, leaving only a thick smoke in the door. A gust of wind blew some of it out, sending it across the ground where it quickly vanished. The party looked at each other as understanding set in. That wind hadn't come from around them. It was ready. The doorway was complete.
Kind of thought it would be a grander view than a bunch of smoke, Shalara mumbled as she lifted her bag. I suppose they like to play it private to the very end. It better be impressive and memorable when we get there. Shouldn't be much longer.
Gelthorn took a test sniff of the air, noticing new smells coming through the opening. There was sound, too, but it was muffled. Magical doorways might not be the best eavesdropping tools. The smells, though, there was familiarity there. Oddly, the most notable smell was soot and fire, an oddity that lasted only until she took a closer look at the smoke around them. It wasn't pure or magical, just dark and heavy, the perfect sort for obscuring what lay beyond the doorway. More pageantry, from a town that clearly survived on the stuff, given what entering had demanded. Together, they linked hands and ran through the newly formed door, entering Le Mans at long last. When the smoke finally cleared from their eyes, they were treated to their first look at the City of Secrets, the sealed civilization, the center of knowledge since time immemorial. Shalara had been right about what to expect. The sight they encountered was both impressive on a scale of horror and something none of them were ever going to forget. Sliding back into the room where they'd left the ritual and the bridge ready to go, Fritz wasted no time in making a connection. She could still feel the lingering effects of their earlier work. All the traps she and Eric had laid across potential battlefields had been nothing more than effort wasted on a distraction. Taking a breath, Fritz put her annoyance aside. That was to be expected when dealing with a cunning enemy. Part of the priestess's tactics had been spreading their focus too wide, so they'd waste time on fruitless endeavors. It was why Calzadar had gone to such great lengths to keep them cut off from news of the outside world. The bigger problem was that Fritz knew there was more at work here than what she'd seen thus far. Calzadar was a petty, vengeful god, but he wasn't a complete idiot. This was a lot of trouble to go through just to kill a few adventurers who could easily be picked off along their travels. Why do it like this? Why so much scheming and setup? She didn't know, not yet, but that was about to change. Using the power of the bridge to punch through Calzadar's barrier was an almost minor effort. Though it was hard to be sure without breaking the ritual, Fritz strongly suspected he'd dialed back how much power he was investing in the communication blockade. Other items on his agenda probably took higher priority, now that the attack on Notch had commenced. With the bridge maintaining a hole in the barrier, it should now be possible for Fritz or the others to use magical messages. That took time, however, so the trader decided to do some quick reconnaissance while she and her artifact were already connected. In the back of her head, a slight throb formed, the precursor of far worse pain to come. She'd used the bridge a lot today, and calling on it even more was taxing her mind. That was a minor concern. Fritz had pushed herself vastly further than today would need, and there was plenty more she could do before the pain moved from annoyance to actual danger. Extending her senses, she used the ritual to look beyond her current location, moving miles away in the span of a thought. The bridge couldn't be used to locate individual objects or people the way spells could, but if the user knew where they were going, it could show them virtually any location. It was an ability most useful to those who had traveled far and wide across the kingdoms, which was part of why Fritz spent her time doing precisely that. It took only seconds for her head to fill with visions of Le Mans, a city with which she was intimately familiar. In both her current and former positions, it served as a wonderful source of knowledge and resources. The earliest parts of her journey had been spent ransacking the libraries of Le Mans, hunting for any clues or tidbits she could find. Part of her, a sentimental piece weathered down throughout the years, still held a nostalgic fondness for those endless stacks of books. Perhaps that was why she let out a small tear as the vision came into view. By the time Kieran opened the door behind her, having made the run in barely over a minute and a half, Fritz was already back on her feet and ready for him. Her lone tear was gone. A dangerous glint now shone in her eyes. The moment Kieran saw that expression, he knew there was more at play than they'd realized.
"What's the report?" "The report is that, while I still don't know exactly what's going on, I now understand why Calzadar was so keen on keeping this place blocked off," Fritz told him. "It wasn't for the adventurers. Well, not just for them, at any rate. He was trying to keep all of Notch sealed away, because, as hidden as you might be, there are a few in Le Mans who know about your secret village. People who would have called on you for help in a time of serious distress."
Le Mans is the most well-defended place in all the continent's kingdoms. Kieran had been there himself, and the defenses were of a caliber that even he considered adequate.
"It used to be, but not anymore."
Fritz paused, the images of what she'd seen still flickering through her head.
"Le Mans is burning. It may well be already lost."
44. She was toying with them. That could hardly have been more obvious. 2 of her 4 humanoid plants, which Thistle had begun to think of as plantoids, were still doing nothing more than standing in front of her like personal bodyguards. Sending even one more into the fray would put his people on the defensive, and they were already working hard to deal with the 2 mindless attacking plantoids she'd spurred into action. Even with a few blessed weapons, his party could be overpowered by the strength of her forces. Yet the priestess refused to give the order. Instead, she pulled out a ravisher with a hunger for metal and turned it loose. Why play a new card when she already had what could well be a winning hand? Thistle's eyes roved while the ravisher gobbled up the remains of Timiscore's sword. As soon as that thing moved again, he wouldn't be able to risk looking away. So Thistle worked hard to absorb every detail he could. The attacking plantoids had backed off for a moment, both of them recovering from the divine wounds left by his and Eric's respective weapons. Thistle paused, reconsidering that fact. Neither had been so wounded that it was risking death, so why not keep pressing the attack on the chance of killing an adventurer? If these were summoned warriors, their deaths meant nothing, especially when traded for killing a target. The priestess was cackling. The ravisher was almost done with its snack. There were 2 unmoving plantoids right in front of the miniature Flora fortress, and 2 plantoids readying themselves to attack. His own people looked relatively fine, save for Timiscore, who appeared slightly distraught by the sudden loss of his sword. Despite the fact that they still had a numbers advantage, at least until she got the other twin plantoids involved, they were fighting on the defensive. That had been acceptable when they were still trying to draw out her plan, but the battle had been on her terms for too long. If they wanted to take control, they needed to start sweeping some of her pawns off the board.
Grumph and I will deal with the ravisher.
Using an overhand toss, Thistle lobbed one of his daggers through the air, where Timiscore snatched it easily.
Everyone else, kill the plants however you can. Sorry it's not a sword, Timiscore, but that's one of our only blessed weapons at the moment. Make it count.
Timiscore asked for no more than that. With his shield raised, he raced toward the heaviest plantoid, the one Thistle had been peppering with dagger strikes. They met in a sonorous clang. Leafy appendages stopped the charge cold, the plantoid's superior strength winning out. Timiscore wasn't merely a burly bruiser, however. He was trained as a knight, and that meant competency with all manner of weapons. Using the distraction of his shield, Timiscore leaned around and with his free hand jammed the dagger into his enemy's side several times. Tough as the creatures were, their lack of armor meant that they were incredibly vulnerable to strikes from blessed weapons. The plantoid couldn't just slam through an enemy like Timiscore. It was going to have to outfight him. Across the battlefield, Gabrielle and Eric stepped up their aggression as well. Gabrielle still hadn't activated her anger or her axe, but she was plenty strong enough on her own to distract and block against the swifter plantoid, while Eric slipped in to deliver strikes wherever he could. Even with blessed weapons, unfortunately, their opponents were shockingly hardy. Whatever magic flowed through them was incredible, perhaps even augmented. Thistle had nearly forgotten that tonight. Calzadar's power was greater than normal. The priestess mentioned that these creatures came from his magic, so it stood to reason that they'd be enhanced as well. That thought alone nearly knocked his mind from its train of thought. If this one priestess was seeing a substantial increase in power, how much damage were the rest of Calzadar's people wreaking tonight? Thistle tossed the idea aside before he could dwell on it. He didn't know how strong these plantoids were meant to be. Perhaps they weren't augmented at all. If that were true, though, then it meant their enemy was all the more powerful. None of the options Thistle had to consider were especially good ones. Worse, his time had officially run out. The ravisher gulped down the last of Timiscore's sword, the slits on its head beginning to expand and contract once more. It was sniffing. Thistle already knew that much. He had to make sure the scent it caught was in his direction. Otherwise, it would pounce on an existing fight. With a quick motion, Thistle whipped a spare dagger, one lacking the inherent blessing of a paladin's main weapon, into the ground between him and the ravisher. Movement caught his attention, as did the scent of freshly unsheathed metal. In a bound, it had crossed the gap, scooping the dagger up with its long tongue and crushing it between those obsidian teeth. Thistle's spare dagger wasn't of the same quality as Timiscore's sword, so it was gone in seconds, ground into quickly swallowed splinters. Thankfully, he'd already drawn its attention, and before the ravisher had a chance to sniff again, Thistle was in front of it. With a free hand, he clanged heavily on his armor, making sure it heard the sound.
That was a mere morsel. If you want a true meal, come and give me a bite.
As a mindless creature ruled by hunger, the Ravisher needed no more convincing. One bound took it on top of Thistle. It pinned the gnome easily as those massive jaws opened wide, bringing the dark teeth down on Thistle's breastplate. Unlike the sword and dagger, it didn't easily chomp right through. In fact, its teeth were grinding against the armor, unable to make so much as a scratch. Inheriting the armor of Grumble's first paladin had been a deeply spiritual, emotional moment for Thistle, but since then, he mostly enjoyed the protection on a practical level. Despite having taken a direct strike from a dragon, he hadn't actually been sure that it would stand up to the continued gnawing of a Ravisher, so this was a welcome discovery. It was still possible the creature could make headway with enough time, which was why Grumph had already moved into position. They had come a long way from Maplebark, and in their journeys, most had upgraded parts of their equipment. There were still a few items from their first trip that had endured, though. Thistle's magical belt and sheaths, Gabrielle's armor, Eric's inherited short sword, and of course, the demon bone sword that Grumph had warped in his mage trial. He had eventually incorporated the sword into the tip of his staff, which meant he technically wielded a spear. On top of being forged from the bones of a particularly nasty type of demon, the weapon bore a slight lightning enchantment, and most importantly of all, had not 1 ounce of metal within. Lining up his blow, keenly aware that the next wouldn't be so easy, Grumph took advantage of Thistle's distraction and slammed the demon bone blade through the Ravisher's back. It burst out the front with a spray of black ichor. The wizard had hoped he would kill it outright by hitting the heart, or at least cripple it by clipping the spine. Strangely, he felt neither as his thrust finished. It was like the Ravisher was all shell and muscle, with nothing else to hit. It did feel pain, though. A horrendous screech reached Grumph's ears as the Ravisher wrenched back its head and howled. Turning at what should have been an impossible angle, if this being possessed bones, it swiped at Grumph. The attack was crude and jerky. Electricity surging from the weapon was enough to weaken, not incapacitate, but the blow still managed to shove Grumph back a full foot. These things were powerful. Had it been intent on eating them instead of their weapons, they might already be in bloody heaps. The Ravisher reared back for another attack, seeking to strike Grumph while he was still off balance. Before it had a chance, the sound of scraping metal rang out as Thistle sliced at it with his other blessed dagger, the only one he could reach under the Ravisher's near-crushing weight. Annoyed as the monster was by the augmented staff rammed through its chest, its hunger still evidently topped everything in priority. In a blur, it slapped Thistle's hand down, knocking the dagger from his grip. Before he had a chance to think, let alone try to recover the weapon, it was gone into the Ravisher's mouth. This one did demand a little more chewing, so Grumph grabbed hold of his staff and jerked it upward, trying to cut from the chest to the neck. Whatever the biology of this thing might be, Grumph felt reasonably certain it would stop eating things if he cut the head from the body. It wasn't a solution that worked every time, but the number of creatures that could keep fighting after decapitation was limited. He managed to widen the wound by a few inches. However, the Ravisher wasn't without survival instincts. It spun around, ripping the weapon from Grumph's grip before slamming both its arms into the half-orc's torso. The blow sent him flying back toward one edge of the barrier, where he landed heavily. Almost as an afterthought, the beast reached around and yanked the staff from its back. Giving the weapon a test sniff, it cast the staff away without another thought. The Ravisher then leaned back down to Thistle, licking his armor with that swollen tongue. Moments later, its head was back in the air, sniffing.
We didn't just feed that one metal, you know. We went out of our way to feed it every piece of blessed metal equipment we could find. While it will eat any metal, it has an undeniable preference for the kind you're counting on.
She'd barely finished speaking before the Ravisher was off Thistle and lumbering toward Eric and Gabrielle with stilted, jerky movements. At least the staff stabbing had left electrical damage, though how long the effects would last was anyone's guess. Thistle looked from the priestess to the Ravisher, and then to the pair of twin plantoids still standing silently in front of her. It made sense now. This wasn't a battle, it was torture. That was why she hadn't unloaded all her tools at once and crushed them. She wanted them to keep fighting, keep hoping, coming up with new ways to win that the priestess could blow apart. They knew Calzadar was a vengeful god, but they'd forgotten that he was renowned for his cruelty as well. Simply killing the party wasn't enough. He wanted them to suffer first. When the killing did finally start, Thistle had a hunch that he wouldn't be the first to go. They would start with the others, slaying his friends one by one as he, their paladin, failed to protect them. He had to figure something out, and soon. Thistle held no particular fear of death. As a paladin, he knew what awaited him on the other side. Still, as much as he looked forward to seeing his wife once more, it wasn't worth the lives of his friends to hurry the reunion along. Thistle might be okay with dying, but he would be damned if he let Calzador take the others along with him. It was clear they were losing, even before the Ravisher had taken out one of their 3 remaining blessed weapons. Gabrielle could count too, and it hadn't escaped her attention that half of the priestess's Flora forces were relegated to guard duty. Grumph getting hurled through the air was enough motion to draw her attention, which turned out to be a good thing, since not long afterward the Ravisher whipped around, making a run for Eric. Holding off the surprisingly graceful attacks of their first enemy was taxing enough. The creature of leaves and branches was adept at slipping aside every time Eric came in for a strike, and turning devastating blows into glancing ones. Eric still had the soft glow of the gem on his sword's hilt, meaning he could deliver a single, devastating attack before it needed a day to recharge. That wasn't a strike they could waste on a potential blow. It had to be a sure hit. Unfortunately, as Gabrielle watched the Ravisher shudder and bound toward them, she found herself wondering if perhaps they shouldn't have been a little more daring. If they could have downed the plant first, they wouldn't be in nearly so dire a position. No, that was silly. Gabrielle checked the field once more, making sure the twin plants were still rooted in place. Killing one enemy would likely just mean they got another rotated in. Better to hold on to their limited abilities for when they could count the most. Of course, she did still need to deal with their immediate problem. The Ravisher couldn't be allowed to reach Eric. Not only was his sword an heirloom, it was now the best blessed weapon the party had. Losing it would both wound and weaken them. The trouble was, Gabrielle's axe, magical though it had proven to be, was made of metal. She wasn't so sure it would be easy to bite through, but in this case metal was a weakness that would definitely make injuring the beast more difficult. There was a chance she could use her axe's abilities to negate the Ravisher's protections. However, she'd never attempted to use it in such a manner. Not to mention, she hadn't actually tried to use the axe's negation power since her change. It had always seemed like a needless risk to take, something better reserved for optimal conditions. Had she been trained as a knight and taught the proper uses of weaponry in battle, Gabrielle might have faltered in that moment. Thankfully, her education was that of a barbarian. Her time with goblins had shown her the way smaller, weaker creatures fought. They had no rules or dignity. The only thing they cared about was survival. Of the clan first, then of themselves. Hers had been an unintended education in the methods of improvisation, tactics, and listening to one's instincts. With a toss, Gabrielle flipped her weapon through the air, catching it after a single half-rotation. Her grip was roughly a foot above the head of the axe, the remainder of the shaft sticking up like she held a staff. In her human form, the weight would have been too great to wield in any manageable way. Fortunately, she was no longer fully human, and there was a reason some people gave themselves willingly over to undeath. The perks were nothing to sneeze at, and enhanced strength was only one of them. This had all happened in a matter of seconds, too slow if the Ravisher had been moving at normal speeds, but just fast enough thanks to its jerky lumbering. Whipping the shaft of the axe around, Gabrielle cracked it across the head, sending the monster sprawling back. It landed heavily, shaking itself and slowly trying to rise back up. Although the attack had been a surprise and her next strike wouldn't be so easy, Gabrielle felt a rush of elation. It had worked. She had a way to fight this monster. With luck, she could smash its head in, and they could focus on the plants. Gabrielle's attention was locked on the Ravisher, a move that was understandable, but ultimately unwise. To her credit, she could hardly have known that the first act of the plant twins would be to move together in a coordinated attack. She felt something sharp, several something sharp actually, try to jam its way through her back. Most of the sharp objects were stopped by her demon hide armor. However, one branch managed to find a gap, stabbing deep into her midsection. Even while already turning to defend herself, it was too late to stop the other plant twin's attack, a slam that was rapidly nearing her head. Jerking around so as not to take the attack in the face and risk her vision, Gabrielle felt a blow that should have torn her neck from her shoulders land on her skull. While her body held, the attack flipped her from her feet, causing the world to spin until she came down hard on the ground. She was facing up, looking at a surprisingly starless night sky. It might have been pretty, if not for the pain in her gut and the ringing in her ears. Evidently, The priestess took the protection of her pet ravisher seriously, if she decided to finally let her guards join the fight. Just as that thought went through Gabrielle's head, a pair of figures appeared in her vision, blocking out the empty night. The twins weren't done with her. Already, wickedly sharp branches were emerging from their hands. No, they hadn't come to stop her from neutralizing the ravisher. It seemed the priestess had finally decided to start killing, and Gabrielle was her first target. 45. Clouds of ash billowed up from below, swirling in with the smoke and drawing coughs from everyone as they struggled to make their way off the arrival platform. It was hard to tell under the current circumstances, but from what little they could make out, this appeared to be some sort of receiving area for those first arriving in Le Mans, set slightly apart from the nearby buildings. There were lush seats, as well as signs directing people to all of the wonderful destinations Le Mans had to offer. Of course, most of that was on fire, though a few remaining pieces were enough to give context to the observant.
Again? Fucking 2 bad teleports in a row? I think this module is getting a little repetitive, Shallora complained between coughs.
Or maybe it was giving us a hint that we shouldn't always assume we'll end up somewhere peaceful,
Wimberly countered.
A hint that we ignored, even after last night. We still didn't walk through that doorway expecting a battle.
Gelthorn quietly drew an arrow as sounds from nearby reached her ears.
No, we didn't. But we're certainly ready for one now.
Temanuel took the cue and moved into position in front of Shallora and Wimberly. Gelthorn was too mobile during a battle. He couldn't effectively tank for her, so he focused on protecting the ones who needed a shield.
Ready.
After prepping her bow, Gelthorn crept forward, down what would have probably been a lovely marble hallway under other circumstances. As things stood, the nicest feature of the hallway was that it was made from stone and therefore had yet to catch fire. Her own steps were near silent, but there was no muting the sound of a fully armored paladin walking over marble. Deciding that stealth was out, Gelthorn realized that their only shot at surprise was to get there quickly. Making a motion for the others to follow her, she darted ahead, moving as fast as she dared. Getting too far ahead was dangerous. However, she was also the only one who might have a chance to analyze the sounds and make a call before any enemy noticed her. If escape was possible, they might have to consider it. That would go out the window should they see people in trouble, such was the cost of traveling with a paladin. But otherwise, she could probably convince Temanuel that it was more honorable to wait, learn, and strike well, than to throw his life away in a brawl. Hurrying around a corner, Gelthorn skidded to a stop, unsure of how to process what she saw. A pair of huge men in golden armor held the arms of something that was shaped like a human, yet was clearly not. The fact that the creature was made from metal was the first giveaway, as was the fact that a third guard was slamming an enormous greatsword down on the creature's neck, over and over, the cut barely expanding with each blow. As the third guard kept cutting, the metal man continued to struggle, and from the way it swung its huge captors around, Gelthorn knew the damn thing had to be strong. There was no chance to consult the strategists. That metal warrior looked as though it could break free at any moment. Making a snap decision, Gelthorn barked out orders as the others caught up to her.
Help them hold the arms as best you can, and if anyone knows a way to damage that thing, do it!
Racing forward, she grabbed hold of the right arm, where the guard was more visibly struggling to keep control. Now that she was this close, Gelthorn could see the metal man had no legs, wounds that looked suspiciously like acid burns lingering where his thighs ended. Even with 2 limbs down, the monster was this strong? How deadly were the fully capable ones? Her guard gave Gelthorn an uncertain look as she grabbed hold, but he was smart enough to accept help when it was needed. Seconds later, Shallora was at her side, taking hold with what little strength her sorceress's body could provide.
I know about these things. Most mages do. They're called automatons, built by some crazy asshole a long time ago. The fuckers are basically immune to magic, hence why all casters know to avoid them.
On the other side, Temanuel was helping to pin the left arm, while the guard with a greatsword continued slamming his blade into the automaton. Progress was being made, just not quickly enough. From the corner of her eye, Gelthorn noticed that Wimberly had wandered over to the front, a healthy distance from the swinging guard, and was looking the automaton over carefully. Given her size and proportional strength, it was questionable whether or not she could have even reached an arm to hold, so perhaps she'd found a better use for her skills. Even with the adventurer's help, it was a struggle to keep the automaton contained. Finally, after several more minutes of hacking, the guard managed to cleave through, sending the head tumbling to the ground. In a surprisingly speedy movement, the same guard yanked a dark bag out from a pouch on his belt and slipped the head inside. Almost instantly, the struggling came to a stop.
Is it dead?
Emmanuel asked, releasing his grip and flexing his hands.
No, they don't die, because they were never alive in the first place.
The guard who'd done the slicing held up his bag, jiggling it gently.
But if you cut off the heads, they lose access to their senses. Can't attack unless they can identify a target. Have to either blind the heads or get them far away from the rest. There's some relay potential between head and body otherwise.
Wimberly, who had slipped closer to examine the automaton, let out a sharp gasp as she suddenly took several steps back.
That's the seal of Ignosa. But it's so new. How is that possible? Ignosa's unfeeling army marched millennia ago. His story is taught to all gadgeteers, a warning of what happens when ambition outstrips morality.
The head guard, in that he both seemed to be the one in charge and was also holding an automaton's head, looked her and the others over more carefully.
His army was deemed too powerful to destroy, and too dangerous to leave in the world. So it was brought to Lamore for safekeeping. Given the direction you're coming from and the lack of attunement runes on your person, I presume you just arrived here. What are your names?
It didn't escape Gelthorn's notice that, as the guard spoke, his lackeys moved in closer around them.
Isn't it traditional to introduce yourself first?
Hoyt Murcuft, Lieutenant of the Lumall Guard.
His tone was polite, but no one missed the fact that he'd adjusted his grip on the greatsword.
Now, I'm going to have to insist on your names. We know there are servants of Calzadar at work in our city, and we cannot afford to take risks for propriety.
The half-elf's eyes widened at that revelation. No wonder they were being sticklers about names. With a shallow bow, never letting her eyes leave the blade, Gelthorn introduced herself.
I am called Gelthorn, warrior of the forest.
Shalara, the sorceress added, keeping her class to herself.
I'm known as Wimberly, and if possible, I'd like to take a closer look at this.
Their gnome was practically crawling into the open hole on the automaton's neck as she strained to see its inner workings.
I bet there are techniques and builds in here that haven't been seen for centuries.
The guard, Hoyt, paid her little mind as his eyes turned to Emmanuel.
Some knowledge is lost for good reason, but, given our circumstances, that may be permissible. First, one of you still needs introduction.
When Emmanuel bowed, he did so deeply, putting his eyes to the ground and exposing the back of his neck. It was a gesture that showed the utmost trust and respect, and a risky one to perform before a person they didn't know who held a sword the size of this one.
I am Emmanuel, Paladin of Longinus, and if you are in need, then I shall give all I can to help.
At his words, the expressions on every guard's faces relaxed.
You should have gone first, Hoyt told him. No paladin would travel with priests of Calzadar, and Longinus would never permit you to mingle with that rabble without bringing it to your attention.
How do you know he's telling the truth? Shalara asked. That earned her a few dirty looks from the party, which she easily shrugged off. What? He's taking us at our word while the city is burning. I'm curious about why.
Normally, I would greatly enjoy detailing for you the various wards and enchantments throughout Lamore, including the ones used by its guards. As things stand, you'll just have to trust me that we would know if you lied.
Hoyt sheathed his blade, tucking the head bag onto his belt.
Travelers, I thank you for your aid, and apologize for my brusqueness. Were it possible, I would send you back through whatever portal you used to enter. However, by now it will have closed. Our exit portals are under attack. Some have already fallen. But last I checked, not all of them were down. I will do my best to guide you toward one, though I can make no promises toward your safety or the ability to leave.
We can help fight,
Emmanuel volunteered. That response earned a harsh chuckle and a sad shake of the head from Hoyt.
Forgive me, Paladin. I know your heart is in the right place, yet this fight is not for you. A noble spirit would perhaps buy you one extra second of life before you were torn easily apart.
Hoyt paused to look them over once more, then nodded to his guards.
Drag the body along while we move. Let the gadgeteer see what she can see. At this point, any potential help is welcomed. While they prepare,
I will do my best to fill you in on the situation. Be forewarned. There are many answers I do not yet have. We are reacting as best we can to the threat. Not all information has yet been circulated. With a shared look between everyone except Wimberly, who was still trying to dive into the automaton, Emmanuel signaled his understanding.
We know how hectic these things can get.
Ignoring the shared look, Hoyt began to explain. The Vault of Sealed Magics was breached moments after sunset. We do not yet know how, but according to the few reports we've received, 4 priests of Calzadar managed to infiltrate Lemore. Their power is incredible, and it seems they were purposefully selected for the task. I can't imagine how they knew their way around so many wards and defenses, but the results prove they somehow managed. It is not yet fully known how much they managed to take. All we have confirmed to be missing so far is the helm of Ignosa and one of the last remaining chronoglasses. Even that we only know because of the army of automatons wrecking the city, and the temporal distortion beyond our borders.
Hang on. The sun just went down a little while ago. You're telling me someone did all of this in, what, an hour?
Emmanuel thought back to the flames and destruction he'd seen, gulping, as he wondered what a force like that could do to cities without huge armies of guards and obviously enchanted armor. Shalara tapped him on the shoulder.
They mentioned a chronoglass. Those are legendary artifacts made by an archmage who hated wasting all his time on paperwork. Higher-level magic can do things like slow or stop time for an individual, but that limits interaction with the world. So, he decided to see if there was a way to do it on a larger scale. The chronoglass was that solution. It can shift the flow of time for an entire geographic area, meaning he turned it on in his office and could spend 10 hours working, whereas only an hour would pass outside the walls.
The look of shock on Emmanuel's face was so apparent, even Hoyt took note and decided to step in. She is correct, but such a distortion is impossible when the entire city is encompassed in its field. While time is moving faster for us than it is in the outside world, to know to what extent would require a skilled caster to determine.
The army I can see. But why mess with the flow of...
Shalara trailed off, understanding kicking in.
Because it means help will take that much longer to arrive. Even if the displacement is only 2 to 1, that means an hour of destruction here is in 30 minutes out there, doubling the time it will take for any reinforcements to arrive.
Again, you are correct, but currently that is not our concern, Hoyt told her. My last orders were clear. As it stands, we cannot hold against the army of Ignosa. Specialists have been dispatched to deal with Calzadar's servants and recover the helm that controls these metal monstrosities. Until they succeed, the Lumal Guard will assist in the evacuation of all citizens and travelers alike. Hoyt bowed to them, using the same vulnerable style that Emmanuel had. I am sorry for the timing of your trip. If it survives, I hope you will one day return to Lumal. Today, we must focus on trying to get you out of here. My men and I will do all we can to aid in your escape, but be warned, we are not strong enough to deal with these threats. Should one come for us, we will try to hold it back while you flee. Do not hesitate. Do not try to lend us aid. Paladin, as the legal authority in this city, consider that a lawful order. Longinus teaches you to obey such missives, and as a combatant, I trust that he understands that there is no point in more dying here than necessary for a distraction. Your task is to escort these 3, and any others you find, to the evacuation point. Do not deviate from it. Harsh as the words seemed, Emmanuel knew what Hoyt was doing. Paladins couldn't run from those in need without good reason, but by boxing him in with the task and the law, Hoyt had effectively made it impossible for him to stay if they were attacked. He'd ensured the adventurers would have one more potential distraction to rely on, even if the guards were already dead.
Your orders are heard,
Emmanuel replied. He was careful to acknowledge them without agreeing to anything. That decision would be made in the moment, based on what was right. Hoyt had given him a choice, and Emmanuel intended to make the most of it. Good. Then ready yourselves to move swiftly. Hoyt motioned to the other guards, who hefted the automaton body with Wimberly still on top, digging through every piece she could grab. And remember, these are not enemies you defeat. They are the ones you pray dearly to escape from, and nothing more. Shalara couldn't help but ask, though the answer was evident in Lumal's state.
Isn't there someone here who can fight these things?
Several, all of whom are doing so. But people do not call these automatons Ignos's unfeeling army without reason.
There are too many to stop, so instead, our most powerful fighters are protecting key points, such as the exit portals. He stopped, looking down a new hallway toward the unknown. Supposedly, there is also an emergency force the head of the guard can call upon, but given that the chronoglass is in play, I doubt that we can depend on them. Hoyt drew his great sword once more, taking it carefully in his grip as they began to move.
I'm afraid that tonight, Lumal is on its own.
46. Between the already closing wound in her torso and the ache in her skull, Gabrielle was reasonably sure that if she weren't already one of the undead, those attacks would have turned her into the real dead. As the figures overhead closed in, Gabrielle felt a familiar sensation rising in her chest. It wasn't fear, she realized with a sharp sliver of surprise. At some point, Gabrielle had found peace with the truth that she might die on this journey. And while she was hardly eager to meet that end, it didn't terrify her the way it had before adventuring. No, what was rising in Gabrielle didn't want her to run. It wanted to fight, swing, maul, and eviscerate. Fury was burning inside her, begging to be let out. It was the same as that night in the goblin camp, watching her green friends being cut down by demons. She wasn't angry that they'd hit her. No, Gabrielle was fuming because she finally grasped the truth of the fight. They were being played with. Now that the game was done, this priestess was going to pick them off one at a time until it was over. Well, fuck that. Gabrielle's grip on her axe tightened. She'd been holding back all this time out of fear, uncertain of what her new condition truly meant, of what wielding her axe properly might tear from her. But that minor concern was nothing in comparison to all of her friends being slowly murdered by plants. Perhaps using the axe's true power would unmake her. Maybe it would kill the plants. It might not even activate anymore. The outcome was irrelevant, at least in regards to her decision. Any chance they had, they would need to take. It was the only hope of survival the party had. Time to quit being afraid and uncertain. Time to start remembering that her role was that of a barbarian. It was time to get angry. The rush of mana flowed in. Gabrielle could feel it acutely now, swelling her already heightened muscles, narrowing her focus down to the enemies who were reaching to finish her off. Prone, with two enemies right above her, was not the best position to start a fight from. Thankfully, an ice spell slammed into one of the twin plants, momentarily drawing their attention. With a glance, Gabrielle could see that Grumph was back on his feet, shaken, but not yet downed. That ring they'd tossed on him had probably helped keep his sternum from being crushed by the attack. Alive or not, the half-orc was visibly weakened, so Gabrielle didn't wait to see if the twins would switch their targets. This was her goddamned fight, and she wanted to hack the twins apart herself. Using more strength and grace than her living body would have been capable of, at this point in her training anyway, Gabrielle flipped backwards and leapt to her feet, axe still in hand and at the ready. That got the twins' attention once more, not that they would have needed to wait long for a more obvious interruption. Gabrielle slammed her axe's head into the torso of the one on the right, yanking it back to reveal that she'd managed to cut impressively deep into its thick body, though the wound was healing, just as the mundane attacks had. That was expected. She just had to check. Last time she'd used her anger, there had been side effects. Now, she knew what her axe could do on its baseline. It was time to see if it could still chop magic. Mentally reaching out, she connected to the weapon and activated it. Before, when she used this power, it would injure her with every strike, and trading her own health for the power to conquer the arcane. With what she was now, a single blow might suck the spark of life from her animated corpse. Fully aware that was possible, she'd have to make this strike count for all it was worth. Rearing back, the axe already brimming with power, Gabrielle slammed the weapon down right into the left twin's chest, cleaving into the spot where a heart would be. The world slowed, all sound and movement grinding to a halt. Even she was frozen. Locked in position, her axe in the midst of burying itself into the left twin's body. Her mind cleared, the fog of fury momentarily lifting, yet not dissipating. This was new. Normally, when she drew on the axe's power, all she heard was the voice. dark and foreboding, from somewhere deep within the axe. It had always been unsettling, yet she'd never seen anything quite like this before.
You are unfit to wield.
Wow. In comparison, this opening made the previous demands for blood and life seem positively civil. Gabrielle formed the words firmly in her mind, just as she would if she were still capable of moving her mouth.
Sorry, asshole, did you want me to do more drills or something?
You have no life to offer. You draw from my power to sustain what little remains in your altered body. The price must be paid.
Okay, that part made some sense, she had to admit. It was common knowledge that magic always came with a price, be it a simple cost of mana or something more severe, like the wounds she had endured. Trying to circumvent that simple fact was often how true abominations were made. Still, it didn't mean they were dead in the water quite yet.
Why does it have to be my life? I've been killing things with this axe just fine to keep myself going. What if I fed you the blood of others?
To wield that power demands a sacrifice. The pain of others is no true sacrifice.
No, but in a way, that is my life, my blood now.
Gabrielle was realizing the loophole even as she spoke, building the road while the carriage careened down it.
I need that power to live, so using it for this is making me a sacrifice. I'm putting myself at greater risk in order to wield that power, and I'm still spending life to do it. The life of others, and of myself. If anything, I'm paying double.
Bargaining with a magical item was not necessarily the smartest, sanest method to undertake, but Gabrielle needed this. Even with her undead strength and anger, she could only dent these monsters. Cutting through the magic that sustained them was possibly her only chance to turn the tide of this battle. This had to work. The others were counting on her. It was impossible to know how long she waited for a response. With time frozen from her perspective, there was no way to measure the passing of moments. When the voice did return, Gabrielle could have sworn there was something new. A very small drop of humor, perhaps even fondness, in the tone.
You seek to distort the rules to serve your own ends. My master would have approved. The bargain is accepted. Take care that you use the power carefully. Should you exhaust the supply of stolen life, your body will fall as well. And even I do not know whether it will rise again.
Before she had a chance to consider what that meant, time was back in motion. Her axe bit deep into the torso of the plant monster, going farther than her attack on the right twin had with comparable ease. As it cut, the axe destroyed everything nearby, turning the leaves and branches to dust. It didn't burn at them, the way divine magic would. Her weapon simply unmade the creature as it moved. The attack went completely through the plant monster, which fell limply to the ground as the enchantment giving it motion was sundered. In a single blow, Gabrielle had reduced the enemy force, the first of her party to land a kill. The move was so unexpected that the entire battlefield, save for the Ravisher and Eric, paused in shock. It was a good thing, because the wave of exhaustion that hit Gabrielle a second later would have left her deeply vulnerable. Powerful though the blow had been, using it had considerably drained the pent-up life energy inside the axe. One more like that, and she would be down, potentially for good. Worse, since the plants had no blood to give, she'd recovered nothing from the kill. Wait, that wasn't entirely true, she realized. There was a new energy flowing into her, being sucked inside along with the mana that sustained her fury. Not life, but not as far off as she might have expected. It felt like mana, only slightly altered. With a start, Gabrielle realized that she had absorbed a small portion of the magic that had been sustaining the spell. What use that had, if any, was a complete mystery. For at the moment, she was happy enough to discover that it wasn't directly harmful. The unholy shriek that pierced the battlefield wasn't magical, but it unnerved all who heard it just the same. Standing in her Flora fortress, the priestess looked as though she was about to rip her way out. Tears ran down her face as she stared at the pile of dust that had once been one of her minions. It was a substantially more intense reaction than Gabrielle had expected to see from a follower of Calzadar, especially when it was one of their disposable minions that had been felled.
Corin! You killed Corin!
Fingers shaking, the priestess gripped the outer edge of her fortress with her free hand, streams of blood pouring over the thorns puncturing her flesh. This woman wasn't just cruel or unstable. She was completely mad. What tragedies had brought her to this point was anyone's guess, but the pain in her eyes and the shape of these creatures sized as though they were a family, offered a not-so-subtle hint.
What's Lurin going to do without her twin? You weren't supposed to be able to hurt any of them.
Battles are full of surprises, Gabrielle shot back. Her guard was raised, ready for an attack from the remaining plant twin, apparently named Lurin. Deep down, she cursed the wave of exhaustion that had momentarily weakened her. If she hadn't needed to recover, she could have struck while the priestess was surprised. Not only would putting her down probably end the fight, but currently, Calzadar's follower was the only enemy within reach who could fuel her axe. If Gabrielle wanted another magic-cutting strike, she would have to pay for it with the priestess's blood.
That they are.
The priestess's eyes were locked on Gabrielle's axe, no doubt trying to figure out if she could replicate the attack, although the mere fact that the barbarian hadn't already done so with an enemy nearby weakened her ability to bluff. She hoped the one-hit kill would at least make the priestess hesitant. Unfortunately, despite the tears and the blood still freely flowing, a smile cut its way across the priestess's face. Her bloody hand raised from the thorns, dipping into her robes to produce another magical item. A brooch with dark metal in the center.
The great Calzadar warned me that you might hide some of your tricks, but in his wisdom, he prepared for such eventual...
Neither woman noticed the dagger until it hit, knocking the object out of the priestess's hand and sending it skittering across the ground outside of her fortress. Both looked to the side, where they found Thistle grinning, another blade already in his hand.
Terrifying as Gabrielle can be, I suggest you not forget there are others in this fight.
Panic hit the priestess's eyes, and that was all Gabrielle needed to see. If their enemy wanted that item, then Gabrielle would make damn sure she didn't get it. Sprinting across the battlefield, her speed amplified by her new enchanted boots, Gabrielle was on direct course for the object. Unfortunately, she wasn't the only one. A foot slammed down on the item, covering it in leaves and branches as it wound deeper into the body of the quick, dangerous plant monster. Now that she was looking for it, there were hints that this abomination was modeled on someone who'd once been female. A mother, perhaps? With Eric trying to keep away from the ravisher, this one had been free to reorient. The priestess, it turned out, wasn't the only one losing track of her opponents in the chaos of battle. This was at least a fairly straightforward problem. Gabrielle just had to hack the monster up before it could get that brooch back to the priestess. Whatever effect the item had, there was no way it would be good for her party. All in all, their situation wasn't much better than it had been before, but at least now she felt like they were finally in the fight. Gabrielle had embraced every tool in her arsenal and was giving all that she could. Now, she just had to hope her friends could come up with tricks of their own. Until then, she had pruning to do. 47. The time warping made things more complicated. From what Fritz could tell with the bridge, the distortion kept shifting. Trying to hold a temporal bubble over an entire city was going to produce unstable results. Still, even when Le Mans was closest to their own time stream, wasting a minute here was 90 seconds there. It was a bold move on Calzadar's part, a way to make the most of his power spike. Despite the chronoglass being in effect, his minions would still have their amplified abilities for as long as the constellations held. The item wasn't strong enough to slow down the stars, obviously. Those under its power were simply spending more time in the same night. Later, when exiting the area, everyone's bodies would feel a tremendous strain. It was one of the many reasons why chronoglass had been sealed or destroyed. Too many people overused them, and the cumulative tax was more than they could survive. From Fritz's perspective, it was a matter of time and effort measured against results. Saving Le Mans was a lost cause, but that wasn't as dire as it sounded. This wasn't the first time someone had decided they wanted the city's treasures, and confident as they were in their security, there were also contingencies in place. Most of the vault of sealed magics would have been locked down by now, shifting their rooms to different planes where they would be unreachable without specific spells and passcodes. Important assets such as the library were already enchanted to teleport their most valuable contents to a safe house if an attack was triggered. Fritz actually knew where those were going because she'd been part of the enchanting back in her old job. Saving the city would simply mean preserving buildings. Much would be lost, but few things were truly irreplaceable. Lives, on the other hand, were another matter. Plenty of people without the right spells were stuck in that hellhole, trapped in a fight they wanted zero part of. There were too many places to leave for all the exits to have been destroyed, but Fritz had been able to note a few that were already down. Fighting Ignos's metal warriors was too big a task to take on as things stood. However, protecting the exits was a far more manageable goal. The leaders of Le Mans were legendarily cloistered. Even in her old position, Fritz had never been able to get everything she wanted out of them. Helping to save their citizens was a serious debt, though, the kind for which she could think of several uses. Sadly, even at her best, Fritz couldn't have stood against an army of automatons. But she did know people who could. That was part of why Calzadar had kept all of Notch locked down. When Le Mans was in serious trouble, they would call for help, and there was a chance that some of the former adventurers here might not be able to resist people being so close and in need. In a plan that had proven to be complex and well considered, such a glaring mistake stood out even more. The effort had been wasted. No one in Notch wanted to rejoin the larger world, even for a battle. This was their sanctuary, a place apart from everything they'd left behind. Had Calzadar let them be, they would have left any trouble in Le Mans to the current adventurers, just as they had with past incidents. But he hadn't let them be. Calzadar had driven his prey here, forcing the townsfolk to spend time with them. He'd gone even further, had purposefully cut off all outside communication, even between gods and their followers. Calzadar had poked the bear, while at the same time delivering reminders that the lives outside these walls belonged to real people, whose deaths mattered. He'd given her an opportunity. Whether or not she could capitalize on it was another question. Reaching down, Fritz scooped up Eric's piece of the bridge. Much as she wanted to take it with her, it would be much too risky. Here, it had dozens of warriors who could stand against dragons acting as its guards. Taking it to Le Mans would be the equivalent of handing it over to the enemy. Now that she knew that Calzadar wasn't above using the bridge, she had to be careful to not let any more pieces slip into his clutches. It was one of the few balances in their world that the gods couldn't directly wield the bridge. Their powers refused to interact with it in any way. Fritz had a theory that it was because the gods were entirely of their world, beyond the reach of the interlopers, so they were unable to use an item that straddled more than one realm. That was only a theory. And besides, the gods could still use the bridge through their followers, assuming they were willing to trust one with such power. Since Calzadar had sent one he was clearly willing to sacrifice, then there were doubtlessly more in his employ. Fritz was already using the piece to limit the temporal drift between the 2 points, so punching through and opening a doorway wouldn't be much harder. Once they were through, she wouldn't be able to sustain the temporal anchor anymore. There would be no one else who could arrive with backup in time. Whoever she brought through was all that she would have. Hands still clutching her piece of the bridge, Fritz channeled more of its power across the landscape she was exceedingly familiar with, having spent all day laying the now useless traps. She stepped out of the warded room, allowing her awareness to spread across the town. Not far from the square, the priestess was still fighting the party, largely concealed from view by the glowing dome. The rest of Notch was watching, attention held by one more distraction meant to keep them from acting. With a small exertion of effort, Fritz directed the bridge's power, forcing a pathway between the 2 points. Before her, a ripple appeared, widening until she was no longer looking into a hallway, but rather at the grassy area where the adventurers fought a priestess of Calzadar. A sharp whistle escaped her puckered lips, grabbing the attention of Brock, Jolia, and Simone. They all turned, but only Brock was surprised to find a portal waiting for them. He looked from the dome to the hole in space, apparently deciding Fritz was more worthy of his current attention.
Something happened?
Calzadar does have the Helm of Ignosa, only he's not using it here. Not yet, anyway. He's currently laying waste to Le Mans. If we want to stop him, then we need to act quickly. And I really can't emphasize that enough.
There was a long look on Jolia's face before she started to turn back toward the dome.
Le Mans has sufficient defenses. Le Mans has already fallen,
Fritz corrected, drawing a touch of surprise to Jolia's face, albeit a fleeting one.
Right now, it's a question of how many will escape, how much damage is done, and whether or not the helm is recovered. Those first 2 might not concern you, but given how close Le Mans is to Notch, I hope you can see why the third one should. Calzadar promised to march that automaton army through your home. One has to imagine that stopping the army now in the chaos will be a far sight easier than stopping them when they rip through your forest.
Well, that assumes the guards of Le Mans aren't capable of recovering the item on their own.
Despite the doubt in his words, Brock was already making slight adjustments to his posture, mentally readying for combat. He knew where this was headed, even if he wanted to take the long way around.
We might be exposing our existence for nothing.
Fritz shrugged. If you're that worried about getting spotted and recognized, then stay. I'm just telling you what's happening and offering a path. It's your town. Risk the safety of it if you want." To their surprise, it was Jolia who started forward, grumbling under her breath.
"Simone, Lumont has quite a few wards against the undead, so you'd be weakened and needlessly vulnerable. Stay here, watch the fight finish, and make sure that no matter how it goes, Calzadar's woman is gone when it ends. The rest of town is watching, so if she does produce a surprise, you'll have backup. Brock and I can handle this."
"Kieran is coming as well," Fritz told them. "He saw to the heart of the problem as soon as I brought him up to speed. Said he needed to get something first. I imagine he'll be back any second, quick as that man can move." The look shared by Jolia, Brock, and Simone was impossible to miss. That news worried them for some reason. Perhaps she should have asked more questions about what exactly Kieran had gone to fetch. Too late now. Even if it weren't, this was probably fine. Anything that made his friends concerned was probably going to be a vestige of his former life, and Fritz was perfectly fine with having the old Kieran with her on the battlefield.
3 of us, Brock said, doing the math.
"Should we recruit more?" Fritz asked.
Brock laughed quietly as he shook his head. "No one else would go. We're the town guard, solely because we're the only ones with any tolerance for battle left. Besides, for this kind of work, 3 is plenty. Defending an entire town is one thing, but this is just pursuing a target and smashing everything in our way. Killing is always easier than protecting."
"Then let's focus on doing it quickly." Fritz glanced back to the stone hallway where her portal led. Kieran hopefully wouldn't be much longer. If he wasn't there in the next few minutes, she'd have no choice but to leave without him. Even with the bridge, she couldn't entirely negate the time difference, meaning that every moment he lingered came with a heavier cost in Le Mans. There was a little time left, though, so long as he hurried. The blade was long and sleek. Even to the trained eye, it appeared a simple silver sword, just a tad longer and thinner than the normal sort. One would need magical skill nearly on par with Jolia's to see past the veiling enchantments to the magic sealed within. A sword could be many things in the hands of a wielder: weapon, tool, threat, defense, a myriad of options as the situation demanded. But not this sword. It had only ever had one purpose, a task at which it excelled without peer. This was a blade made for killing, no more, no less. Gently, Kieran slid it back into the black sheath, attaching it to his hip. He hoped he wouldn't need to draw it, that he could lend aid with his usual weapons. Simple swords with basic enchantments for durability and sharpness. He'd enjoyed his time in Notch, getting to be more than just a killer. If Kieran gave over to the battle, he wasn't sure who would come back. When his old personality had vanished, leaving him as an echo, it was a chance for a new start, a new life, a new Kieran. A man without rivers of blood running through his past. But even if the part of him that had wanted those killing skills was gone, the talents remained. Kieran was made for slaughter. Everything about him had been honed to that purpose. There was no way of knowing how he would react when the fog of battle and the lust for blood overtook his mind. Kieran could only pray he'd have the sense of mind to use the black-sheathed sword on himself, should the need arise. Refusing to fight wasn't an option. Calzadar held his grudges, and Notch had stood against him. Now that they knew he had taken control of an automaton army, it was only a matter of when they would come for Notch. Not if. Evacuation was certainly viable, but Kieran's stomach twisted at the idea. This was their home. They built it on the fringes of the world and had worked hard to stay out of everyone's way, and yet the gods had still come knocking. No, if they ran now, they'd be running forever. If Notch wanted to be left in peace, then they had to show the world what happened to anyone who came courting war. Kieran would destroy Calzadar's plans tonight, while the god thought himself most powerful, partly to protect Notch's lands, but mostly to protect the city's reputation. They needed to send a clear message to anyone who dared turn his village into a plaything. When tonight was over, neither Calzadar nor any other god would dare to use Notch as a pawn or threaten its safety. Kieran was personally going to see to that, no matter which swords he had to draw. 48. Gabrielle was fighting the faster plantoid. Timiskor was trying to distract and withstand the assault of the bigger one while Mr. Pepper stabbed at its feet. Eric was dodging the Ravisher, and the other twin plantoid was running up on Gabrielle's flank, no doubt to back up its leafy brethren. Thistle and Grumph had both been momentarily forgotten in the skirmish, right up until Thistle's dagger smacked a brooch from the priestess's hand. That had given them a rare moment of opportunity, a chance to consider the situation before they made their next moves. With only 2 blessed weapons remaining on the field, they couldn't afford to let either one be eaten. Timiskor had Thistle's other dagger, and Eric's sword was being kept away from the Ravisher's mouth purposefully as the rogue leapt about. Whatever trick Gabrielle had pulled with her axe didn't seem to be repeatable, at least not right away, so they couldn't count on help from that. The most logical option was to reinforce Eric and Timiskor, preserving their blessed weapons so the tools could be used to finish the fight. But that would leave Gabrielle to deal with 2 very dangerous threats. Strong as she was, they'd cut her down eventually.
Grumph, help Eric! I've got Gabrielle.
Since the half-orc staff was likely to be the only weapon they had that could hurt the Ravisher, he had to join the fight against it. As for Thistle, truthfully, he'd have sent any other member of the party to Gabrielle's side in this situation before himself, but he was the only one who wasn't already fighting. The trouble was, he needed a weapon that could make a difference. With his spells sealed and a blessed blade down, all of his other daggers were mundane, save for their returning enchantment. Just as Thistle was reaching for one, a familiar shape landed in front of him. It was one of his primary daggers, the last survivor of the set. With a quick look up, he met Timiskor's eyes just as the knight slammed his shield into the plantoid.
Take it! I can't get a deep enough hit on this one anyway. Better it be put to good use.
With those words, Timiskor took another slam to the shield, driving him back nearly a full foot, even braced by both arms. Thistle wished he could refuse the gift, but he needed it. While Timiskor could hold out thanks to his strength and training, paladin powers were the only real advantage Thistle had in times like these. Yes, he was good at scheming and forethought, but once the real fight started, even the best-laid plans quickly went awry. Right now, all he had was his armor, one blessed dagger, and a body amplified by divine magic. It seemed like it should be so much, yet as Thistle neared the green twin running up on Gabrielle, he feared it wouldn't be anywhere near enough. Slashing, Thistle landed a blow on the creature's leg, sending it tumbling, interrupting the attack it had planned to launch at Gabrielle. Not letting up, Thistle stabbed it twice more before leaping back to dodge a counter.
Come on, you lazy plantoid. You'll need to do better than that to get me. One of the benefits of being a small target.
Is that what these damn things are called?
Gabrielle's voice was raised as she blocked and slashed at her limber enemy.
I've never heard of a plantoid before.
Just naming as I go. Keeps things easier.
Thistle hopped in to stab again, but underestimated the enemy's speed. With a flurry of movement, it bashed Thistle's breastplate, hurling him back through the air. The gnome came down on his feet, mostly unharmed thanks to the incredible armor, but the plantoid was already back on its branches. Though the blow he'd struck was slowing it slightly, Thistle could already see it recovering. He dearly hoped these monsters were so strong solely because of Kalzadar's extra power. Otherwise, the evil god's servants were more dangerous than Thistle had realized. It seemed unlikely that they'd be this resistant to divine magic under normal circumstances, so it was probably the boost. Not that this notion made things any easier on Thistle in the moment. An unexpected upside to the attack was that he'd managed to ensnare the plantoid's attention, meaning that Gabrielle wasn't flanked just yet. That wouldn't last if he couldn't prove himself to be a credible threat, however. Thistle whirled the dagger in his hand as he and the plantoid circled one another, each trying to decide what the optimal strategy was. For Thistle, it was really a matter of figuring out which tactics would make him seem like an attention-worthy danger without getting battered around the battlefield. On top of everything else, that plantoid's strength was nothing to joke about. As he moved, Thistle narrowed his mind, focusing only on his surroundings. He could hear Grumph land a painful blow on the Ravisher, see Gabrielle losing ground in his side vision, and something else. Thistle realized that he could feel his body pulling in mana with unexpected clarity. Whether it was the adrenaline of battle or the rush of focus was hard to say, but Thistle was finally able to truly see what the instructors had been trying to teach them. To his surprise, he could also feel a tingle of mana running through the dagger in his hand. That made sense. The paladin's primary weapons became blessed by virtue of being constantly exposed to concentrated divine energy, so the mana in the blade should feel similar to his own. A wicked grin appeared at the edges of his mouth. Finally, Thistle had an idea. Technically, he'd be stealing this move from Grumble, but followers were supposed to take inspiration from their gods. Redirecting his mental energies, Thistle took hold of the mana flow, guiding it with his will. The task was coming easily, naturally, a little too much so, in fact. He had a feeling that Grumble might be helping with this, and Thistle had no objection to the aid. After everything Kalzadar had done to stack the fight in his favor, A little heavenly intuition was the least they were owed. The mana moved, flowing into its new destination. As it did, Thistle noticed his body growing slower, more sluggish. The easiest mana to manipulate was that filling his body, which made it the only viable source in these circumstances. His paladin strength was going to be diminished until the process was over, a necessary trade-off of using the magic for another task. Unfortunately, it was just about at that moment the plantoid recovered enough to attack, leaping forward with arms raised to crush the gnome in a single blow. Rolling to the side as best he could, Thistle barely avoided the strike. Worse, he was only getting slower. If he wanted to survive long enough to see the plan play out, it was time to start moving. The Ravisher was hurt, but not down. That alone would have been bad enough, yet their luck failed them even further as it swiveled around to sniff in Grump's direction. Initially, it had only cared about Eric, making Grump's task of sneaking up and stabbing it in the leg exceedingly simple. After cutting through its chest with little effect, Grump had decided to go for crippling blows rather than killing ones. He would switch tactics again once they figured out where the damn thing's weak spots were. Until then, their best option was to slow the Ravisher down. An unfortunate jerk to the left turned a strike meant to take off an entire leg into a wound that was deep, but not insurmountable. Black teeth loomed before Grump as the Ravisher snapped its mouth open and closed. Nose slits stretched wide as it decided whether it cared more about the prey that could hurt it, or the prey that held a tasty morsel. Were he a tad more confident, Grump might have fired off a spell while the creature was undecided, but his mana was far from infinite, and seeing the way the priestess had countered every tactic they had so far, made him hesitant to waste a spell until it was absolutely necessary. Thus far, she hadn't stopped him from casting, but he also hadn't gone for anything too potent. Instead, Grump swung his staff near the Ravisher's head, eliciting a jerk backward and a snarl. The goal was simple: get its attention away from Eric and his sword, freeing the rogue up to go help the others. Grump wasn't as quick as Eric, and even with the new ring, his armor wasn't superior, so the wizard was under no illusions about how this would go. He'd be in a fight of attrition, trying not to falter before the others could finish the battle. Thistle wouldn't have approved. He loathed sacrificial maneuvers, even when they were needed. Stabbing at the head, Grump kept the Ravisher a few steps back and out of biting range. Behind it, Eric looked uncertain. His eyes glanced over toward Timiskor, then Gabrielle and Thistle. Both needed help. He just had to decide who to aid first. The obvious choice was Timiskor, who had a single opponent. Freeing him up would make the second fight easier, since they'd finally have a numbers advantage. As Eric's eyes moved, he seemed to reach the same conclusion, starting over to Timiskor. Then, damn him! The rogue looked back over to Grump, who was rapidly retreating under the Ravisher's assault. Grump couldn't pay full attention to Eric. He did have his own fight to deal with. So it was with no small amount of shock that he noticed the man's graceful movements creeping up behind the Ravisher. Shaking his head, Grump tried to urge him away. Even with a blessed sword, that blade was still metal, and the Ravisher had shown complete immunity to such weapons thus far. In the pommel of the short sword, a gem glowed, the enchanted item that gave Eric a single powerful strike once per day. Though that might help, Grump couldn't imagine it would make a significant difference. He locked eyes with Eric and was surprised by the intensity staring back at him. This wasn't some idiotic attack doomed to fail. Eric had a plan. What that might be, Grump couldn't imagine, which meant he had a choice to make. Trust his teammate and play along, or try something on his own. Even if he hadn't already seen Eric prove his judgment several times over, Grump had no other ideas. Any plan was better than this, which consisted of trying to bleed out slowly. Stepping back, Grump continued to harry the Ravisher, keeping its attention on him with a few careful slices. There was no way it couldn't smell Eric's sword in the area, but evidently, the leg attack had been enough to make the Ravisher care about safety over hunger. It wasn't afraid of a nearby metal weapon, and with good reason, so the attack stayed centered on Grump. He had no clue what Eric was waiting for, so when the strike finally came, it was as much a shock to Grump as it was to the Ravisher. The gnashing monster had tried to swipe at Grump, claws just barely sliding off a thin magical barrier, when the effort sent it tilting forward, slightly off balance. That was all Eric needed as he leapt into action. His sword's blade glowed with the same light as the gem, and Grump hoped against hope that it would be enough to pierce the Ravisher's flesh. As it turned out, that was a needless concern. Eric didn't hit the Ravisher's skin. He wasn't even aiming for it. Instead, he thrust directly through the hole in its upper torso, twisting the blade as it passed so that the hilt positioned correctly. The weapon slammed down, striking the ground, the power of the strike digging deep to the stone and dirt, going all the way in and taking the ravisher with it. It happened in a flash, yet when Grumph got a look at the finished product, he instantly understood. Eric hadn't been trying to kill the ravisher. He'd merely pinned it down. The sword was jammed through its own unbreakable flesh, staking it to the ground. Not wasting a moment, Eric leapt forward, using his entire body to take hold of a single arm.
Hurry, it can reach its back, and it's too damn strong to hold down for long.
Of course, the ravisher would be able to get out of this. Pinning it was only step one. They'd finally managed to stop the thing, though, and Grumph had a weapon that could do real damage. Whispering a few words, Grumph quickly cast as he hurried over to the struggling ravisher. As he moved, his muscles began to swell, the magic of the spell already taking effect. He tended to use the invigoration spell, which heightened the strength and endurance of the recipient, on their melee fighters most of the time. Today was an exception, because he lacked the time to hack and slash at these limbs. They didn't know how long the ravisher would stay down, so every blow needed to count. Rearing back, Grumph put everything he had into the swing. There was a spark as the demon bone blade hit the ravisher's skin, causing it to twitch and tense, and the weapon cut through, cleaving the arm off in a single hit. Ravishers were dangerous, deadly creatures, but if one could overcome their defenses, then they actually weren't that hardy. Had this one not been immune to metal, they could have cut it apart in minutes. The wound inflamed the ravisher's struggles. It tried to reach around and grab the sword with its free hand, moving at angles impossible for a normal creature. Did this thing even have any internal structures? Grumph would have checked the arm he'd just severed if Eric hadn't already been on top of the other, doing all he could to keep it away from the sword. This time, Grumph didn't need a cue. He hacked away at the limb immediately. Unfortunately, it was a harder task, since this arm was thrashing about, and he had to avoid Eric as well. It took 4 hits to finally cut the appendage off. The ravisher struggled to the very end. While Eric turned to the legs, Grumph cast his attention to the head. If he decapitated the ravisher, that might be enough to kill it, but it would also open an easy path for removing the sword. Thanks to Grumph's earlier attack, there was enough of a gap near the neck that once its head was off, it could easily slip out. The chances of it surviving were infinitesimal, yet Grumph still turned away. After seeing everything else this otherworldly being had been able to shrug off, there was no sense in taking chances. The ravisher would be just as dead if he decapitated it after he took its legs as it would be before, and on the chance that they were wrong, then at least the hungry monster would still be left unable to attack. Grumph got the left leg off without much issue. However, the right kicked and squirmed despite Eric's best efforts. Just as Grumph was lining up his shot, a huge blast of energy burst through the air, knocking him sideways. When the wizard finally managed to haul himself up and look at the source, he really wished he hadn't. There were some sights a life would be simply better without. 49. The dagger was almost ready. It was nearing the point of disintegrating from the amount of mana contained within. Thistle kept careful watch on it, even as he scrambled away from his enemy, the sole remaining twin plantoid, the one the priestess had called Lurin. Darting around the battlefield, Thistle managed to catch view of Eric's spectacular strike that drove the ravisher to the ground. It was a heartening sight, especially as Gabrielle and Timiskor fought just to maintain a stalemate. For his part, Thistle likely would have been stopped long ago, if not for his armor. Every blow Lurin landed sent him hurtling around, leaving the gnome scraped and bruised, but not crushed. It took all he had to focus on dodging while keeping up the flow of mana into the dagger. Finally, Thistle reached the end of the process. Whether his weapon was ready or simply at capacity was impossible to say. His likely divine intuition didn't stretch to actual knowledge. Rather than hurl the weapon right away, he waited and dodged for a bit longer, letting the strength return to his limbs. A potent dagger was no use if he lacked the power to make an accurate throw. Much as Thistle would have liked to use it on the priestess, she was too well guarded. The fortress made her highly difficult to hit, even when she was showing herself. There was also bound to be defenses Thistle couldn't see. If they wanted to bring her down, the first step was taking out her minions. With more of his group free, Thistle could employ new tactics, forcing her out of her thorny defenses. That meant his dagger was destined for a plantoid. One was on him, one on Gabrielle, and one on Timiskor. Breaking through all that foliage was going to take muscle, meaning that in terms of pure strength, Gabrielle was the best choice. All the better if she could manage that axe trick once more. Ideally, it would give them a chance to reclaim the priestess's brooch, and keeping anything she wanted away from her hands was simple common sense. Thistle waited until Lurin's next attack, then sped up, his legs moving faster as the gifts of a paladin returned. Buying himself enough space to aim, Thistle eyed Gabrielle's plantoid carefully, waiting until it had reared back for a slam on her and let the dagger fly. Its course was true. It flipped through the air and buried itself in the graceful plantoid's chest. Thistle held his breath, waiting to see if there was enough divine magic in the dagger to do real damage. That same breath was expelled in shock as an explosion of light tore through the air, sending Gabrielle flying back with a scream. In an instant, Thistle's heart dropped. He hadn't expected the effect to be anywhere near that big, so large that it would hit Gabrielle too. Worse, Gabrielle was also weak to divine magic, meaning the blast would do serious damage wherever it hit. Thistle raced over to her fallen body, taking note of the burns across her face and hands. Healing her with his magic was impossible. It would only do more harm. But Thistle had planned for such a possibility, even if he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the method he'd come up with. Moving fast, his ears still filled with ringing from the recent explosion, Thistle pressed the back of his hand against the axe, cutting into his flesh. Pain came quick and steady, but he endured, even as his body started to feel weaker. Thistle cast a spell of healing on himself, and the feeling faded without vanishing. After a few seconds, Gabrielle stirred, though she was still severely wounded. It had all happened in less than a minute, which shouldn't have been much. But as Thistle looked over to the priestess, he realized just how long a minute could be, and why the free plantoid hadn't hit him while he was healing Gabrielle. Lurin had been busy, it seemed, shifting through the debris of the other plantoid. Aside from burning flecks of shattered dagger, it had found the brooch concealed in its brethren's body, the brooch that now glowed brightly in the priestess's hand. Already the change was happening. The winding thorns and branches that formed her defenses wormed their way into her, fusing with her flesh. To Thistle's horror, Lurin soon began to do the same. The ground rumbled as vines and roots appeared, dragging the remains of the fallen plantoids, as well as the ones still fighting Timiskor, over to her. With a start, Thistle noticed a thrashing figure and realized she was drawing in the Ravisher as well, or what remained of it. Evidently, Eric and Grumph had managed to take most of its limbs. Glancing back, Thistle saw both of them slowly rising up. The blast must have caught them totally off guard. Their eyes widened as they saw the priestess, body riddled with wriggling plant life. Eric put a hand on his sword. Evidently, the vines had just pulled the Ravisher off, rather than dislodging the blade, leaving Thistle to watch as Eric struggled and failed to pull his weapon free from the ground. That was an extremely unlucky break, given that Eric's sword was the last blessed weapon on the battlefield. Thistle now realized that by packing his dagger to the point of near destruction with divine mana, he'd created a bomb, not an empowered attack like he'd unintentionally used against the demons so long ago. Such was the trouble with testing a new skill on the battlefield. Even with intuition, some lessons came down to trial and error. Before them, the priestess was growing, the new mass adding to her previously average frame. Already, she reached 9 feet tall and was still increasing. Thick armor made of horns and dark bark coated the majority of her skin, with sections on her arm and chest covered in the same leafy grass as the plantoids. The few parts of her skin that still showed had turned mottled, similar to the Ravisher's flesh, though not entirely the same. Her head grew and warped as a crown of sharp branches burst out like a tangle of horns, blocking easy attacks on her eyes and face. When she opened her mouth, they could see a long tongue covered in vines, surrounded by teeth stained gray, rather than the onyx of the Ravisher. She was absorbing them, that was obvious. But as he observed the shift in coloration, Thistle hoped she wasn't getting her minion strengths in their entirety. If the woman had just become metal-proof, the fight was as good as over. Grumph's staff would never break through all that armor, let alone get near her flesh. None of them could, Thistle realized. The dark magic was reinforcing everything, meaning they needed their blessed weapons to break through. The blessed weapons they only had one of, one currently jammed in the ground at that. In a surprising twist of fortune, Thistle turned back to find Grumph taking grip of the stuck weapon. Between the half-orc's natural strength and the way his muscles were bulging with magical aid, yanking the weapon free should have been a simple effort. Their good luck was not long-lived, however. No sooner had Grumph reached down for the sword than a set of vines wrapped around his arms. They came from the priestess's left hand. The leafy material of a plantoid had shifted into a ranged weapon. With a tug, she yanked the wizard from his feet and whipped him through the air, bringing him down on the nearby ground with a crunch that left Thistle cold. It was too much. Not even someone as tough as Grumph could have survived it. Thoughts of survival were replaced with images of vengeance as he started to turn toward their giant enemy. A slight stirring caught Thistle's attention, though. Grumph wasn't dead quite yet. That ring had saved him from some damage, and the spell's boost must have given him enough endurance to survive. How long that would hold true was anyone's guess. With Gabrielle stable, Thistle was off like a shot, racing toward his oldest friend with healing at his fingertips. Unfortunately, he was hardly inconspicuous. The vines around Grumph released, surging toward Thistle instead. A flash of silver appeared from nowhere, creating a sudden wall between Thistle and the vines. It was Timiskor, shield ever at the ready, Mr. Peppers following only a few steps behind. He caught the vines on his shield and, without a plantoid attacking endlessly, was finally able to unsheathe the blade he'd been given as a backup. Swinging it around, he managed to strike the vines, driving them back. There was a slight smoking from where they touched the blade, but not the full flash of fire they saw from the blessed weapons hitting. The sword did have a hint of divine magic, just nothing potent enough to count as a true blessing. It was enough to drive the vines off for a moment. Thistle slid to the ground at Grumph's side, healing fast to stabilize the wizard. Grumph's heart rate slowed, and his breathing grew normal as the worst of his injuries faded, but he was still in bad shape. That wasn't likely to change soon either. Hurting himself to heal Gabrielle had consumed a healthy amount of Thistle's power, and reviving Grumph was no small chore. He had enough left to keep someone alive. Bringing them back to full health was more than he'd be able to manage. Unless Gabrielle's healing patched her up in time, it looked as though they were going to be facing the Chimera Priestess without their wizard, barbarian, or blessed weapons. That left them with only a disarmed rogue, a near-spent paladin, and a knight wielding an unfamiliar sword. Not the odds Thistle would have chosen for a fight, especially when they were trapped without any method of escape.
"Get them up as best you can,"
Timiskor said, stepping closer to the priestess.
"I'll hold her off."
Timiskor, you know you shouldn't.
"I'm not throwing my life away, Thistle."
Timiskor kept walking, shield and sword at the ready.
"I finally got it. Watching you fight today. A paladin's job isn't to die for his party. It's to protect them with every breath in his body. Sometimes that will cost everything, but that should never be willingly accepted. I have to keep living, to keep fighting, to keep protecting you all. That's the cost of being a paladin. Not a death, but a life spent in service to those in need. I'm fighting to buy you time, not to sacrifice myself. So move quickly."
His speech ended as he drew near the priestess. A volley of vines fired off from her left arm, driven away by a swing from Timiskor's new blade. He leapt back from another shot to the right, swiping at them while keeping his shield raised. For a moment, he seemed to have found her rhythm. Thistle felt his spirits rise as he hurriedly poured more healing magic into Grumph, enough to get him capable of casting. As a wizard, Grumph didn't need to be on his feet to help the battle. The stalemate lasted for nearly a full minute, longer than Thistle would have expected. The turn came when Timiskor tried to dodge another attack of vines, only to discover his legs stuck in place. Eyes wide, both of the adventurers traced the bindings along the ground to the priestess's legs, which were coated in the green plantoid substance. She'd drawn his attention with her arm vines, while sneaking up on him using the ones on her legs. Timiskor tried to raise his shield. However, this time, the priestess didn't attack with vines. She drove one heavy, back-armored fist into his shield, sending Timiskor tumbling through the air until he landed with a crash of metal. Already, Mr. Peppers was sprinting over to him, a sign that told Thistle all he needed to know about the knight's health. There was a good chance Timiskor was either dead or dying, and with the priestess in the way, there was no way Thistle would be able to heal him, especially since there was no longer anyone around to draw her attention. 50. Stealth had never been this particular group's strong point. Between Timanuel's armor, Shalara's volume, and Wimberly's gadgets, they tended to prefer hitting fast and hard to sneaking around. That didn't mean they were incapable of the tactic, however, when occasion demanded. It only meant they weren't especially good at it. Fear was a powerful motivator, though, and as they crept from hallway to hallway, following the lead of the guards, each adventurer took care to step as quietly as possible. Thankfully, even the heavy armor of Timanuel and the guards was partially muffled by the chaos outside. Between the fires, people screaming, and various noises they couldn't place, there was plenty of background noise to conceal their movements. That was a much-needed lucky break, as they nearly encountered 2 patrols of automatons passing through the halls. Each group had 3 roving metal killers, all walking in perfect unison. No one needed to state the obvious. If they were found, they were dead. It had taken 3 guards to hack down a lone automaton that had already lost its legs. Against 3 at full strength, they probably wouldn't even last long enough to buy the others time to escape. Thankfully, care and stillness allowed them to remain undetected as the patrols wandered past. Shalara noticed that they didn't seem to be looking for anyone. They weren't turning over vases to expose hiding spots or setting up ambushes. They were just walking, strolling around to look for anyone still breathing. That did make some sense, she supposed. Controlling this many troops couldn't be easy on a single person, even a skillful caster. The most efficient strategy would be to give the bulk of the group simple instructions, then directly manage only when essential. If she was right, it meant they would encounter more patrols on the way, but it also increased their odds of getting past without being noticed. When the last trio was gone and her party started moving once more, Shalara explained her theory in the quietest voice she had. Wimberly looked up from the automaton corpse to nod in agreement. That was something. An intellectual advantage might not have been their preference, but in light of the automaton's incredible physical gifts, it was the most they were going to get. They continued on, going as quietly as possible, until Hoyt checked around a corner and held up a hand, instructing them to halt. Looking back, he put up a single finger, then pointed to the corner he'd just checked. The message was clear: 1 automaton in the hall. Shalara didn't know hand signals very well, so she held out her left palm, flat, and with her right hand pretended to be a pair of legs walking across a flat surface. She cocked her neck and raised both eyebrows, doing her very best to imply the existence of a question mark. Hoyt seemed to understand, which made it even more disappointing when he shook his head. Mimicking her motions, he made a flat plane and a pair of legs too, only his stood stock still. Shit. That meant this one was planted. A sentry rather than a patrol. This time Shalara's finger legs walked a more purposeful path around the edge of her hand, intentionally avoiding the center. It was a rudimentary way of asking if they could go around, but it got the point across. Sadly, she was met with another shake of Hoyt's head, though this time he didn't bother with more finger gestures. There were probably several good reasons why they couldn't use another route, just not the kind they could talk about at the moment. Which left them with a lone automaton, standing guard in a hall they needed to cross. Even with the overwhelming numbers advantage, the fight would be a tough one, not to mention loud. Fighting 1 automaton was a maybe. With luck and the right moves, it was possible they'd win, albeit not without casualties. But if even 1 other joined the fray, that would be it. Chewing on her lip, Shalara ran through their options. Fighting should be a last resort, especially with such terrible odds. They needed to move the thing, which required a distraction. Could any of them escape once they drew its attention? Unless the guards were hiding magical resources, probably not. Then again, if the automatons were set to go after any life they found, there might be another way. It wasn't magic Shalara had gotten to practice with much. Their fights tended to be quick and dirty. But after that fight with the Lyranks, her sorceress powers had grown, enough that she'd gained the power to cast new spells. One in particular had called out to her. It was a power she'd been waiting some while to achieve. Muttering the verbal parts as softly as she was able, to the point where Shalara worried it wouldn't work, she wove her new spell into existence. On the ground nearby, a soft light appeared, growing quickly and then fading to reveal a dark cat that stood several feet tall at the shoulder. It looked at them all with hungry eyes. Had this been a different situation, there would have been a very verbal reaction to seeing Shalara conjure a panther, albeit a small one. Creating more powerful creatures demanded more mana, and knowing what this one's purpose was, Shalara had elected to save the energy. She guided it silently. The thread of mana connecting it to her was also a conduit for her will. Everyone moved back into the nearest alcove and out of sight, while Shalara sent the panther forward at a casual gait. It loped in front of the door, not bothering to pause, and kept going. Around the corner they could hear movement already, thunderous clanks from the stone hallway. Immediately, Shalara ordered her panther to run, commanding it to go as far away as their connection would allow. Without delay, the deadly feline picked up speed, not quite getting out of sight before the automaton came tearing out of the hallway and saw it race around a corner. The mechanical sentry gave no signs of slowing, turning with unnerving precision and racing off after the panther, Seeing it chasing down her summon, Shalara mentally gave the cat permission to unmake itself when caught. The creature was shaped from mana rather than truly alive, but that didn't mean it needed to suffer needlessly. Her experience in the dragon's cave had left Shalara, and the woman who controlled her, with many questions about the fundamental nature of what was and wasn't real. Better to err on the side of compassion, just in case. As soon as the automaton vanished, they moved, hurrying through the previously guarded hallway. It wasn't an especially long stretch, but when they emerged, they were on a completely new side of the city. Grand, sweeping balconies stretched out before them, showing off a view that would have been dazzling if it weren't engulfed in flames. Shalara realized that the hall must have been connecting entirely different buildings, perhaps even city sections. No wonder going around wasn't an option. With a rush, Shalara noticed something else. Below their balcony, some distance off, was a golden platform that rose from the ground. On it, magic was flowing as doorways of flickering light gleamed. Automatons were trying to attack both the platform and its foundations, but were being repelled by a veritable sea of golden armor. More of Lumal's guards, then. Perhaps most of Lumal's guards? By grit and sheer numbers, they were holding back the automaton attackers as people made their escape. How long they would last was another question. Hoyt pointed out the platform, in case anyone had missed it.
That's our goal. The guards need help, and you can use the portal to escape. Move fast, but stay quiet. We cannot risk discovery just because we caught sight of our goal. Those numbers don't help us until we're there.
He kept his voice low, yet the authority in his tone never wavered. The man clearly took his position and the duty it entailed seriously. While that wasn't Shalara's style, she could respect it nevertheless. As they crept along, Temanuel sidled up next to her, also speaking in whispers.
That's the first summoning spell I've ever seen you cast.
It's the first summoning spell I ever wanted to, Shalara replied. The lower-level ones are mostly for fodder. I held out until I got something a little more appropriate.
How is a panther appropriate?
Temanuel kept his voice low, but wasn't entirely able to shake the incredulity from his voice. The response he got was a gleeful smile that told him he'd just given Shalara precisely the setup she had wanted.
Everyone knows witches have black cats. I just gave the old image an upgrade.
Leaving the bridge behind not only meant that Fritz couldn't slow the time displacement anymore, and technically, she couldn't leave without it. Of course, a mage of Jolia's talents would be able to create a portal for them if needed, and Fritz did have some last-ditch options of her own, but it was still a vulnerability, one she minimized by staying out of sight as soon as the other three split up, each racing off to lend their aid wherever it was needed most. Even after all these years, their adventuring instincts hadn't dulled. No sooner had Brock, Jolia, and Kieran arrived in this chaotic hellscape than they began analyzing the damage and discerning where both their targets and the exit platforms were most likely to be. They'd only paused long enough for Jolia to layer an enchantment on top of Brock and Kieran before finally adding it to herself. Originally, Fritz had been annoyed by the gnome's idea, but once Jolia had relented and cast it only after they'd arrived, minimizing the time lost, was Fritz able to see the use in the technique. Though the enchanted illusions wouldn't fool everyone, they would at least offer an excuse of reasonable doubt. With what the town of Lumal was going to owe these three when the fighting ended, she had little doubt the figureheads would back whatever explanation the adventurers of Notch decided to offer. None of that was Fritz's concern. When the other three ran off, she'd rummaged around in her bag until she produced a glowing bracelet. This trinket had limited appeal, since it served one dedicated purpose. It allowed a person to hide from magical vision sources. Most people used them when they were afraid of being scryed, combined them with other magic for true invisibility, or when they needed to sneak into a place where the guards had enchanted vision. However, since the magic did nothing to stop normal vision, the demand for such tools was limited, keeping them cheap enough that Fritz could afford to stock the items for when she did have a customer with a pressing need. Slipping it on, Fritz casually strolled through the halls of Lumal, ignoring every automaton she passed, and being ignored in return. People seemed to forget that even though they were resistant to spells, automatons had still been built using magic. With no eyeballs or nerve endings, the only vision they could possibly have was magical in nature, meaning that Fritz occupied a giant blind spot in their perception, as she slowly made her way through town. Never was a stop or a misturn made. She knew precisely where she was and where she wanted to be. In many ways, Fritz considered that to be her greatest strength. All these adventurers out there, wandering around with only a generic thought of what they were aiming for. Do good, or find gold, or something else seemingly simplistic, yet with no actual goal in sight. She was not among them. Fritz knew what she wanted, and she had for a very long time. For centuries, it had seemed like a hopeless struggle. However, in the last few years, something had changed. More pieces were popping up. Ones she'd never heard of before were entering play. At long last, she had momentum, and she wasn't inclined to let it fade. Fritz arrived at a pair of gleaming golden gates. They were smashed into pieces, scattered across the road like a corpse left as warning. A damn shame, too. These gates had been a marvel of magic crafting. They could discern a visitor's intent, desires, and whether or not they were trying to smuggle anything dangerous. The nature of some of the items in the vault of sealed magic made these doors necessary to permit entrance, meaning that they couldn't be simply locked away. One such example was the fact that many of their items were tied deeply to the gods, and were therefore the destination of pilgrimages. Complicating matters further, without that continual faith from a god's followers, such items' power could fade. There were similar issues with various items of different sources as well. In the end, Lamol had been forced to allow visitors into the vault of sealed magics, albeit only after they had passed through the gates and another few dozen safeguards. This wasn't the first time someone with wicked intent had found a way in, but it was by far the most successful theft in Lamol's history. Tempting as it was to assume the robbers had broken the gates to gain entrance, Fritz had a hunch that the automatons had done the actual smashing. Wrecking these gates would take a while for most people, giving the guards plenty of time to react. If the thieves had that manner of power, the army might not have been necessary. As she made her way up the road, a single path with now vacant guard stations perched on either side, Fritz noticed that a dozen automatons were waiting at the end, standing in formation, no doubt to stop anyone who might desire to gain entry. Moving silently, lest she draw unwanted attention, Fritz crept through. Years of skulking around dangerous places had left her surprisingly adept at staying unnoticed. Just when she was nearly past, Fritz noticed that one automaton on the end looked different. When she examined it more carefully, the issue became obvious. This automaton, the one at the left edge of the formation, was destroyed. Someone had put a dozen puncture holes in its torso, along with several more along the arms and legs, as well as cutting off its head, though it remained propped up on the neck. The automaton had been killed before any of the others could notice, let alone react. Fritz resisted the urge to make any sort of satisfied noise. It was heartening to see that even the great Kieran had slipped up after so many years. He must have been spotted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted the time to wreck the automaton before it could raise the alarm. She'd rib him about it later, when the day was won. Mid-battle aspersions didn't seem appropriate. If nothing else, at least she wasn't the only one breaking into the vault of sealed magics. Kieran probably assumed it was where the person with the helm had holed up, taking the town's best-defended position. Fritz wasn't planning on stealing the helm back. That was what the warriors of Notch were for. She would, of course, help out in whatever way she could. But Lumal could hardly expect her to contribute without some manner of weapon. And was it her fault if the best equipment was tucked away inside the vault? True, by now this whole place was locked down, the rooms sealed away in other planes. Then again, that was only a problem if one wasn't intimately familiar with the sealing mechanisms. Though, said person would also need extensive knowledge on planar gates and a general idea of where the rooms had been shifted to. Rummaging through her bag quietly, Fritz dug for the tools she would need. With luck, she could find what she was after and slip out before anyone noticed. If fortune was really on her side, she might even run into Kieran along the way. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen him truly in action, and there was no telling if she ever would again. There were some sights that only happened once or twice in a lifetime, even with elven longevity. 51. The fog surrounding him was familiar, a fact that shamed Timoscore to his core. After a speech about understanding the value of his life, he'd gone and gotten crushed, probably to death, or most of the way there if he was in this place once more.
You did fall, but such was not your purpose. You fought to live, to save, to protect. You have done well, Timiskor. Enough to ask for help?
Timiskor still had no idea what this voice was, or where it came from, but it was something unknown, unaccounted for by the priestess. If he could get even the smallest amount of aid, it might be enough to make a difference. With him down, his friends would be even more exposed. All the more reason why a paladin needed to live. Except, of course, that Timiskor was not a paladin.
To aid you now would be to unmake your achievements at the verge of victory. This can only be done by you. I have offered nothing, save for a few prompts to keep working, a modicum of encouragement. All that you have done on your own. You found the truth of paladins, Timiskor. Now, find the truth of yourself.
With no other options, Timiskor closed his eyes. An odd sensation, since he was presumably already unconscious. He was drifting without the fog. When he focused, he could feel his body, battered and bruised, yet still breathing. As Timiskor's attention lingered on his breath, he felt something more than air being pulled inside his body. Mana. Even now he was struggling to fight, to act, to do more than die on the ground. Something was different, though. The mana had changed, or rather, the type of mana he was drawing in had changed. This was new, different. This was divine? As if the act of noticing had broken some barrier, the flow of direct divine mana increased dramatically, pouring through Timiskor and slowly healing his shattered body. Timiskor was not a quick thinker, nor a fast study. His talents had always been of the physical variety. He was a man more suited to a punch than a discussion. That did not mean he was incapable of learning, of understanding something previously beyond him. Although he moved at his own pace, Timiskor never wavered or halted, and at long last, his journey had reached the summit. Timiskor finally understood. Thistle was still reeling from the shock of seeing Timiskor casually downed when the priestess lumbered forward, her enormous chimera body taking proportionally enormous steps. His mind flew, calculating, re-examining the situation, and searching for any advantage they could turn in their favor. A few long shots sprang to mind. Try to use Gabrielle's axe himself, or attempt to free Eric's sword, but they were delays at best, and he knew it.
Grumble, I know I am not always the most devoted or subservient of paladins, and I probably ask for more attention than is due. Even so, if it is within your power to grant a miracle, you would find me eternally grateful.
Thistle stood, drawing two of his returning daggers. They weren't blessed, but a paladin fought to the end. Any scrape he could leave, any scratch, any chance at victory, he would take.
No, Grumble. No other gods. Only Kalzadar.
The priestess grinned, showing off her warped mouth once more. The smile was short-lived, however. Her attention suddenly darted across the battlefield. Thistle's was only seconds behind, as a sudden wave of divine mana was impossible to ignore. He half expected to see Grumble himself arriving on the scene, finally doing some of his own dirty work. What met Thistle's gaze was somehow even more shocking than if he'd guessed right. Timiskor was standing again, leaning on his resheathed sword, divine power flowing off him in waves. With every step, his gait improved as more injuries vanished. At his side, Mr. Peppers was keeping pace, caught up in the torrent of mana bursting out of the night. Was it a spell? Some kind of item effect they'd missed? Maybe the sword had hidden healing properties, and Gabrielle had simply killed the first owner too fast for them to kick in. More noise caught Thistle's ears, and he turned just in time to see the priestess taking a step back. Intentional movement or not, she was scared, and with good reason. This was an insane amount of mana to be gathering in one place, more than Thistle had seen for a very long time. Timiskor noticed the movement too, angling his approach so the priestess was forced away from any of the others. Moving steadily, Timiskor positioned himself directly between Thistle and Grumph, with Eric and his still-wounded Gabrielle making their way over to join them.
Sorry it took me so long to grasp. There was something different about Timiskor, Thistle realized.
While always resolute and loyal, their knight also carried an air of uncertainty about him, an enduring symptom of his unexpectedly gained freedom. For the moment, that uncertainty had vanished. In its place, Thistle found an almost terrifying level of dedication.
My mistake was looking in the past.
As he spoke, Timiskor adjusted his shield and armor, doing the best he could with the sections that had been dented.
It was never about who I was, or where I came from. And it wasn't about the gods either. They make it easier, more accessible. But the power has never been solely theirs to grant.
Reaching down, he pet Mr. Peppers, who looked like he was glowing with power. The divine energy around Timiskor wasn't dissipating at all. If anything, it was getting stronger. Reaching back, Timiskor once again drew the spare blade from its sheath. There was a flicker of something in its steel. A curiosity Thistle would no doubt have investigated further, if not for his friend's sudden transformation into a magical tornado.
Timiskor, what in the heavens is happening?
He didn't receive a direct answer. Instead, Timiskor started forward once more, sword pointed directly at the priestess.
Yield to me now. Renounce Kel'Zador while you still draw breath. Break his grip upon your soul while it is still possible, or be cut down.
From anyone else, the priestess might have laughed, but there was nothing funny about the amount of divine mana flowing around Timiskor. Still, she was smart, and had probably noticed the same issue as Thistle. The mana was unfocused. It made a dangerous aura around Timiskor, but fell vastly short of what such magic could accomplish when directed. This had turned into a harder fight for the priestess, and not an impossible one. There was no masking the deep, aching hatred in her eyes as she glared down at Timiskor.
You think to turn me from my course? That a weak adventurer is going to defeat Kel'Zador's chosen? No, I do not believe so. I refuse your offer, knight. Strike me down if you have the power.
The priestess was calling his bluff. To Thistle's surprise, Timiskor nodded.
You are right that I am weak, compared to the powerful warriors of the world. But I have the strength to stand here, to face you. That's all the calling ever was, really. We put so much ceremony and divine law on it. Yet at the end of the day, it is simply the will to stand between the innocent and the wicked. And anyone can choose to make that stand. My failing was in seeing the calling as something to die for, rather than a cause that must drive one to keep living. One cannot make an oath without both conviction and understanding.
For the first time, Thistle suspected what was actually going on, and his eyes grew enormous. If his guess was right, if this was real, then Timiskor was about to do something supposedly impossible outside of ancient myths. At Timiskor's words, the power increased even more, radiating off the young man who stood in the heart of the storm.
Perhaps you will be proven right in your assessment of the fight as well. You are certainly powerful. I can admit that my failure is possible. Just know that you are wrong on one account, without question. I no longer serve any kingdom, and therefore cannot rightly be called a knight.
Timiskor lifted his backup blade higher, the metal flashing once more.
I pledge my sword to the innocent in need. I shall serve the kind, and the weak, and all who seek to live in peace. For so long as I live, I will strive to protect, to save, to endure.
The light was burning now, a white fire in the center of the field. Thistle could barely even stare into it anymore, yet he forced himself to continue. Given what he expected to come next, there needed to be a witness. Deep in the light's center, a figure remained barely visible. Timiskor standing unbothered by the ridiculous amount of magic around him. Raising his head, his eyes met the priestess's, absolute certainty reflected in their depths.
My name is Timiskor, and I am a paladin.
For the second time that day, an explosion of power tore across the enclosed battlefield. Standing outside the dome, Simone had taken a few dozen steps back as the tremendous amount of divine magic grew steadily stronger. Despite the obfuscation meant to hide the fight from her eyes, Simone was more than experienced enough to enchant her sight and pierce the veil. At first, she feared it was a spell cast solely so she could witness the adventurers' deaths. But as soon as Thistle rose, Simone realized she was seeing far more than that. As a woman who specialized in working with the undead, divine magic was something she knew nearly as much about as her own subject. It was a worthless mage who didn't learn all they could about their weaknesses. She knew about gods and priests and paladins, but Simone had more knowledge than what they were now. Simone knew their histories, their myths, even the tales of their origins. There had always been legends about paladins. Many faiths held that they were, and always had been, servants of the gods. But others taught truth over dogma, insisting that the first paladins were not given their power by the gods at all. Rather, they were mortals who found a way to tap into the divine aspect living within the mana that flowed through all things, who could draw on it without needing to filter the mana first, direct from the source. It seemed like such a little thing, and yet what it represented was incredible. Almost every person in the world could pull in mana in its raw form, then slowly draw out the aspects they needed. It was part of why paladins and priests were not able to heal indefinitely. Even if they were constantly absorbing small amounts of mana, they needed time to filter it down to the divine aspect. The power to draw a specific type directly from the mana stream would require a level of synchronicity that boggled the mind. Someone would have to be so completely, so thoroughly merged with the essence of such magic that they could pull upon it like the power was their own. No wonder the gods had taken over passing out the role of paladin. Not only would the natural paladins be few and far between, the kind of strength they wielded was beholden to no master. Creating their own paladins, giving them the ability to slowly draw out divine magic, ensured that they would have a force of loyal holy warriors who could be replaced as troops were lost. And over time, in what had certainly been an unexpected bonus, the first path to paladinhood had been lost. The few who might have made it on their own instead pledged themselves to the gods, because that was the only route they knew. Personally, Simone had always considered herself a skeptic. She of course believed in demonstrable things, such as gods and spells, forces that were provable. The idea that anyone could manage to forge a connection between themselves and a specific aspect of magic had always seemed ridiculously far-fetched. She dismissed it as a favorite theory of those who simply hated paladins. However, Simone was also willing to admit when she'd been wrong. The study of magic demanded such humility if one wanted to reach its highest levels. And given what she was watching happen now, Simone backed up a touch more as she swallowed the seemingly ridiculous truth. When Thistle raised his hand and began to speak, Simone wove a shield in front of herself just to be safe. There could be no doubt about it now. She could see more than just the torrent of magic surrounding the former knight. Her eyes showed her the strands of mana weaving through his body, joining to the bright nova of light that was in his soul. Even before the oath was done, simple words meant merely as a vessel to express the conviction within, she knew. When the explosion washed over the battlefield, burning away the obfuscation from the dome, Simone was prepared. She waited eagerly, unable to suppress her inherent curiosity. Regardless of the fact that it came from divine magic, this was a moment worth witnessing. For the first time in unknown centuries, a free paladin was being born. 52. As soon as he could see, Eric's first concern was Gabrielle. Given a blast of divine magic like that and her already weakened state, he was afraid he'd open his eyes to find nothing but ash. To his shock, she was unharmed by the explosion. Her only wounds were the slowly healing ones she'd taken in the battle, and yet Eric felt his own body moving more easily. Not every wound was fully healed, but he was no longer bleeding from the slashing blows the Ravisher had managed to land during their fight. Nearby, he could see Thistle and Grumph both looking over, the same expression of concern on their faces.
"I'm okay,"
Gabrielle announced when she caught sight of their expressions.
"Somehow it passed me over."
Of course it passed you over. Undead or alive, you're a good person. This power is meant to fight the wicked. I would never permit it to harm an innocent.
Thimscore's voice was still strong, echoing forth as the light around him faded. When it was gone, What stood before them was a man who looked much the same as he always had. Same blonde hair and dented armor, same wide shoulders and tall frame, even the same stance as he gauged his enemy. What had changed was something in his face. It was as if the determination he'd risen with had crystallized in him, fundamentally replacing his previous core of uncertainty. Thistle, on the other hand, looked like he'd just tried to swallow a ghost.
You mean to say that you purposefully excluded Gabrielle from that effect on our area? Without any spell training or preparation, that would require a level of control on a near instinctual level, like you were commanding a muscle.
A fine analogy. That's exactly how I would describe the sensation, Timiskor agreed, his attention still locked on the priestess. She had fared much worse in the explosion, and was covering her face with a pair of now singed and smoking arms, clearly on the defensive. With the storm of divine magic finally subsided, the priestess lifted her head from her arms, reassessing the battlefield. A snort from her malformed lips sent leaves spreading everywhere as she rose to her feet once more. At a towering 15 feet high, she was still a terrifying opponent to face down. With her ravisher-like skin and thorny wooden armor, she looked more monster than person. Compared to her, Timiskor looked like little more than a child holding a needle that was softly glowing, Eric realized. When did that borrowed blade start to light up?
All that for a minor area attack? You disappoint me, knight.
With a contemptuous wave, the priestess fired vines from both her hands. It was clear she planned on overwhelming Timiskor, so he couldn't block. Dodging to the side, Timiskor avoided the attack from her right arm, but allowed the left's vines to wrap around his shield and hand. Before she could pull them tight, he swept his blade across the leafy tendrils, slicing them through like simple strands of grass. At the touch of his sword, the vines burst into flame. This was not a mere quick flash, like when the blessed weapons hit. Blue-white flames leapt along the grassy surface, climbing up the vines toward their source. Much as the adventurers would have loved to see the priestess torched, she released the vines to the ground before the flames could reach her hand. Interestingly, Eric noted that the normal grass didn't catch fire.
Your sword!
The priestess glared down at Timiskor, taking note of the new glow on his blade at last. For the first time since he'd gotten up, Timiskor looked momentarily confused.
As I hoped. The rush of divine power was enough to bless my weapon, although I didn't expect it to work quite this well.
There was more than light coming off that blade, Eric noted as he focused his vision. There were runes as well, deeply layered magic. Timiskor might have blessed the blade, but unless he'd attained the power of a god, there was no way he'd added all those enchantments that were now flickering into action.
You have no idea what that is. You cannot wield such a weapon. Those only come to life in the hands of a worthy paladin.
The priestess's eyes narrowed.
It seems you spoke true, former knight. I don't know how you've done this, but I know my master will reward me greatly for the death of a paladin.
She leapt forward, abandoning the use of vines and instead leaning on the enormous reach of her arms. Swinging low, her first fist barely missed Timiskor as he ducked to the side. He raced in, trying to get closer, but with a single step back, the priestess reclaimed the space she'd given up while forcing him to dive out of the way. He slashed at her arms, leaving flaming scars in the bark, but this didn't catch fire and spread like the vines had. It was still impressive enough that even an off-handed slash easily parted the organic armor, leaving exposed sections of the priestess's forearm in view. Despite finally being able to hit her, Timiskor was at a disadvantage, thanks to her size and reach. If she landed one of those direct blows, he'd be hurt, and there had to be a limit on miraculous recoveries in a day. More than once felt like pushing their luck. He needed their help. Aiding Gabrielle, Eric helped her over to where Thistle and Grumph were lying. "What can we do?"
Enough mana for one more invigoration.
Grumph was looking rough. The wave of divine magic and Thistle's healing spells were all that had gotten him strong enough to talk.
I may be able to serve as a minor distraction, Thistle added, but it will be hard to turn her eyes to anyone but Timiskor.
Eric was having the same thoughts. How were they going to help? She'd beaten them fairly handily already, and that was before she'd consolidated her minions into one powerful threat. Then again, that strategy had drawbacks too. Instead of many targets, they now had only a single enemy to deal with. Separating them at the start of the fight was a smart technique. The party leaned on their teamwork and trust to overcome individual weaknesses. Now, with a potent distraction, they had a chance to make something happen. Looking over the situation, an idea popped into Eric's head. It was more than a little crazy, and could very well cost him his life. That normally might have given him a brief pause, but after watching Timiskor rise to fight from the brink of death, Eric felt a burning determination in his chest. Although he'd heard legends that some paladins could inspire their allies, Eric had never been able to imagine what that effect might be like. As it turned out, he rather enjoyed it. His fears weren't gone. Fears were too essential to one's survival to lose entirely. Yet they were shadows of their former selves. Eric could see clearly, his mind unclouded by worry or terror, and he knew what he had to do. "Grumph, cast the invigoration on me," Eric said. "I've got a plan."
"Does it have anything to do with the giant shape running toward us?"
Gabrielle pointed over her shoulder, where a mighty mound of metal was gleaming in the moonlight. Eric paused to wonder when the dark haze of the dome had vanished, but his attention was quickly captured by the creature's surprisingly graceful movements. "Shockingly, no, it does not." Eric held his arm out for Grumph to cast on. They didn't have much time to lose. "But I am extremely curious to see where that goes." Timiskor could hear the others talking, though he was too far off to make out what they were saying, especially as he dove under another massive fist digging into the ground. His armor, normally a saving grace against enemies, was hindering his movements, making it harder to dodge. Even as strength beyond his own surged through his limbs, those same appendages were locked away in the suit of metal. He needed mobility, but the priestess would hardly agree to a pause, so he could strip some bits of armor away. Fortunately, Timiskor knew he wasn't alone. He hadn't understood why Mr. Peppers had run off during the explosion, not until he heard the charge approaching. Of course, at his new size, the boar would need more room for a running start. To his surprise, Timiskor realized he didn't even need to look away. He could feel Mr. Pepper's movements even from a distance. The same divine glow that now permeated Timiskor was radiating from his partner, only it didn't feel new. This had always been Mr. Pepper's. He'd been ready since the first day. Timiskor was the one who needed to catch up, and now that he had, the boar's true power was finally on display. As dangerous as Timiskor's blade was, the thundering sound of an enormous armor-covered boar rushing toward her was enough to draw some of the priestess's attention away from the weapon. Her arm rose, aiming those damned vines, but Timiskor rushed the other side, taking advantage of the distraction. With two threats closing in, the priestess chose to stop the paladin rather than the big pig. That turned out to be a poor decision. Mr. Pepper's now enormous tusks tore a slice through the back of her left leg, leaving a flash of blue-white flames smoldering briefly in the wound. Her scream was equal parts pain and frustration as she turned her eyes toward the large, escaping form.
How did you bless a mere animal already?" "I didn't. Mr. Peppers needs no blessings, for he shares all of mine." Timiskor held out a hand as the huge boar passed him, taking hold of a grip in the armor and swinging onto the massive metal back. May the heavens bless Shandor. That smith had realized this might happen and built the armor to accommodate a rider. "He's my partner, you see. For what is a paladin without his trusty mount?" Timiskor swept the battlefield as Mr. Peppers ran, his faithful companion easily destroying the issue of mobility. Thistle was up, daggers in hand. Gabrielle and Grumph were recovering slowly. Neither would likely be able to jump in again soon. Eric was running, but not toward the priestess. It looked almost as if he was fleeing the battle. Then Timiskor looked a touch ahead of Eric, and understanding set in. He turned back to Thistle, who simply nodded. In a way, it was the simplest plan there was. A classic that dated back to the earliest days of their legends and myths. The paladin held the enemy's attention, while the rogue snuck around. Timiskor liked that. There was something to be said for the classics, especially in perilous situations. With one touch, he turned Mr. Peppers, sending his mount back toward the priestess. As a knight, Timiskor had received ample training in both riding and fighting on horseback. Riding a giant boar was a different experience, yet it all felt strangely familiar. Perhaps it was part of being a paladin, or the simple fact that he was connected to the creature he rode. But Timiskor was completely comfortable after less than a minute on Mr. Pepper's back. A fortunate break, because they were going to have to work together if they wanted to survive. The moment they drew near, a fresh wave of vines shot out, arcing for Mr. Pepper's legs. He made no attempt to dodge, permitting the vines to wrap around his legs as fast as they could, and tearing them apart with every heavy step. The moment the vines hit Mr. Pepper's skin, they wilted, their magic faltering,
leaving them as little more than true weeds, the sort easily uprooted. At least they'd be able to get close without much issue, not that things would be easier once they were within fist-swinging range. Her first attack came down hard, sending a spray of dirt across Mr. Peppers's side as he jerked left, avoiding the blow. That order hadn't come from Timiskor, nor did the next one, which led to Mr. Peppers suddenly speeding up to avoid a glancing strike. Mr. Peppers wasn't just running. He was the one in charge of their rout and defense, freeing Timiskor up to focus on fighting. The paladin did precisely that, and when the next fist swung down, he was ready. Mr. Peppers banked hard to the right, avoiding the descending arm, but Timiskor leaned left with his sword raised, raking the blade across the priestess's arm. While he couldn't slash deeply at that angle, the howl of pain from the priestess proved how effective even a minor wound was. His blade caused her serious pain, even when only cutting her armor. What would happen if he could finally manage to pierce her flesh? With any luck, something bad for her and good for them, though Timiskor was a long way off from landing such a blow. He was harassing her, keeping her attention on him so she wouldn't think to go after the others. If she tried, they both knew he'd capitalize, and she'd regret it. Unfortunately, that left them in something of a stalemate. She had trouble hitting him atop Mr. Peppers, and Timiskor couldn't get near enough to do any real damage without her retreating. Something would have to give, or it would come down to a battle of skills. Behind the priestess, Timiskor caught sight of a slinking figure. He urged Mr. Peppers to charge once more. If there was any chance of this working, he needed the priestess to be completely focused on him. One stray glance, and this day would take a very bloody, tragic turn. Spurring his boar on faster, Timiskor lifted the glowing blade high, making sure the priestess knew that he was coming to do harm. As she lowered her stance to face him, the figure behind her made a quick hop and left Timiskor's line of sight. There was no reaction from the priestess, meaning Timiskor had succeeded in distracting her. Now, he had to make sure her attention never wandered. After all, it would be a poor showing if, on his first outing as a paladin, he couldn't even serve as a proper distraction for a climbing rogue.
53.
Was there any way to be prepared for scaling a giant enemy who would crush you to bits upon discovery? If so, Eric had to imagine that he was as close as one could possibly come. His body still tingled with the augmentation Grumph had given him, enough strength to pull his short sword from the ground at last. The magical boots had brought him here swiftly, and his color camouflaging armor helped him make the approach unseen. Grumph had even lent Eric the magical ring, offering him some chance of survival if he was caught. So many things were in his favor, yet Eric felt woefully out of his depth as he leapt onto the back of the priestess's dense leg armor. She showed no reaction when he landed on her, her attention fully on Timiskor. That was the first hurdle cleared. Either she couldn't feel things on this armor, or sensation was subdued enough to not notice a human slowing her down. How strong was she that she didn't even notice his weight? More determined than ever not to find out firsthand, Eric started to climb, making his way higher up her body. At 15 feet, it wasn't an especially tall height to scale. However, the going was difficult. On top of having to stay unnoticed and silent, Eric had to carefully avoid the scores of thorns poking out from the bark-like armor itself. No doubt, the protection was meant to stave off precisely this kind of assault. Too bad for the priestess. Eric had been trained by one of the most merciless and talented rogues he'd ever heard of. Elora's teaching methods were brutal, yet as Eric swung up from the leg to the lower back, avoiding piercing his flesh, it was hard not to feel a swell of gratitude for her. He was forced to momentarily halt his climb, as Timiskor came into range and slashed at the priestess while she did her best to hit him right back. If she'd punched him down instead of over the first time, Timiskor would certainly have been crushed, and Eric suspected she was dearly regretting that mistake. Of course, it meant she'd be less likely to make it again, which added to the precariousness of Eric's situation. When Timiskor rode past, swinging wide in a circle, Eric began to move once more. It wouldn't be long before the next engagement. Timiskor was purposefully keeping her off balance and defensive. The priestess moved too much in a battle, so Eric had to make the most of these windows. He got halfway up her back before Timiskor returned, forcing him to hang on while his target darted to and fro, trying to strike without being hit in return. Another pause, and Eric made it to just below the priestess's shoulders. Almost there. One more climb would get him home. Unfortunately, Timiskor's charge forced the priestess to literally jump backward, lifting and then slamming Eric roughly down against her back. He winced as a few thorns pressed tight against his chest, not quite puncturing his armor. mentally thanking Grump for the loan of his ring, which had almost certainly made the difference. Eric groaned inwardly. Despite his control and lack of sound, the jig was already up. What? The priestess started to turn toward him. Of course, when he'd come down hard on her back, she must have felt the impact. With no chance to think, he had to make a choice in the moment. There was enough time to drop and run. He was limber and could dodge a few attacks if needed. That was on the ground, though. Up here, he was an easy target. Sadly, Eric also knew that if he took that route, she'd be wary for more climbers. This trick either worked now or not at all. Using his augmented strength for all it was worth, Eric hurled himself upward onto the priestess's shoulder. Thorns punched into his left palm as he took the first grip he could find. Stealth was no longer a priority, nor was safety. Everything that wasn't speed lost all relevance. Using his free, uninjured hand, Eric whipped out his short sword. Nearby, he noticed Timiskor drawing close with another charge. Good. She would need to split her attention, and that meant one of them would have a chance to land a blow. Her left hand reached across her chest, on a direct path to knock Eric from her shoulders, while her right came plummeting down toward Timiskor and Mr. Peppers. Neither strike was as accurate as it should have been, the split attention showing itself. Timiskor easily dodged his blow while leaving a wound on her armor, and Eric narrowly got out of the way, throwing himself onto the priestess's head. More thorns tore into his left hand as he took careful hold of an armored section on her brow.
A pest! A useless pest who would sting me with a metal weapon my skin will repel. You are infuriatingly stubborn prey. Accept Khazad-dûr's judgment.
Gonna have to politely decline that offer. Eric swung up while he spoke, building momentum as he saw both her hands coming to snap him in half. Also, in your next life, I would urge you to learn one simple fact about humanoid bodies. There's a reason the Ravishers lack sight. Eyes don't have skin. Coming back down from the swing, Eric used all of his momentum and augmented strength to stab his short sword directly into her enormous right eyeball. If Timiskor thought his own attacks drew shrieks of pain, it was nothing on the horrendous howl that split the battlefield when Eric struck. Her hands were already on course to claw the rogue, who was still drawing small flashes of light as he attacked, making sure the damage was done. The instant she caught Eric, he'd be dead, which meant that Timiskor couldn't allow her to succeed. Thankfully, Eric had had the good sense to wait until Timiskor was already charging and nearly upon her. For the first time in the fight, Timiskor and Mr. Peppers were able to get close to the priestess without having to dodge her attacks. Using the freedom, Timiskor rose high on his mount's back, leaning in and slashing at the priestess's leg as he passed. Unlike previous strikes, this one was able to bite deep, past the armor, and into her supposedly protected flesh. Several runes along the blade flashed as Timiskor made contact, leaving a trail of blue-white fire burning on the outer side of her left leg. Evidently, the flames must have hurt. This time, it wasn't her armor or her vines that were aflame, it was the priestess herself. Those clutching hands suddenly changed direction, all thought of her eye momentarily dispelled by the need to put out the flames on her leg before they could spread. Practically speaking, it was the right call. Timiskor couldn't fault her for it. If that fire spread, she could be roasted before there was time to act. But every action in battle came with a cost. Doing one task meant that there were others left unattended to. In this case, saving her own life left a rogue with a blessed weapon free to do as he pleased for the next few seconds. Such a mistake wasn't lost on Eric, who immediately took hold of a chunk of armor along her nose and flipped around so that he was now looking at her left eye. For the priestess, Eric must have filled up her entire field of sight. It was the last image to be burned into her vision before the steel struck. Timiskor heard the screech before he saw the flashes. He was getting close again, ready to provide Eric with a distraction. But the rogue leapt clear of the priestess and rolled along the grass before coming to a stop. Eric rose quickly, giving Timiskor a thumbs up. It was done. The priestess had been blinded. As a rogue, he couldn't hope to help with the magical armor that still protected her and the Ravisher fortified skin, so instead, he'd made Timiskor's task easier. The flames on the priestess's legs had gone out after she smothered them, so her hands were free to grope aimlessly along the ground. With her vision gone, she knew Timiskor would be coming, just not from where. For a moment he hesitated. Was this right? Was there honor in slaying a weakened opponent? His vision turned to the still wounded bodies of Grump and Gabrielle, where Thistle tended to them. This woman served evil. She had tried to murder several of his friends without remorse and would kill many more if given the chance. The paladin's resolve set. He'd sworn to stand against evil, and that meant seeing things through to the end. Although there was clearly no hiding the sound of a giant boar making a charge, merely knowing the direction he was coming from wasn't enough. Mr. Peppers had been capable of dodging when she'd made targeted attacks. He easily slipped around as she smashed around the ground in futile fury now. Timiskor lined up his own slice carefully, starting a new fire as he carved deep into her right calf. Shrieking, the priestess stumbled as she tried to smother the flames, her weakened leg buckling under the weight, bringing her to a knee. This was what Timiskor had been waiting for. Rather than ride Mr. Peppers out wide for momentum, Timiskor circled him right back around. Over the sound of her own fury and pain, the slower boar managed to slip in close. Timiskor got as high as he could, sword at the ready. Mr. Peppers ran directly into her left leg, causing her to sway unsteadily. Timiskor, however, had a different target. Using her lowered position and his height atop the boar, he drove his sword deep into her abdomen, through the armor, through the skin, and into her organs. True, between the armor and the size difference, his weapon couldn't reach very far, but the blow landed clean just the same. When Timiskor pulled his blade out, it wasn't fire that met his eyes. Rather, a burning light shone from the wound, growing steadily in intensity. On instinct, Timiskor urged Mr. Peppers back, guiding the boar away as fast as they could get. It proved to be a wise decision, as soon a wave of dark bile escaped the priestess's mouth, washing over and killing the grass at her feet. Her armor began to fall away in jagged, rotten chunks, and her grassy sections withered before their eyes. The priestess was shrinking as the light grew brighter, her power rolling off in waves. From somewhere in her foliage, the staff holding a piece of the bridge clattered to the ground. Had she been able to see it, they might have worried, but as things stood, the priestess barely seemed to be holding on. Her hands were over the wound in her stomach, trying to smother a fire that wasn't there. Timiskor understood. The fire was inside her now, burning away the dark magic infusing her body. It occurred to Timiskor that, was she able to hit him with a similar weapon of evil, he might very well endure the same process. Moving steadily, Timiskor dismounted from Mr. Peppers and walked back toward the priestess. He noted that the others followed, and made no move to stop them. If she still had a trick left, it was better they all see it so they could fight back. Standing over her, Timiskor looked down at the woman. She was dying, and fast. Soon, she would be beyond saving.
It's not too late. You still live. You still have the freedom of choice. That wound will kill you. I don't think any of us could save you, even if it was right to do so. But your soul will live on. Do not allow Calzador to claim it. Renounce him, here and now, with sincerity in your heart. He is a cruel god to dwell with, even more so to those who have failed him.
Despite being blinded and bleeding, the priestess managed to laugh. This was no chuckling at the gallows either. There was sincere joy in her.
Failed him? Oh my. You may be a paladin now, but you have much to learn about the ways of gods. I have not failed my master at all. He ordered me to contain you all here, to fight you. He even gave me the freedom to kill all but Thistle. However, such was never my true task. I am a messenger, and in losing this fight, my message only becomes all the more important. Where is Thistle, enemy of Calzadar? Have him come close, so he can see the truth in my words.
Without hesitation, Thistle approached.
I'm here. I presume this has something to do with why I wasn't permitted to be killed?
Indeed it does.
The priestess faltered, letting out a hack of a cough.
Damn it. I wish I could savor this moment, but time draws short. I'll content myself with savoring your pain instead. Calzadar doesn't want you dead. That's too easy a punishment for a paladin. He wants you to suffer. There were many reasons to break into the Vault of Sealed Magics, not just to take the Helm of Ignosa. In that place are many wonders and items to do seemingly impossible things. Things like enter the Hall of Souls and pull one from its afterlife.
The realization hit Thistle harder than one of her giant punches ever could. He'd been wrong. Calzadar wasn't going after Grumble at all. No. The god of dark magic was targeting Thistle, but not by coming after him directly.
That's right. Calzador took her while you were busy fighting with me. I'm so close to passing. I can feel my master's delight. He says to follow the crows, Paladin, and eventually, perhaps, you will find her.
She looked over at him, empty sockets gazing directly at Thistle.
Tell me, before I join her, any words for your beloved wife, Midroria?
Thistle's hand was on his dagger, raising the weapon overhead, but it was pointless. The priestess slumped to the ground as the light in her guts faded out. She was dead. Timoscore's attack had done its job, which left Thistle no other outlet for his rage and pain than to scream, stabbing his dagger pointlessly to the ground. No one interrupted him. They were still reeling from the news themselves. Finally, after a few minutes, Thistle managed to calm himself. When he rose, however, something had changed. There was coldness in his eyes, an expression that almost none of them had seen before. Without meaning to, Grump shuddered. Unlike the others, he did know that look, and he understood what side of Thistle Calzador had just set loose. 54. The platform was finally in sight. Unfortunately, in the time it took them to reach it, the situation had grown substantially more dire. A new wave of automatons was pressed against the guards, and several more inhuman adversaries now blocked the pathway to the platform itself. From where Wimberly and the others were standing, there was a long, glass-like bridge running to the golden-trimmed area where portals flickered into and out of existence as escaping people ran through them. Given that the bridge material was supporting several guards and automatons, the latter of whom were smashing against it, all while getting only small cracks, it seemed a safe bet that this was not mundane glass, if it was in fact glass at all. But strong as the material was, the automatons were causing cracks. Small as they might be, every repeat blow added to them. With enough time and attackers, they would bring this bridge down just as they would break the platform itself. There was no stopping the automaton army. The most any of them could hope for was to escape while there was still time. T'Manuel and Hoyt led the charge. It was their only option, and everyone knew it. Fighting was out, and there were too many automatons to distract. All they could do was run forward and pray that they'd survive. They were nearly to the first set of automatons when a figure landed hard on the bridge in front of them, causing the group to hurriedly skid to a halt. At a glance, there was something about this man that spoke deep into their souls and told them to be wary. It wasn't just the rippling muscles or the glow of untold enchantments racing across his skin, or the way shadows kept his face unnaturally obscured. It was in the way he moved, in the calm that rolled off him even as he stared down the impossible odds. Was this one of Lamal's elite? Wimberly glanced over to Hoyt and the guards, all of whom were looking extremely confused. Not one of theirs, then. So, just another adventurer?
If you've got a heartbeat and you want to keep it that way, stay behind me. Been some while since I fought seriously, and the augmentation spells my wizard cast only make me more dangerous. I can't promise you won't get caught in the splash.
No one had time to ask what the splash was before the hulking man before them became a blur, too fast to properly track. His fist smashed into the nearest automaton, shattering the arm it managed to raise in the nick of time. The second blow was on the heels of the first, less than a second behind, and this one connected with the automaton's metal head. Chunks of scrap tore through the air. Debris from the automaton turned into a makeshift projectile by the sheer force of the blow. Wimberly's breath caught within her chest at the sight of such strength. At least that explained what the splash meant. Against a normal enemy, it would have been incredibly impressive. Against an automaton that had taken 3 fully trained and well-equipped guards to subdue, it was outright miraculous. Who in the hells had this kind of power? And why didn't she know them? As the thoughts hit, a blue smoke wafted down onto the battlefield. Turning her head up, Wimberly caught sight of a fellow gnome floating above, sending the smoke spiraling towards them. When it touched her, Wimberly's eyes grew unfocused for a brief instant, before returning to normal. Except, as she looked at their savior, Wimberly noticed that he remained out of focus. Wait, had it even been a he? She couldn't quite picture the warrior anymore, just an overwhelming image of muscles and power. The gnome was casting a memory spell. Had it been viable, Wimberly would have yelled at the woman, demanding an explanation. She was too high up, unfortunately. Wimberly would catch the attention of automatons long before the wizard took notice. Moving fast, Wimberly yanked out her sketchbook and began to draw. Usually, this was where she put down design ideas for new gadgets, but at that moment, her only goal was to capture the memory before it faded completely. Wimberly didn't try to bring up the face in her mind. The more she tried, the further away it slipped. She just drew it, trusting her hands and instincts to remember what her brain refused to. There was a chance that this had no point. The man was a stranger to her even before the memory spell. But someone didn't want Wimberly to remember this. That alone was plenty enough reason for her to consider it worth hanging on to. It took Wimberly under a minute to finish her sketch, which was enough time for their savior to clear every automaton off the bridge. He ran toward the platform proper now, viciously hurling or shattering each enemy he encountered. Their way forward was clear, so the party pushed ahead, not wasting this opportunity. It didn't escape Wimberly's notice that the platform was beginning to sway, however. The automatons below had done too much damage. 2 of the 4 support pillars were compromised. As fast as the unmemorable warrior was, there was no way he'd be capable of making it down there in time. Were they hoping to evacuate everyone before the platform fell? It was an ambitious plan, to say the least, but given the chaos Lumol was in, that might be the only option they could manage. Sounds like an earthquake, a deep rumbling, were Wimberly's first clue that she had miscalculated. With the memory fog engaged, it appeared the wizard had turned her attention to actually aiding the people in need. 4 sets of huge arms made of dirt and stone burst out of the ground, followed by 4 heads and bodies. A quartet of gigantic earth elementals rose, 2 taking the place of the damaged pillars, 2 working to sweep away the attacking automatons. Although the metal saboteurs didn't seem damaged by the elementals, the sheer size difference between them made it simple for the earthen behemoths to send automatons flying. Wimberly's eyes went back to the other gnome with a new level of respect. Those elementals had to be ancient for them to be so large. Summoning even one took a mage of exceptional skill. To summon 4 at once, this woman must have been among the top casters in the entire world. Wimberly wasn't even surprised to notice that her eyes went unfocused when she looked at the wizard. These 2 didn't want to be remembered, and with the kind of power they were throwing around, Wimberly could think of ample reasons why. All of that was interesting, but also secondary compared to their race for the portals. Getting through, making it out of this place where they were a little more useful than mere farmers or peasants, was their primary goal. This short time of feeling helpless had given Wimberly a new appreciation for what non-adventurers must feel like, in a world of monsters that could kill them with a single blow. Already, the gears inside her head were turning, contemplating new types of gadgets that anyone could use. Wimberly shoved such notions aside. They were good, useful thoughts for down the line, but today, her focus was on living through the next hour. An unmistakable din of colliding metal rose from behind them, and Wimberly already knew what she'd find as she turned. A new battalion of automatons had arrived at the head of the bridge, at least a dozen strong. Worse, the huge warrior was already on the platform, meaning that the party itself was blocking him from getting over to help. That was assuming he'd even noticed the new trouble brewing. The man was a blur as he sent one enemy after another flying off the platform's edge. But there were so many. He wouldn't be done in time to help, even if that was his desire. "Run!" Temanuel gave the order. Not that they had any other real option. On this bridge, with no room to maneuver, they'd be ripped through in seconds. At least on the platform, they would have a chance to get out of the way. The party and guard sprinted as one, dashing across the cracking, glass-like bridge with all they had. Most of them made it. They could be forgiven, in the heat of all that was happening, for failing to remember that one of their members was smaller and proportionally slower than the rest. As soon as he made it to the platform, Temanuel stepped aside, clearing a path while preparing to hold off any automatons on their heels, and looked back, if only for a few seconds. It was only then that he saw Wimberly, their eyes meeting as she raced with all she had, still substantially behind the others. He tried to move toward her, however, the rest of the party rushing past barred his route. When the shadow fell across Wimberly's path, she knew what it was immediately. No other creature would be casting such a broad, unnatural shape in the light of Lumol's burning buildings. She turned, not because she wanted to fight, nor imagined there would be some surprise waiting. Wimberly merely decided, in that moment, that if she was going to die, then she would face her end head-on. What awaited her was precisely what she'd expected, an automaton raising its fist. She readied for the end, even as her brain scrambled to find some weakness to exploit. Then, the fist moved. For a flicker of a moment, Wimberly thought the blow was so strong she died without even feeling it. but the attack never actually hit her. She could still see the fist, frozen, roughly a foot from her face. Peering around it carefully, Wimberly noted that the other automatons behind her would-be killer were frozen as well. In fact, as her eyes scanned the area, she couldn't see so much as a single trace of moving metal. What had been Lumol's greatest threat was now a collection of statues dotting its landscape, all perfectly frozen, some midway through a step or attack. A few fell over. However, the majority were balanced enough to stay standing. With slow, terrified steps, Wimberly backed away from the automaton, half expecting it to fly back into action. There was no movement, as her pace picked up and eventually turned into a run. She joined the others on the platform, and still there was nothing. Not from the nearby automatons, nor any of the ones they could see throughout the city. All of Ignos's unfeeling army had gone still as the grave. Slipping out of a room that connected to another plane, carefully closing her bag, Fritz noticed a fleck of blood on the floor that hadn't been there earlier. Using her long elven ears to give a proper listen, she realized there were sounds coming from farther along the tunnel. It didn't seem to be fighting, which meant the battle had probably already finished. Turning, Fritz made her way up the hall, easily avoiding a few traps and countermeasures meant to slow or kill thieves when the vault was locked down. It only took a few minutes before she found what she'd expected. This room might have been a lounge or a study, one of the spots designated for visitors to peruse tomes they weren't permitted to remove. Whatever furniture had been here was largely in splinters, save only for a single chair. In it sat Kieran, holding the head of an unremarkable man with dark hair upon which perched a metal crown. Scorch marks ran up and down the walls, and a half-dozen automatons were scattered about in various states of disrepair. The image it painted was of a hard battle, but Fritz knew better. At best, the priest would have let loose one torrent of magic before Kieran reached him. This whole scene had probably manifested within the span of seconds. Long fights were the realm of knights and paladins, not assassins. "I see you did the job." Fritz was careful to keep her tone neutral. It had been a long time since Kieran dressed in black. He unnerved even her in such a state. There were few things that still scared Fritz, but the people of Notch were ones she didn't dare take lightly, especially those who watched over it. Everyone else had put the killing behind them, but Notch's guardians were willing to soak their hands in blood if the need arose, if only to make sure the rest didn't have to. "I'd hoped to simply take the crown. He either invoked a spell to bind it to his head, or the crown can create such an effect on its own. Whatever the case, it wasn't coming off. So I found another way, as I always have." The head in his hands was dripping, yet not so much as a spot stuck to Kieran's outfit. Having an enchanted against blood was one of the most practical purchases he'd ever made, a fact that sometimes still kept the man up at night. "Hopefully it was just me. If Jolia saw someone and failed to save them, she'll be down the bottle for a month. And last time Brock had to kill again, he locked himself away for 2 weeks to work on the tavern." Fritz didn't have comfort to offer on that front, so she stuck with the truth.
"I didn't see anything besides automatons here. Odds are good that's all they've had to deal with."
"There are at least 3 other priests out there, though I imagine most of them have escaped by now. That's how they managed to get so much from the vault before it was sealed off. All of them struck simultaneously, stealing their targets at the same time. Once the safeguards kicked in, they already had everything they wanted. The chronoglass is over in the corner. It had to stay here to work. They escaped with 2 other items, one of which concerns us on a personal level, and the other that should worry us for practical reasons."
"Your priest managed to talk that much before he died?"
Fritz asked. In response, Kieran produced a sheet of parchment from a pocket on his shirt and held it out. Stepping around the debris, Fritz made her way over and took it from his hand, giving it a thorough perusal.
"Huh. He knew he was going to die here, so he made a taunting monologue in letter form. That is... dedication?"
As her eyes kept going, the pieces clicked together.
"Well now, this makes more sense. Stealing the soul of Thistle's wife out of the heavens, that is diabolical. Even for Calzadar, it can't have been worth all of this, though."
"Keep reading," Kieran encouraged. It wasn't just about vengeance. When Fritz reached the end of the letter, her fingers inadvertently tightened.
"Are you fucking kidding me? They got one of the 3 stones of severing?" Those are supposed to be stored in completely isolated pocket planes, accessible only to the owners. Do you have any idea of what those three can do when united?
They can create a permanent rift between the planes, allowing beings of hell, chaos, and shadow to come through. Along with any other type of planar resident, Kieran replied. With all three, Khazad-dûr could unleash a wave of death in any location he chose. He could turn this entire world into the playground of monsters. Kieran didn't know the half of it. Those stones were capable of opening countless permanent rifts. In the wrong hands, the world wouldn't just be the playground of monsters. It would be theirs in every measure and sense. They would overrun the cities, slaughter adventurers and normal citizens alike. Knowing Khazad-dûr, he would make bargains to ensure his faithful were spared, if only so they could keep feeding him their devotion, even as he purged every other god's followers. A world ruled by monsters, overseen by Khazad-dûr. That was what those stones could create. And if he succeeded, it would be Fritz's fault. Folding the paper carefully, she handed it back to Kieran.
The good news is, he doesn't have them all. I would know if he did. My guess is that he went after this one first, because as soon as word got out that someone was hunting them, the mall's protection would have grown even tighter. The bad news is, I can't stay for long once we get back. I need to warn one of the owners, and then start putting in protections to make sure Khazad-dûr doesn't get any others.
I appreciate that you're taking this seriously, but I'm surprised to hear you getting involved, Kieran admitted. Generally, you stick to the merchant and messenger role. It's rare that you roll up your sleeves and participate anymore.
Would hardly fit my new role if I did.
Fritz sighed, annoyed at herself that she'd need to do even this much. There was no getting around it, sadly.
These stones are an exception. I have to make sure they don't fall into the wrong hands. I'm responsible if they do.
From his chair, Kieran watched her face. Against most people, Fritz's expression said only what she wanted it to. The master assassin was an expert in body language, however, and he saw more than she wanted. Once you told me about an experiment that failed horribly. An attempt to create your own version of the bridge, rather than hunt down all the pieces. You told me you considered it your greatest mistake, but you never told me what it was.
And I wish I wasn't giving it away now. Unfortunately, that seems to be where we are.
There was no getting past it, so Fritz opted to tell the truth. If nothing else, it might convince Kieran to lend some help. On this task, she would accept any aid she could get.
Yes, Kieran. I'm the one who created the Stones of Severing. Which is why I know how important it is that we keep them from Khazad-dûr.
55. No storm this time. No howling wind screaming in Thistle's ear. No tavern either. He was in a temple of Grumble, one that looked quite similar to Ulkin's in Alcatham. Thistle had barely made it off the battlefield before he was overwhelmed with exhaustion. While it was possible that the events of the fight and the revelation at its end had overtaxed him, Thistle suspected this was more divine in origin than physical. It had been quite a while since he'd been able to speak with Grumble, and gods were not renowned for their patience. The moment Thistle had found a chair and shut his eyes, he was in the temple. It was a tad brusque, but given the situation, Thistle appreciated the lack of theatrics. At the front of the temple, sitting in front of the altar, sat the mundane-looking kobold, who was anything but. While hardly haughty, Grumble did tend to carry himself with the aura of confidence that belonged to gods, beings of incredible power beyond the scope of mortals. Today, that aura was substantially dimmed, and there was a sincere look of sadness on his scaly face. Wordlessly, Thistle made his way over, slowly pulling himself up next to his god and taking a seat.
I've gone over it in my head 12 times already, just in the walk from outside to the tavern. As angry as I am, and please, do not mistake my calm for lack of fury. I cannot, in good conscience, hold you accountable for what happened. Khazad-dûr outplayed us both. He sealed me away, kept our eyes from the real target. and went so far as to use a piece of the bridge to cut off the communication between us. Even if you knew everything that happened in there, what can I expect you to have done? I'm the one you would task with tackling such a problem. With me sealed away, you had only priests and followers to turn to, none of which could stand against the kind of power I saw today.
It was not an easy thing to forgive when the pain was so fresh. But Thistle was more than just his emotions. He was capable of seeing moves ahead. There was a chance he was being too easy on Grumble, letting the god off the hook lightly. However, in the long term, it was essential. Thistle couldn't expect to mount a rescue campaign against a god without one in his own corner. Preserving this relationship was more important, and if he did so in a way that left Grumble feeling in his debt, all the better. Should Thistle need a touch of help down the line, it would be nice to have some leverage. Besides, the simple truth was that Thistle didn't really blame Grumble. Thistle blamed himself.
Kind words. Exactly the sort of forgiveness and decency I would hope to see from my paladin.
Yet we both know that I am not without fault. I brought you to this life, Thistle. If I had left your group alone, you'd certainly be dead. But compared to what you face now, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. I am sorry for the situation you found yourself in. Were it in my power, I would steal Midoriya's soul back this moment. Sadly, she dwells in Kalzadar's domain now, and not even we gods can pluck souls at our leisure. To remove one takes exceptional power and access to specialized tools. I can no more remove her than I could steal the soul of any of his own faithful.
Aye, that's about what I'd suspected.
Thistle didn't know everything about the gods, but he assumed that Kalzadar wouldn't have gone to such trouble if it were that easy to shuffle souls around.
Which means that if I want her back, I have to play his game.
The kobold twisted, looking Thistle over carefully.
Play his game? You haven't realized the danger you're in yet, have you?
I'm sure Kalzadar intends to kill me, but I don't plan on letting him until Midoriya is rescued. I'm an adventurer. I'm always at risk. One more person after my death doesn't change things.
To his surprise, Thistle felt a scaly claw fall on his shoulder. The moment it landed, a feeling of peace and security trickled through his mind. Grumble was comforting him? Like most things gods did, it was more effective than the mortal version. A heavy breath was Thistle's first clue that the kobold had more bad news to share. Thankfully, Grumble didn't leave him in suspense long enough to figure out what it was.
Thistle, you are at risk in a way you have never been before. Do you remember your condition for becoming my paladin? The one thing you asked for in return for service?
To be reunited with my wife.
It hadn't been an accident. The fact that faithful paladins who served their gods well were raised into higher heavens after passing was part of the selling point for those who joined. A chance to stand in their god's glory, in a position of reverence no less, was appealing enough for many to lay down their lives to obtain. Thistle had needed to ensure that he and Midoriya ended up together, even if his position would warrant something different. The hand squeezed, bringing in a fresh wave of comfort.
My exact words were, I will ensure your spirit is reunited with your wife's. I know that, Thistle, because I gave you my word. A god always knows their promises. We are bound by them. This time, that phrase feels especially appropriate.
Grumble took a moment, gathering himself. It was the first time Thistle had ever seen the god, any god, do such a thing, and it unnerved him more than Thistle would have expected.
Thistle, Kalzadar has done more than take your wife. He has stolen your own afterlife as well. By my own promise, I must see you reunited with Midoriya when you die. If that should happen now, as things stand, then the only way that I could do such a thing
would be to release all claim on your soul and turn it over to Calzadar. In his realm, torturous as it would be, you'd have your reunion. The last pieces fell into place as understanding fully set in. It was a realization he'd have come to on his own, with a little time to think. Perhaps that was why Grumble had called him so quickly. He wanted to be there as Thistle came to terms with the true situation.
So, Calzadar not only has Midroria, but if I fall before we save her, I'll be lost as well. It pains me to say it, but that bastard played us well.
Loss is part of my religion, Grumble told him. Minions, as a rule, rarely taste victory. More often they are trod upon or kicked around. The luckiest ones get ignored. But I do not teach defeat, Thistle. We fail. We learn. We try. We fail again. Yet we persist. To be a minion is to live without hubris. You must learn every failing you have and take ownership of them, if you wish to keep another from exploiting such weaknesses first. Yes, we lost this day, but we did not lose everything. Calzadar's intent was to leave you truly alone, to kill off your friends so you had no aid to call upon as you rescued Midroria. And the tactics Calzadar used came with costs of their own. Attacking Lomol stirred up more gods than just me. As for stealing a soul, that is no small crime.
No, it is not.
The voice came from the front of the temple, a soft noise alerting Thistle to another figure arriving in the same spot he had. The person was of his and Grumble's size, gnomish and female, with the familiar insignia stitched across her robes. With a glance, Thistle knew her. How could he not? Even if she had never been his god, in his lowlier days, Thistle's chief job had been cleaning and caring for one of her major temples. Thistle stepped down, then inclined his back as best as he was able to with a warped spine, managing a serviceable bow.
A welcome to you, Mithingau, god of the gnomes.
You're never that quick with the bows to me, Grumble complained.
Your dogma is less formal than hers. Besides, I am not inclined to be rude when courting allies.
Thistle looked up from the ground with no shame at his words. This was a meeting of people angry at Calzadar. He needed the formation of a coalition. Whether Grumble realized it or not, Thistle was on more than a rescue mission. God, mortal, it didn't matter. Calzadar had crossed a line. Once Midroria was safe, Thistle planned to take Calzadar's head, a warning to all the gods of what would happen to those who stole the dead. He hadn't figured out how quite he'd do it yet, but there was plenty of time for that. Right now, he needed allies more than schemes. Mithingau nodded, looking Thistle over with a critical eye.
You know my ways well. I, however, am not familiar with you, Paladin of Grumble, nor did I know your wife. Countless souls dwell in my realm, and I meet relatively few. But that does not matter in a situation such as this. Midroria was a dutiful follower and servant, who earned her place through a lifetime of devotion. What Calzadar has done is about more than just one soul. It threatens the entire system by which we reward our faithful. Hear me well on this, Paladin. Were Midroria my dearest friend and companion, I could not be more incensed by her abduction. Calzadar has made an enemy today.
More than one. Grumble rose from his seat as well, taking a stance next to the god of the gnomes. Many gods had followers and temples in Lomor. An attack like that is a blow to their egos. And while it's not quite the same as the personal slight dealt to Mithingau, you will find many sympathetic to our cause. With preparation, we can gather a force capable of recovering Midroria. Words were heartening, yet Thistle remained unmoved. This was all nice to consider, good ideas to think about, but the fact remained that with every passing minute, Midoriya was in that monster's grip. A plan, a campaign. Who could guess how many obstacles there would be to clear before he'd get the merest chance of seeing Midoriya, leaving her to who knew what fate in the time between.
Useful as I hope that will be, my patience for such tactics is lacking.
Thistle noted that both gods were surprised by his response. They hadn't expected him to talk back, not at a time like this.
I had hoped that, as this was a divine issue, it could be quickly resolved by the gods. Seeing as that is not the case, I'm going to pursue a faster means of recovery.
Though Mythingau said nothing, Grumble shook his head. Thistle, I know what you're thinking. If a piece of the bridge was capable of stealing a soul, Khazad-dûr would have used that technique instead of going to such trouble. Those artifacts have never reacted well when dealing with divine realms or magic. It's the reason so few have used them to challenge the gods. I'm sorry, but you can't use one as a shortcut. No, Grumble was probably right. Thistle couldn't use one piece of the bridge and hope for such a miracle. But it wasn't like there was only a single piece of it out there. In fact, with the priestess's death, her chunk of glowing crystal had fallen into their possession. Before, even that might not have inspired Thistle with much hope. Seeing Eric lose his mind when holding two pieces together had made it clear there was a limit. After Fritz teaching him how to control it with rituals, though, no, he almost certainly wasn't there yet. Fritz was, but her help would come with a high cost, one Thistle would gladly pay, assuming he was able. Still, there was no reason to put all his potions in one bag. If the gods wanted to help, he would play along with their plans as well. More plans in motion meant more room to maneuver if one went awry. Mythingau, perhaps misreading his eyes, perhaps subtly aiding his plans, spoke up.
While I certainly understand your concern over Midoriya's well-being and the corresponding need for expediency, you need not worry quite yet. Khazad-dûr has stolen her, but she is not without some protection. As a devoted soul connected to my divine realm, she is still tinged with my power. I will do all I am able to extend and prolong that protection. It won't last forever, but Khazad-dûr is not able to do her any true harm yet.
I see. Then I apologize for my brusqueness, Thistle told them. What would you have us do next?
Reaching over, Mythingau tapped Thistle lightly on the forehead, sending a ripple of light across his skin.
Follow those directions to a temple of mine just inside the eastern border of Thatshire. There are implements there that we'll need, tools and magics purposefully sealed away. Not every object of power was hidden in Umol. Many are tucked away across the kingdoms. When you arrive, help shall be waiting. From them, further instructions will follow.
While Thistle did nod to signify his understanding, his eyes went to Grumble for confirmation. Mythingau was indeed a god, but she wasn't his god, and it was a foolish paladin, indeed, who forgot where his orders came from. Thankfully, there was no dissent, as Grumble met his silent question with a toothy kobold smile, one that Thistle found less troubling the more he saw it.
Very well. I shall spread the word among the others, and we'll ready ourselves to head out right away.
Thistle hesitated, unsure of whether or not to broach the topic of Timiskor. What he'd done certainly seemed worthy of the gods' attention, yet neither had mentioned it thus far. Was this, too, a test? Maybe, but still the gods were in his debt right now. If there was a time for them to talk about the emergence of a new paladin, this seemed the opportune moment.
And Timiskor?
The scaly claw hit his mouth as soon as the words were out.
Fear not, he will recover. Do not waste words on such things now. Our time is short, and we must focus on the important matters.
Thistle's mind raced, quickly puzzling out his god's strange actions. Nothing he'd said was a lie. Timiskor had been injured, so his recovery was real, and Grumble was right about there being more pressing issues. However, the way he'd shushed Thistle was odd, perhaps not to other gods, but certainly to those who knew how Grumble treated his followers. That, combined with the offhanded dismissal, painted a clear picture. This was not something to discuss with another god around. Much as Thistle might have liked more answers, He could see the wisdom in Grumble's prudence. What Timiskor had done was supposedly impossible, possibly blasphemous in some religions, so making it immediately public could come with serious risks. Risks they didn't need right now, especially when trying to build an alliance with other divine beings. In fact, Thistle, I'm afraid your time grows short. I have work of my own to do. We will speak again when I am able. Until then, follow Mythengao's directions to the temple, and take no unwarranted risks, my paladin. I don't need to tell you that your death currently comes with eternal repercussions. One orange claw tapped Thistle in the chest, popping his astral form like a soap bubble and sending him back to the world of the waking. With him gone, the surroundings faded. There was no longer any need for a setting. Mythengao looked at the spot where Thistle had been for several moments before turning to Grumble.
He's more dangerous than he lets on.
When I met him, the bloodlust was faded, Grumble replied. Life outside of adventuring had warmed him. I won't say that I'm happy to see that kind of ruthlessness rekindled, but I'm not sad about it either. To be a minion means to be weak, and to live in fear. Perhaps it's fitting that their paladin be more deadly than most.
And you still think he's the right one?
Mythengao asked. Grumble merely shrugged. He's the first in a very long time. Whether he's right or not is up to him to prove. That is the beauty of mortals. With every choice, they define their own destiny. 56.
Sweet sorcery. I was expecting epic quests and fun loot, not a mad sprint for the exit.
Sherry set her dice aside and poured herself a fresh glass of wine.
On the other hand, nobody got possessed and none of our shit started to glow, so I'd call this a success. Especially since we didn't lose any characters. Plus, Hoyt gave us teleportation stones to return once Lumal is open to visitors again, so we can give this place another try.
The rest of the table's players were stretching and relaxing as well. With their successful escape, the session was officially coming to an end. There were still more side tasks they could do. However, the Lumal section of the module was finished. It was the timing that killed you all, Russell explained. Taking the isolated routes instead of dealing with non-player characters pushed your arrival back. When we unsealed the section, I did some reading. Except for the Helsk fight, this whole thing runs on a timetable. If you'd gotten there sooner, you could have done stuff in Lumal. I bet there was even a way to prevent the attack. By the time you made it, you were too late. Although he didn't bring it up out of politeness, the module revealed there actually had been a way to theoretically win. The whole army could be stopped by killing a single enemy, just like the Helsk fight had taught them. Of course, that information worked better when the party arrived with enough time to use it.
I liked it,
Tim said.
Even though we didn't get to do what we expected, showing up mid-battle made the world feel more lived in. Like they weren't just waiting for our characters to show up. There was other stuff happening around us.
A few of them twitched slightly at his words, all too aware that Tim might be more correct than he'd intended. But Sherry was right. Even with the surprises, it was a normal game session. After playing through almost an entire module without incident, their games had become gradually less tense. Russell hoped he wasn't about to undo all of that, but he really didn't have much choice. They deserved to know the truth. What came next was in their hands. Russell was the GM, and only the players decided what a character would do, which direction they would go. If the party didn't want to pursue this lead, then he'd have to let it pass. From behind his screen, Russell pulled out 4 folded pieces of paper and began to hand them out. One last thing before we break. I recently received this email. Now that the session is over, I felt it only right that you read it too. Copies are identical. Just take one and pass it down. His players unfolded their pages, cheer giving way to concern as they noticed the expression on Russell's face. Together, they began to read. In spite of their victory, it was a dour mood that had settled over those gathered at the tavern. Neither Brock nor Jolia were talking much. Fritz sat in the corner with Kieran, whispering fervently. Simone was having an in-depth discussion with Timiskor and Gabrielle, leaving Eric and Grumpf to sit quietly with Thistle, who kept staring off into space for long stretches at a time. Only Mr. Peppers, once more returned to his normal size, was cheerful, sitting around munching on some scraps Brock had put out. They'd won, technically. Lumal still stood. All of the adventurers were alive. The helm of Ignosa was recovered, and no automaton army had marched on Notch. It should have felt like a good day, but the price was too high. Deep down, they knew they hadn't truly come out on top of the exchange. The tolls they'd taken on Calzadar were ones he'd planned for, pawns he was willing to sacrifice. Removing them weakened him, but not any more than he'd expected. Well, Calzadar hadn't gotten everything he wanted today. He'd gotten enough. Sitting at the bar, Jolia licked her lips as Brock set a fresh glass down in front of her. Her hands gripped the mug and lifted. For a moment, she happened to catch sight of the rest of the room in the metal reflection, giving her pause. She turned the bronze mug, made durable to survive the usual roughhousing of a tavern, taking in the worry and uncertainty on each of the younger adventurers' faces. She'd worn that same expression many times before. Adventuring wasn't always about winning the day. Sometimes it was about slinking away, licking one's wounds and trying to find the strength to go back out there. In the young days, it was easy. No loss or deed lingered in an adventurer's mind. For the ones who changed, the echoes, it was a different matter. Every pain weighed on their shoulders, and some carried the guilt of each kill in the backs of their minds. Jolia silenced those ghosts in her own way, but that didn't mean she wanted to see others start carrying specters of their own. Not before they had to.
That's about enough moping, I think.
Jolia spun in her stool, away from the mug, to face the rest of the tavern.
We took some lumps on this one. I won't deny that. Thistle's wife has been stolen. Calzadar has 1/3 of an item that could destroy the entire world. And the bastion of Lumal was half razed to the ground. It would be easy to look at this day and feel nothing but loss, which you would all be damn fools for doing.
Jolia hopped down, summoning her staff with a gesture and leaning on it as she began to move through the tavern.
From what Simone told us about the fight, it sounds like you made serious progress during the battle. Gabrielle, you discovered enough power to destroy the enchantment of a deadly creature with a single swing. Thistle, you learned to direct your mana in the heat of the moment. Do you know how long it takes most paladins to master that skill? Grumpf and Eric, without you two helping to control the battlefield, the day would have been lost. And Timiskor.
At his name, the man turned in his seat, beaming at her. To her, he looked much the same. Whatever confidence he'd wielded in battle had faded once the blades were sheathed. Still, there was something different in those eyes. Before, Timiskor had always looked as though he had an unspoken question on the tip of his tongue. He wandered through his own life as if he'd find an answer to his existence around any corner. The questions were gone now. In their place was simple yet stalwart resolution.
Timiskor, you did something that most would consider impossible. Something not even one of us has ever seen. You bound your soul, your very essence, to the aspect of divine magic that lives in all mana. You became a paladin of your own accord, with no god to aid you. The first free paladin in untold centuries, if not millennia. That is astounding. Also dangerous,
Fritz added. All attention swung in her direction, an experience she was plainly familiar with.
Do you know one of the other popular names for what he is? Some call them true paladins, implying that the ones made by the gods are lesser. How do you imagine some of the more devoted sects will respond to the idea of that kind of paladin?
Of all the things to feel at such a statement, Timiskor looked a touch embarrassed by the term.
I meant no offense. I merely wished to serve the greater good without owing allegiance to a god's agenda. I certainly wouldn't use such a term to describe myself.
Doesn't matter. If they know what you are, they'll see you as a threat, especially if they see you light up that sword.
Fritz nodded to the blade set before Timiskor on the table, housed in a sheath. He had offered to return the borrowed weapon upon arriving, but so far, no one had taken him up on it.
Aye, the sword is something special too,
Jolia agreed, forcefully trying to keep things on a more positive note.
But you needn't worry about it activating willy-nilly. A divine blade isn't some cheap sword that burns or sparks. Those are rare weapons indeed, forged with magic long ago lost to modern mages. In an ordinary warrior's possession, it is nothing more than an especially sharp blade. In the hands of a worthy paladin, it becomes keener and more dangerous, even slightly amplifying a paladin's abilities. When wielded by a worthy paladin against a proper foe, a being of greater danger and evil, the weapon takes on its true form. Blazing with light, it tremendously aids the paladin, as well as becomes a weapon that can cut any armor and wound any evil creature. That latter situation is fairly specific, though, so unless someone as skilled as me is inspecting it, they won't know what you have.
Timiskor took the words in heavily, looking down at the sword.
Knowing what this is, I cannot in good conscience accept such a gift. It is too powerful to entrust to one as new as me. Please, find a more worthy paladin to carry such a blessing.
The snort came from across the room, where Kieran was finally hauling himself up. Doesn't work that way. At a certain point, magical items develop preferences. Not a full personality, not every time, but they'll have quirks, especially weapons. That sword glowed for you, Timiskor. It recognized you as worthy. It chose you. As a swordman myself, I would say that to ignore the blade's will would be disrespectful. He made his way over, leaning down and looking closely at the sheath. Besides, who do you think we would give this to? Paladins don't come here, not ones that can still fight. And I shouldn't need to tell you why. We could store it, certainly, though what good it would do I can't fathom. These weapons are meant to be in the world, to be in use. If you meet another paladin who you feel can wield a sword better, and the weapon will accept them, then it is yours to pass on. Until then, you are the paladin meant to hold this blade. It is a noble obligation, one not to be cast aside without consideration.
That said, we might want to throw an enchantment or two on the sheath before you leave, just to help keep a low profile,
Jolia added. She was annoyed at how the conversation had gotten away from her, but at least they were discussing practical issues. Talking, planning. That beat silent moping any day.
Although, you're welcome to stay and rest for a bit more, if needed.
No, thank you very much for all of your kindness and hospitality through this unusual situation. But no.
It was the first time Thistle had spoken in some while, since recounting his dream from his brief nap, in fact. There was still distance in his gaze. However, at least some of his attention was now in the room with them.
Time is of the essence. The longer we take, the greater the danger my wife is in. I've been given a task, a direction to follow. Until I take that step, I can't plan any further ahead. So, I hope you'll all understand my eagerness.
A solemn cloud spread back out over the tavern, the reminder of Midoriya's situation pulling almost everyone down. The sole holdout was Gabrielle, who suddenly stood from the table, marched up to the bar, and had Brock begin filling mugs of various sizes. One by one she passed them out, until every person in the room was holding a drink. Only once that was done did she raise hers.
This was a bad day. Let's not sugarcoat that. We won, in that we survived and grew stronger. But Khazadar definitely walked away with more of the victory than we did. What he did, to Lamal, to Midoriya, all of it is unforgivable. So let's not forgive him. Let's do what Khazadar did when this party, destroyed a piece of his divinity. Let's learn from our failures and come back even stronger. This was a bad day, but it's nearly over. Tomorrow is a new one. Tomorrow, we start the journey to reclaim Midoriya and make Khazadar regret he ever laid a finger on her to begin with.
The room didn't break into spontaneous applause, and the mood wasn't suddenly cleansed of sadness. Everyone did drink, though, lifting their mugs and celebrating the toast. Gabrielle had managed to get everyone looking forward for now, and that was the first step in getting them moving. Thistle appreciated her efforts, overt as they could often be. For him, however, the toast wasn't required. His mind was already looking ahead, well past what he'd told any of the others. As the room filled with sounds of toasting and sipping, as well as scattered conversation. He looked across to Fritz, meeting her eyes and nodding to the door. With no more than that, Thistle made his way out, looking to anyone watching like he was doing nothing more than getting some air. It took nearly 10 minutes before Fritz arrived. Thistle didn't know what it would take to extricate herself. He'd just been sure she would do it. She appeared from the tavern looking much the same as usual. Same worn, well-made traveling clothes, same arrangement of bags and pouches slung across her body, same easygoing manner that put people off guard. Placing her had taken Thistle quite a while, long after they'd parted ways in Briarwillow. Funnily, it was her parting demeanor that had proved the final clue. While she'd meant to scare him off, Fritz had accidentally showed him the kind of authority she was used to wielding. Once she was outside, he began to walk, and she followed. They made their way out of the town square, up the road, to a nice path of purple and white flowers. There was nothing special about the plants, save simply for the fact that they were positioned in a place where it would be hard for others to overhear. The people of Notch might still be capable of spying, but Thistle wasn't trying to hide this from them.
Let's start with what I know. As I'm going to ask a favor, that feels like the gracious opening move.
Thistle's voice was gentle in the night, not lowered, but not raised either. He was working to sound as casual as possible. There was a chance Fritz might kill him before this was done, so he wanted to offer as few reasons for her to do so as possible. Unfortunately, his next words were the likeliest ones to see him slain.
The prime portion is this. I know who you are. Or rather, who you were before.
The elf's eyes narrowed, examining his carefully, with a far more intense expression than she would ever let the others see.
If you're expecting me to confirm some theory of yours by bursting out an agreement, you need to think more of me.
Not at all. I was simply waiting to see if I'd get a chance to continue or not.
Slowly, Thistle bowed as best as he was able. He couldn't quite manage the formal version of showing vulnerability, but as he looked back up, Fritz was looking slightly less fearsome. She nodded to him, cautiously.
Tell me what you think you know, and what you want. We'll go from there.
I haven't filled in all the details yet, Thistle admitted. What I have figured out is that you seem to have woven a spell beyond anything I've ever seen or heard of. You rewrote the minds and history of the entire kingdom, of several kingdoms, to remove yourself from it. Except I can remember you. When I take a sincere look at myself, at what makes me unique, the answer for why becomes obvious. The bridge. You use the bridge to create your spell. It explains how you could have managed something so incredible. We already know that being around pieces when they're active causes unusual effects. I've been around the bridge plenty while the others used it. Enough to weaken your spell, I'd imagine.
There was no change to Fritz's expression as Thistle spoke. She took in every word with sincere consideration. If she was going to stab him or hug him, Thistle couldn't guess, which was clearly the point. All he could do was speak the truth and hope it worked. If not, he'd have to come up with a new plan, something far more dangerous. Finally, Fritz spoke.
An interesting theory, though it fails to account for a simple question. If I was someone of note, why is it that only you remember me? The others have been around the bridge just as much, if not more. Past that, even if it were true, what would you hope to gain by talking about this with me?
Help.
Slowly, all too aware of how easy it would be to fall, Thistle lowered himself to his knees. Fritz's impassive expression widened for a flicker of a second. Even she was shocked to see a paladin beg.
Grumble and Mithengal mean well, but Kalzadar's cunning is substantial. This was not a haphazard move. He is putting things in motion, and what we saw was a mere first step. I'm afraid that if I follow blindly, we will lose. Were it my own life, that would be acceptable, but I will not risk the others, and certainly not Madroria. We need more. We need to attack from angles Kalzadar won't predict. We need the power of the bridge, and a master to wield it. Because if you can do one impossible thing, like make a world forget you, then maybe you can do another. Perhaps you can help me topple a god."
An interesting proposal. Fritz might have denied her talents more readily, were Thistle not supplicating so. He had cast aside his pride to ask for her help. She could at least answer him honestly.
"Whatever I might have been before, I am a trader now, Thistle. You're asking for something significant, so I assume you have something to trade."
Still kneeling, Thistle gave a quick nod.
"We now have 2 pieces of the bridge. Aid us, and they are yours, as are any others we claim in our efforts to save Midroria. I would promise you the one we've hidden as well, but only Eric knows its location, and I cannot make an oath for another to keep."
Only because Thistle was looking away did Fritz permit the spark of interest in her eyes. She cleared it quickly. Giving away one's desire in a negotiation was tantamount to failure.
"And what makes you think I have need of more pieces? If I cast such a spell as you've implied, then I must already have at least one."
"More than that, I suspect. However, you don't want some of the pieces, do you? The others don't recognize you because they didn't know who you were in the first place. I was more traveled than them, than even Grumph. I saw some of the Mage Guild celebrations, the ceremonies where even their highest members were present. I cannot imagine that anything less than a completed artifact would satisfy an archmage, especially when she's given up her seat at the table of mages to search for the pieces."
Killing him would have been easy. Some of the people of Notch would see through whatever excuse she used. A lingering evil plant bursting out of the flowers, perhaps. But few were likely to care. Adventurers died constantly. It was part of their lifestyle. Fritz stayed her hand, however. In just the time she'd known them, this party had run into or uncovered 4 pieces of the bridge. She'd been actively hunting shards of it for so long, and not even she had ever managed to find so many in such a short time. Whether it was fate or happenstance, these adventurers had momentum. While Fritz didn't relish the idea of having someone out there who knew her secret, Thistle hadn't tried to exploit it. He'd made her a deal, a very fair one at that, rather than trying to push his leverage. On top of it all, Fritz rather liked this group. They did interesting things, and she was nothing if not a fan of new experiences.
"Very well, Thistle. Rise to your feet. I will not make you any promises yet, but I will listen to all you have planned. If it pleases me, I'll help. If not, you will tell no one of this meeting, or what you know. Does that present an issue?"
"None. I am grateful for even the opportunity to explain myself."
It didn't take long for Thistle to return to his feet. There was fire in him now, an urgency he'd been clamping down in front of the others. Every minute standing still was torture, yet he endured it out of necessity. Planning and forethought were his strengths, his best chance at overcoming Calzadar. Next time they clashed, Thistle had no intention of being the one caught by surprise. God or mortal had made no difference. Calzadar had stolen the soul of someone Thistle loved. Even in a paladin's heart, there was no mercy for that kind of sin. Epilogue. The morning sun rose over a peaceful settlement, dotted with farms and cottages of styles from a dozen different lands and kingdoms. If one looked close, they could see figures walking the lines of their properties. Folks in simple wear, without finery or blazing magical items to show off wealth. All that marked this town as unusual, from a glance, was the fact that everyone seemed especially young and healthy. There might have been a few other indicators, a scar here, a quick motion to the side there, that betrayed the truth, but few would ever draw near enough to notice them. Notch was a quiet, isolated hamlet, and the last several days of excitement had been more than enough for the residents. Perhaps that was why there was little fanfare as the adventurers saddled their horses in the town square. Thistle hadn't been kidding about not wasting time. They weren't even taking a day to rest. Physically, they were all healed. The town priest had seen to most of them. A few summons had helped Gabrielle fuel her axe, which in turn removed her own wounds. The weapon was still a burden and her condition a curse, but merely knowing how it worked made the whole endeavor more manageable. The detour would have been worth it for that alone, if not for the terrible cost Calzadar had added. While the adventurers readied themselves, Notch's town council sat in Brock's tavern. Kieran, Julia, Simone, and Brock were all gathered around a table, with Fritz sitting slightly off to the side. All four of the non-elves were staring Fritz down, waiting for her to laugh or say that she was joking, for her to do something to make her prior words untrue. After nearly a full minute, it was clear that no such reprieve was coming. "You're serious about this? I know you've always been fascinated by that artifact and that you've been hunting pieces to experiment on, but that is nothing compared to what you're proposing. Even if you can gather all the pieces and know that there are others collecting them you'll have to steal from, no one is sure what happens when they're joined. Not the gods, not the adventurers, no one. How do you know you aren't building a magical device that will destroy the entire plane?" Kieran kept his voice calm. He'd known Fritz long enough to realize she responded better to reason over emotion.
"That one seems pretty unlikely," Fritz countered. "The mere fact that we're finding pieces at all means the artifact had to be shattered, and since none of them react destructively around the other chunks, someone else probably did the shattering. You are right, though. It's a mystery, and if there's one thing I know about this world, it's that no mystery stays unsolved forever. I've brought you all up to speed on the situation. You know more pieces have been appearing lately. Maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's fate, probably something in between. Either way, I see an opportunity, and I want to seize it. Unless you'd rather see someone else beat us to a potentially all-powerful artifact."
In truth, Kieran wasn't sure Fritz would be his first choice for such responsibility. She wasn't malicious, however, she did have a tendency to cast off things that held her back, especially when in pursuit of some new item or magic. She'd even left her role with the Mage Guild when it became too cumbersome, though she did install a proper replacement first. As a trader, she was fair and upfront, and as a friend, she'd been reliable. Fritz was far from perfect, but if Kieran had to back someone who was capable of succeeding and whom he trusted to not be outright evil, then she was in the top 5. The others, unfortunately, would have no interest in such an endeavor, so Kieran was left with little choice. "We don't fight anymore." Kieran held up a hand, cutting off Fritz's objection. "Last night was a very rare, special occasion. There was a potential threat to our town that we were cutting off early, and in the process we only destroyed automatons. My blade alone tasted blood, and I assure you, it was enough to quell the appetite for a long time. I cannot speak for the others, but if you call upon me for help, understand that this is a condition I do not intend to violate. No blood. If the situation cannot be solved without killing, then I am not the resource for the job."
"Nor am I,"
Julia agreed. Next to her, Brock and Simone were silently nodding their agreement. The message was clear. While they might be willing to help her, violence was off the table. Fritz was only mildly discouraged. Having a shock force of unstoppable warriors would have made things substantially easier, but she'd known from the start that wouldn't happen. Even getting them this receptive was a victory in and of itself. She imagined the presence of the other adventurers had helped with that. They were a walking reminder that, much as Notch might like to pretend otherwise, the town wasn't truly disconnected from the world at large.
"What about for a stone of severing? Are you willing to kill if I find one of those?"
The words hung in the air, drifting slowly down like a fallen feather. Finally, Kieran laid a hand on the hilt of his blade. "I swore to defend this town, and if the world goes, we go. So yes, Fritz, I will draw my sword for you if, and only if, the fate of the world is at risk. Otherwise I will refer to you someone else, if fighting is what you require. Who that is will depend on exactly what threats you are facing." The grin on Fritz's face made Kieran wince. She'd just gotten something she wanted out of him, and wasn't shy about showing it.
"That will be plenty. Thank you, Kieran. Together, with our pooled might and wisdom, I think we might very well have a chance at succeeding."
There was danger in her eyes as they flitted about the room, taking in every nuance and detail in that unnerving way of hers.
I can hardly wait to see what a completed bridge is capable of doing.
The pages were piled in the middle of the table, tossed there as each player finished reading the email and fully understood its significance. Wordlessly, Sherry went to the kitchen, returning with a sizable glass of water. She took a deep sip, then turned away from the others and sprayed it through the air in mock surprise.
There, does that more or less encapsulate what we're all feeling?
I didn't expect. Of course, there would be. It's just.
Bert smacked himself once in the side of the head, gently, and the rambling died off.
Sorry. I can get stuck on things too easily. Need a little jarring to break up the spiral. I guess what floored me is realizing that it's not just us, is it? We speculated before, but this is as close to proof as we'll get.
No, it isn't.
Alexis was forcing her tone louder, closer to Gelthorn's.
The closest to proof we'll get is in that shire, where actual evidence is waiting for us.
Bert swiveled in his chair to face her.
Are we sure? And if so, how will that even work? This is still a module, one that other people are seeing. Let's say we get the next one, and find this dude in Venmore. What happens then? Is there going to be a whole letter to us printed in that module? Because the other options get really scary the longer you consider them. Maybe the character will pop out or yank us in, or connect us to the dice, or any number of unknowns that we can't calculate for. I get it. That's the nature of magic. I'm just advocating that we not stroll into this with the assumption that it's safe.
Save your worry. I've known from the moment Russell got possessed that none of this was safe.
Sherry winked at him before taking a normal sip of her water, poorly disguising the worry in her face.
That's part of what makes it fun.
Steadily, almost unconsciously, attention turned to Tim, who'd been silent thus far. Despite his relative inexperience with gaming, the young man played his character to a fault, doing all he could to embody the ideals of what a paladin should be. What they would decide to do was still in contention. However, if they wanted to know what the right thing to do was, Tim was their default guide.
Together, after what happened in the dragon's lair, we decided to keep going, to chase the magic. This makes it feel real in a way I hadn't expected. But it doesn't fundamentally change what we're doing,
Tim said.
Either we give up on it all now, or we go to Venmore. There's no point in chasing if we aren't going to follow leads. I'll support whatever choice the group makes. Just make sure you're ready to see it through.
Russell coughed into his hand, a quick and dirty way to steal attention back at the game table. It bears mentioning that we don't even have the next module yet. Until we do, you won't be able to head to that shire anyway, so there's no need to make your minds up right now. I showed you that email because I don't want to keep secrets from you all, not because we're making a choice today. His words swept much of the tension from the air, a collective holding of breath let out by the players. Only Bert still looked worried, although it was hard to tell if he was truly concerned or simply deep in thought.
I disagree. Let's not just wait for our next step to present itself. We should decide and start making preparations. There are bound to be side quests we can do, items we can hunt, things to prepare ourselves for the next adventure. Better to pick a path and start down it now, so we'll be ready when the next one arrives.
Given his words, it was fairly obvious which way Bert was leaning, and he didn't find objections from the others. Alexis gave a thumbs up, while Tim stuck to nodding. Sherry was the only one to respond verbally.
I'm down for that. Some of these fights were tough, and seeing how outmatched we were in the mall left a bad taste in my mouth. Let's pick up another level, and maybe some new tricks in the time we've got.
Should we hunt for them in the real world while we're waiting?
Several sets of surprised eyes focused on Tim, who immediately turned flush.
I mean, the email came from a person on our side of the game, right? If we can find them, talk to them in person, maybe we can get them to tell us more.
Maybe, Russell said, though there was little conviction in his tone. To an extent, we'll be hunting them. We have to keep on Broken Bridge's trail if we want the next module anyway. And I've got a hunch that finding a real lead on them might lead us to our email buddy. Given how out of reach they stay, though, the game is probably our best bet. At least we have a name and a location in there. Deep down, Russell hoped he wasn't the Pied Piper leading his friends off to their deaths. By nature of his role, there was little he could do. As GM, he set the scene, built the stage, but the players wrote the script. Their actions, their choices, determined where the story went. He couldn't tell them which path was the right one. He could only do his best to prepare them for whatever lay ahead. Grumble sat on his throne. It wasn't especially grand, not unless he was entertaining visitors. Most of the time it was a simple chair, with an extravagant number of cushions the kobold could nest in. Comfort had always been his greatest decadence, a stark contrast to his mortal years spent shivering on a stone floor. There was nothing comfortable about the seat today, however. The full weight of his responsibilities as a god sat heavy on Grumble's shoulders as he contemplated the dilemma before him. Somehow, Timiskor had done something incredible. He'd become attuned to divine magic in a way mortals weren't supposed to be capable of. Even in Grumble's mortal days, the Free Paladin was nothing more than myth and whisper. As a god, Grumble should see the newly born paladin as a threat to the established system. After all, if mortals relearned that they could serve the calling without owing allegiance to a god, would so many still choose to kneel? Of course, that ignored the fact that even in myth, free paladins were incredibly rare, and the simple truth that no other had been born in untold ages meant it must be a hard power to attain. A scaly claw ran down Grumble's snout as he realized his mistake. He didn't know of any other free paladins that had been born since the ancient times. But that didn't mean there hadn't been any. Casting his attention to Thistle and his friends, Grumble could see each of them easily, save for Timiskor. The same divine magic that fueled his new gifts also concealed the paladin, making him difficult to see. If the boar was still with him, it was completely hidden. As a creature purely made of magic, the protection was more effective on it. At first, this new development had puzzled Grumble, until he gave it more thought. Divine concealment was a necessary power for any that filled such a role. Paladins who served no god fought only for the greater good. Sooner or later, that was bound to run them across the path of an evil or ambitious god. Being able to move undetected by a god's magic would make such paladins a far more dangerous threat. Grumble didn't love that they were now factors in play he had little control over, but he could certainly see the value in a divine warrior that was nearly invisible to the gods. True, he didn't have Timiskor's loyalty, but Thistle did. Where the gnome led, Timiskor would follow. For now, Grumble resolved to keep the incident to himself. While it might have gained him some small favor with the other gods to report to Free Paladin, Grumble was a fan of the underdogs. He had to be, as god of the minions. Seeing someone throw off the shackles of a system, seize power for himself, bow to no master, it was the kind of spirit Grumble could admire. The others would be mad when they found out, and Grumble was prepared for that. Let them be angry if they wanted. If things went to plan, then by the time they found out, it would be too late to matter anyway. Eric was briefly surprised to see Timiskor saddling his normal horse, before he realized that riding a giant armored boar around was going to attract more suspicion than any of them needed. Their trek would be a long one, west across the plains of Earthos until they made it to the Emerald Meadows that signify the beginning of Thatshire's kingdom. Even from there, they had quite a way to ride. Thistle's directions were taking them just past the borders, near a city called Venmore. Julia had offered to open a portal for them, but Thistle had declined. Evidently there were preparations to lay, so even if they arrived early, there would be nothing to do. Despite the fact that he hadn't said it, Eric suspected Thistle's other reason for wanting to ride there was training. On the road there would be dangers and threats, but also the opportunity to hone their skills. especially for Gabrielle and Timiskor, who were still learning about their new abilities. That practice could prove vital. They'd barely survived that last fight. Only a genuine miracle had gotten them through. If the others were feeling anything like Eric, then they wanted to be stronger before the next one. It was strange. When they left Maple Bark, Eric's chief concern had been living long enough to get attention off their town. Once that goal was accomplished, it became about surviving in general. Even his training with Alora had been about figuring out how to be good enough at his job that he could help the party keep living. Khazadar had changed that. Taking Midroria, sending the priestess against them, it was clear he wouldn't stop. Eric didn't want to just keep surviving anymore. He wanted to become strong enough to fight back, to not live in fear of what some god or king would decide to do with his life. In a way, he suspected the journey of every adventurer involved such a realization at some point. From the tavern, Fritz emerged, making a beeline directly for Eric.
"There's my guy. Where did you leave the piece?"
Back in the ritual room. Eric had been tasked with retrieving the priestess's piece of the bridge, as he was the only member of the party who could safely touch them. Honestly, he wasn't convinced that leaving it for Fritz was the best idea, but Thistle had made the point that none of them could safely use two pieces, not even Eric. Better to put it in secure hands, especially since they were set on angering a god. No sense in making Khazadar stronger if they fell. "I couldn't get the staff to let go. Guessing that's something you can handle?" Fritz patted her bag.
"I'm sure I can find something in here that'll be up to the task. Got your own piece stored safely, I trust?"
It was Eric's turn to pat something, in this case his backpack. "Safe as anything in this world can be, I suppose. If luck is with us, the morning's peace should at least hold until we get out of the forest and back onto the plains."
"Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. Agrimore apparently agreed to escort you all out. After everything that's happened, I don't think they're taking chances."
"I've heard that name a few times, but never met the person," Eric admitted. Taking his arm, she spun them around until they faced the tree line further down the road.
"She's a druid. Prefers to stay close to nature. Never was great with people. Even less so now. Trust me, you won't be able to miss her when she wants to be seen."
Sure enough, even from this distance, Eric could make out a huge shape deep within the trees. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, only that it had fur, horns, and a tremendous size. Something that big had been lurking in the forest all along? Or was that Agrimore herself, using a druid's famous talent for shape-shifting? Either way, it was a presence bound to make the horses feel skittish and the adventurers feel safe. It would be strange, getting back on the road, but Eric was ready for it. Nice as some rest had been, being around such powerful, dangerous people left him constantly on edge, even if they were friendly. "I suppose we don't have to worry about losing her in the brush," Eric chuckled. "Do you ever get used to this place?"
"I certainly hope not. What's the point of going on if spots like Notch become mundane?"
Fritz shivered. Whether it was theatrical or genuine, Eric couldn't tell.
"Traders and adventurers have that much in common. We're always on the move. Hopefully, it won't be long until our paths cross again. It's not every day I meet someone who can handle wielding a piece of the bridge. Even rarer that said someone is a looker."
Eric blushed. It wasn't the first time Fritz had teasingly flirted with him, but even with the time apart, he still hadn't figured out how to react. The elf merely grinned and kept going, as if she hadn't noticed his embarrassment.
"This time, I know it won't be long. I've got some business up near Thatchshire as well, though I'm taking my own route. Keep those eyes peeled and at the ready when you're crossing the plains. As the most alert one in the bunch, I'm counting on you to not let something so precious fall into the hands of mere bandits."
The blush faded as Eric's mind turned to serious matters. He looked Fritz right in the eyes, making sure she saw the depth of his resolve. "Now that I know who's after us, I doubt I'll take so much as an unnecessary blink." Fritz's own eyes sparkled as she considered the words.
"I'll say this much. If nothing else, you certainly sound more like a rogue these days."
A flash, and then darkness. That was all she remembered. One moment she was at peace. In the next, suddenly the world was tumbling, chaotic, mad. It was like she was alive again. Finally, the world was becoming clear, the stones of her prison cell snapping into focus. There was a glow lighting up the dreary interior. Looking down, Midoriya realized that the glow came from her, a lovely bluish light that radiated out of the core of her ethereal form.
Mythengal's shine.
As a priestess in her living days, Midoriya knew the light well. Even now, in some unknown pit, her god's protection gleamed in the darkness. Rising to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings. No doors, no windows, only stone, dark, like it had been formed from soot at every turn. Food and drink were no concern. She was still quite dead, and therefore lacked such physical needs. The larger issue was what her presence here meant. How had she been pulled from Mythengal's realm, and for what purpose? Based on the decor and the waves of twisted magic trying to press past her protective glow, she hadn't been captured by a friendly god. A move against Mythengal, perhaps? But why take a lone priestess? Unless whoever had stolen her had taken more. Were there other cells like this one, stuffed with the gnome gods faithful? Sitting down again, Midoriya ignored the spells attempting to weave torture upon her. If someone expected minor magic like that to be a challenge, they had substantially misjudged the skills of their prisoner. Interesting. He was there with no warning, stepping out of shadows formed by her own light. Features cloaked by a tightly pulled hood, dark clothes. He could have been anyone passing by in any town. The voice was simple as well, flat and unremarkable, the kind meant to be forgotten. I didn't expect her power to persist even here, in my realm. When one undertakes something new, they must be prepared for surprises, I suppose. Stealing a soul will undoubtedly provide me with all manner of fascinating discoveries. For a devoted servant of the divine, there was no need to wonder who had appeared in the room.
Calzadar, so you have taken umbrage with Mythengal? Stealing those who have given all they have for her is a cruel, calculated blow, I grant you. But her fury at such a slight will shatter mountains.
The hood leaned in, peering at Midoriya more carefully. You address me by name, to my very face. I see now where the paladin learned his bravery. Yet you lack his perception. You've overassumed. I did not steal Mythengal's followers. I took just one. The dead wife of Grumble's paladin, who has earned my wrath, which I assure you will not stop with something as simple as mountains. It took Midoriya several seconds to process all of that. She'd had only a single husband in her life, so the lone candidate Calzadar could be talking about was Thistle. The paladin part seemed like it must be a mistake, but he'd said a paladin of Grumble. If there were any god Thistle would serve, it would be the god of the minions. So, since she'd been dead, he had not only become a paladin, but managed to deeply anger a wicked god. With Thistle here, she'd have kissed him with pride.
And now you're holding me as a ransom, or more likely, as bait for a trap.
Remaining seated, Midoriya crossed her legs and closed her eyes. Calzadar wasn't the only one who needed to learn about this new situation. Midoriya had never been a ghost, nor trapped under the power of another god before. She'd have to determine what she was still capable of before she could start working on her escape. Perhaps you're more perceptive than it seemed, Calzadar said. Enjoy your peaceful stay while it lasts. Soon, I'll find a way to break that protection, and when I do, we can get things started properly. I do need to ensure your husband has adequate motivation, after all.
I cower in thought of the day.
There was nothing fearful about Midoriya's tone, however. She hadn't even bothered to open her eyes. When only silence was the response, she peeked out and noted that the room appeared empty. Whether it was or not would be impossible to say. In the realm of an evil god, she could trust nothing but herself. Every sight, every sound, came at Calzadar's discretion. Only the light of Mythingau and her own mind were real in here. The rest she would have to treat as illusion. It was the only path forward. Calming herself was surprisingly easy without a pulse or breath to bother with. Centering her mind, Midroria looked deep within herself, to her connection to Mythingau. Focusing on that above all else, Midroria began to pray. Together, the party rode out of the forest, leaving the giant form of Agrimor watching from the trees. After so long being stuck in there, the ride out of Notch was surprisingly uneventful. The goodbye with the town council had been short but sincere. Neither group had chosen to end up in the situation they had, yet they'd come out the other side with respect for one another. In another life, Timiskor could see settling down in a place like Notch. When his body wore down, who wouldn't be tempted by trees that granted youth, and a city virtually unassailable by monsters? Retirement didn't come for paladins, though. Not the leaving for a new, quiet home sort, anyway. A paladin's retirement was the permanent kind, and it was a milestone Timiskor planned to put off for as long as possible. To his surprise, Thistle made his way over, settling into a pace at Timiskor's side.
Forgive me for taking so long to ask this. My mind has been quite occupied. But how are you feeling? Any unexpected effects or sensations? Any fears or concerns?
Thistle, after what Calzadar did, you owe me no apologies for being distracted, Timiskor assured him. I do feel different, though. Not a bad kind of different. Physically improved, of course, an expected boon of becoming a paladin. Yet it's more than that. I feel steadier, sure, like I've planted myself on solid ground for the first time in a long while. Does that make sense?
Aye. It makes too much sense, if anything. You've been adrift, knowing what you wanted, but unsure of how to obtain it. Now, you're no longer plagued by such doubt. You're a paladin, which makes the next step obvious. Go forth and do good. It's the same step we reach every time a battle is won, and a day is saved.
Thistle glanced upward, then back near the tree line before continuing.
We're all proud of you, Timiskor. Proud of what you did. But you know that we can't talk publicly about it, right? When other gods learn what you are, they won't all be happy, and we can't handle more enemies with what we're already facing. From this point on, it must be a secret.
The words rang true. Timiskor could understand where Thistle was coming from. They already had one god pitted against them. More would make their efforts even more laughably impossible than they already were. All the same, Timiskor knew the answer he had to give.
I will not lie, Thistle. If I am asked what role I fill, I shall say with pride that I am a paladin. If they ask me whom I serve, I will announce to all nearby that I serve the innocent in need above all else, even the gods. But if I am not asked, then I see no need to volunteer such facts. I've always been naturally quiet. I don't expect that to change, save for the times when it must.
Reaching over, Timiskor set a steadying hand on Thistle's saddle.
Please know I say this with respect, but perhaps, when going against the god of darkness, it is prudent not to give any more aspects of ourselves to his domain. Living in truth, in the light, is something few can do. As paladins, we should strive to be among those few. Don't you think?
There was a long pause before Thistle replied, in which he gave the words sincere evaluation.
I think that you and I are different kinds of paladins, Timiskor. And I don't just mean the way we got our abilities. You have good, strong instincts. Follow them. Trust yourself. Trust whatever intuition or dedication brought you to this point.
Thistle lowered his voice slightly, ensuring that the others wouldn't overhear by mistake.
And if, In the course of this journey, you and I should disagree on what the right path forward is. Trust yourself. Stand your ground. Do not give in to me just because I am older, or worn the mantle longer. I fear the situation may compromise my judgment, take me to places not suited for a paladin. Put faith in your instincts, Timiskor, because soon you may need to be the righteous voice who keeps us from taking a dark turn. I am sorry to ask such a heavy task of you so soon, but you wanted to be a paladin. That is part of what it means to wear the title.
Then I'll do all I can to live up to your expectations. Do not give up on yourself so readily, however. I would never have reached this point without a worthwhile paladin to learn from, Timiskor replied.
Thistle gave him a weak smile, one of the first he'd shown since yesterday's fight, before riding up closer to the front near Eric. As he reached the rogue, Thistle drew near to him, voice once more kept low.
You noticed them, right?
Of course. Several were waiting when we left the woods. Think they'll trail us across the plains?
Or different ones will take their places, Thistle surmised. For now, do nothing. We'll figure out how to deal with our escorts eventually. Until then, we ignore them. It's best not to let tormentors know whether or not they're getting under your skin.
The party rode on, losing sight of the small stretch of forest that led to a hidden town inhabited by former adventurers. They turned their horses to the west, away from the sun, toward a new kingdom that they could only hope would have what they needed. And as they rode, 6 crows flew overhead, watching and leading, guiding them in the same direction they were heading. Whether Calzadar knew where they were going or simply enjoyed playing games was anyone's guess. For Thistle, it made no difference. A line had been crossed, a gauntlet thrown down. This ended when one of them was dead, and not a moment before. He wasn't even sure it was possible for a mortal to kill a god through normal means, which was why Thistle had purposefully avoided conventional methods. Calzadar had his divinity, and Thistle's party had the bridge. They could do things that weren't meant to be done, could break the unspoken rules. In the time since fleeing Maplebark, his party had done so several times, usually by accident. It was time to start acting, to break the rules with intent. One way or another, Thistle planned to save Midroria, even if he had to tear down the very existence of the gods to do it. This concludes Siege Tactics by Drew Hayes. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Copyright 2018.